I would like to invite to thank Ilya and then invite to the stage Amit Barave that runs our Cisco WebEx suite.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Snorri. All of these foundation models, Agentic AI, it's a massive, massive unlock for unified communications. Because think about it, before all of this, going to meetings was a bit like going to Vegas. What happened in these meetings stayed in the meetings. That's not the case anymore. Every single conversation we go with all the rich context in there. Context across people, places, devices, agents. Every single interaction we have is capable of making the next one smarter because it is feeding into the context. And while we're doing this, AI agents are sensing, they're taking notes, they're capturing action items, and they're even performing all those actions. Wait, in this case, all of the sensitive information, intellectual property that is being exchanged in the conversations, it's making its way to the AI models and AI agents with a great deal of autonomy. What's not to be concerned about that? And this is where the architected for trust is a key pillar. So context, conversations, automations, backed by a trust architecture is connected intelligence. And that is how WebEx is leading the next evolution of unified communications. Now, back in October at WebEx 1 last year, we launched a number of collaboration agents of our own. The note taker, the polling agent that's coming soon, the AI receptionist that has just gone GA. But my favorite one is the translator agent, because that's where, instead of talking about automating what we do, we're actually doing something that was not possible without AI. Like me speaking in my language, but you being able to hear me in your own while preserving my sentiment, my intonation, and so forth. And we're not going to stop there, and there's more coming. But every time I talk about a translator, I am used to getting interrupted. Yeah.
So you talk about translator. I mean, it's amazing. It gets your tone of voice, you get everything. But you know what? I think we should try it out. Let's demo it.
Let's go for it.
Okay.
All right.
Can you make a call to the phone here?
I am going to make you speak Spanish today.
Okay.
Let's go.
En realidad es realmente bueno estar aquí en Las Vegas, la ciudad de las luces y los altos edificios de cuentas con increíbles.
Is that cool or is that cool? And when do you plan to deliver Norwegian?
Oh. I'll speak Norwegian. There's more coming. Besides the translator, the one that I'm excited about is the meeting prep agent. We're always playing 5 to 10 minutes, catching up roughly in every meeting that we go to. There's no need for us to be doing that. The meeting prep agent every single morning will give you the pre-brief for all the meetings that you need to go to. And that pre-brief is built on all the context that the system has about you. The prep is only as good as the context. But the context lives in so many different places. It lives in your documents, your productivity software, your workflow applications. And this is why it's critical to have a comprehensive agentic integration ecosystem. We've already shipped a number of these integrations with Microsoft Copilot, Agentforce, Slack, Jira. But I'm most excited about what's coming soon, because there are a few work surfaces that are emerging right in front of us. Claude Cowork, Gemini, or Codex. And in a couple of months, we're going to be shipping bidirectional integrations with all three of these, giving ourselves a comprehensive context and automation ecosystem. When it all comes together, let's see how it looks. Let's play the video.
Let's get them on the line now. Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
The best people spend their time on the work around each meeting. Scheduling, summarizing, translating, chasing. WebEx Suite agents handle all that while the meeting happens, so the meeting can just be a meeting. The meeting prep agent makes sure everyone has all the right docs, chats, and context before the meeting begins, so they're ready to focus on the big questions. As you meet, the AI agent transcribes, takes notes, and tracks action items in real time, so you don't have to. If people speak different languages, nothing gets lost in translation. The translator agent works in real time, capturing not just the words, but the tone, emotion, and nuance.
Il faut un moment fort. Football sponsorship doesn't just put our name in front of people. It says, we belong here.
I hear you on the story. It's a good one. But I think we have to talk about what the brand is saying.
Not everyone will agree. That's when the polling agent reads the room, detects it, and suggests a quick poll. When it's time to wrap, the scheduler agent looks at everyone's calendars, finds the best meeting times, and makes it easy to lock one in. And after the meeting, the task agent gathers, assigns, and tracks action items for everyone on the call, and helps you complete them. That's the power of WebEx Suite agents. The AI takes care of the work around the meeting, so your people can focus on the meeting. This is work in the era of connected intelligence.
This is not it, because the most interesting one is the one that I'm going to announce next. And that's enterprise voice agents. Think of it as the contact center AI agents we have, the contact center AI studio we have, getting extended to WebEx Suite. And what that means is we are augmenting that capability to add low-code, no-code voice agents and deploying those in minutes with any and every of your WebEx calling number, should you choose to. And I didn't do the demo right here because there's a spot saved for it tomorrow, but if you noticed anything here, you would have seen an agent that's building agents. Really prompt the agent studio to get your agent built and deploy it. And that is such a huge unlock for a spectrum of use cases. On the one hand, you have the really complex, sophisticated, and calibrated contact center AI agents. But there's so many cases, whether it's your front desks, your kiosks, your branch offices, or helplines. All of these are now enabled in minutes through WebEx voice agents. If you have WebEx calling, this is a no-brainer. This is actually a no-brainer for you to have WebEx calling, just for this reason. Quick plug, you will see a lot more about this in the center stage session, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. I hope to see all of you there. And without further ado, to dive deeper into the customer experience, please welcome Vinod Muthukrishnan.
Thank you, brother. All right, I got this. All right, fantastic. Thanks for listening. The reason why we obsess over connected intelligence so much is because in 2026, the one thing that is neither connected nor intelligent is customer experience. And we all face that as customers. That's why this is such a work of passion for all of us. And the answer, now you might have mildly guessed, is probably AI agentic, but that's not the answer. The answer is a framework that makes agentic work for you. And that is what we're showing. Because long before AI and conversational AI and voice agents came the conversation, the ability to orchestrate omnichannel, bidirectional conversation between brand and customer is the foundation of engagement. And to be able to do that in one secure, manageable place is at the heart of creating delightful experiences. When you do that, and you add AI to that conversation, you learn something you'll hear us talk a lot about, which is context. Context is what makes the conversation intelligent. Context is how we reconnect when we meet after many years, except organizations don't remember you. Context is the heart of intelligent orchestration. And we'll talk a lot more about that. Sorry, I need to go back. Let me finish that thought out. So all of this needs to sit on a platform. The platform needs to be complete. We'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do on the completeness of the platform itself. But the most important thing in the age of AI is trust and reliability. We've never had a greater opportunity to reinvent customer experience than we have with AI, but we've never had more threat vectors impacting AI too. So how do you bring all of that in one single platform? So you offer one consistent experience to your customer on one platform that is complete, yet open and interoperable, and built on a foundation of trust assured by Cisco. And all of that, as I said, starts with a conversation. And as far as conversations are concerned, first impressions matter. Let's roll a little video to show you how exactly it matters.
With the new AI Concierge, every interaction feels like a continuous conversation. Instead of navigating disjointed experiences, your customers enjoy connected, customized journeys. AI Concierge is connected to tools across your entire business, so it can leverage AI memory to recall even the smallest detail. It's like a conductor, orchestrating multiple AI agents to work across information silos, handling diverse tasks and delivering answers with unmatched voice quality.
Let's get you booked on the next available
With the
flight.
same platform, you can access AI Agent 360, which allows you to continuously monitor and manage the security and lifecycle of your AI agents. Remove guesswork with visibility into predicted CSAT, hallucination rates, and agent accuracy, and ensure trust with advanced guardrails and security tailored to your business's needs. Unlock better, more connected experiences for your customers with AI Concierge and AI Agent 360.
All right. Let's double-click on what you saw. A concierge agent is supposed to do 5 things seemingly with elegant ease. The first is hold a conversation with the customer across any channel, no matter how async it is, over any period of time, and hide all the complexity from them, which means access any of the knowledge sources that you need, be able to take any actions, orchestrate the action of multiple other first and third-party agents, but all this while do one very, very critical thing. Everyone spoke about it before me. It is to retain context, because context is what makes us intelligent. And I'm so excited to announce the Agentic context engine that goes across the entire collaboration portfolio, which retains the context from every single engagement, every single conversation, and builds a real-time context graph that listens to what you say, senses friction signals, builds propensity models, and that powers personalization at a scale that previously was impossible. It actually makes the AI agents intelligent because it's enriched with your context, personalized at a scale of n equal to 1. And that makes the concierge agent truly revolutionary as it pertains to customer experience. But that brings us to the workforce itself. The workforce in the contact center hasn't changed in decades. And the tools to manage that haven't changed in decades either. Now, AI went from being a toy 3-4 years ago to a tool to what it is now, a digital coworker. And that is why we have foundationally reimagined the entire suite of tools you need to manage and operate a truly hybrid workforce, a connected workforce where humans work with humans work with AI, and AI works with AI. That's why I'm so excited to announce our native workforce suite with QA, QM, workforce management, all the things you need to measure that entire workforce. And the way these tools come together, forecasting, scheduling, intraday, should not be shown on PowerPoint. You need to show a little demo. So wish me luck as I show you a few screens. I saw DJ this morning, so everyone needs a little luck. Okay, let's go here. All right, what are we looking at? So what we're looking at is your intraday screen, because all good plans have never, ever survived reality. And if you've been ever in a contact center, you know the reality is really, really much worse than your plans would suggest. So what do you have here? You're looking at everything you need to see, queues that are backed up, queues where you have a surplus, agents who are out of adherence here, for example. And what you can do here is, as you're looking at this dashboard and figuring out what to do, operations do what operations do, and it tells you something's happened. So you've got a credit card freezing outage that has happened, and now AI tells you that there's likely to be an X spike in calls, and you're not sorted for that. So what do you do there? You need to go and reforecast. So you go to reforecast, you pick your queues. So credit card servicing queue, you add a volume lift of 10%, you apply. And what it does is now pops a new widget. It tells you that you need to add 5 agents to the queue. Now, this can be automated, but we've chosen to keep the human in the loop. So you see here the forecast queue, you know exactly the hours, you know exactly what the problem is, and it says the recommendation is to add agents to queue. You configure, you know exactly the agents you need to move, you move the agents to the queue, it shows you what the impact is, and there, magic. The reforecast is done. You've responded to. Fabulous. I love the power of AI, but AI without accountability is a liability. I think Amit said it. These agents are going to access your sensitive information, act autonomously, talk to external entities. What could possibly go wrong? In the age of AI, we possibly are looking at infinite opportunity, but we're also looking at infinite downside. That is why I almost shudder at the thought of being an AI application company if you're not a full-time observability and a security company. Because the threat surface is so vast that AI is not a bolt-on feature. You literally need to be a full-time observability company and a security company, and then do something else that is incredibly important, bring it all together, vertically integrated to give you the benefit of these 3 things. So let me show you what's happening here. So we spoke about AI defense coming into the AI Agent Studio. With AI Agent 360, we are getting AI defense and observability vertically integrated into the suite. So when you build these agents, you also think about how to secure them. So let's look at what's happening here. So you've got a certain queue. You're looking at building this agent out. You want to create custom guardrails, except if you create the wrong guardrail or don't create the right guardrail, it is your problem. Instead, what we are telling you is you can go to the policy studio, you can upload your policy documentation, and when you do that, it picks up per your policy what's a red flag, what's a green flag, what's an edge case, and it builds out the custom guardrails for you. Otherwise, the weakness always is the person who's writing those guardrails. But your policy documentation is taking care of all of this. And that is why with this integrated approach, you're bringing the true power of AI defense and security to the agent building studio. If you're building AI agents that are going to talk to your customers, either do all of these things or don't build AI agents, because it opens you up to a threat surface that is truly unimaginable. What is also unimaginable is that my 10 minutes are over and I need to go. So to bring it all home, I would love to call back upon stage Snora Kespu.
Really fantastic. And you spoke about autonomy and accountability. And I think that really wraps up really the key thing during this presentation, which is really about trust. Trust is architectural. You saw that when we spoke about devices and the tools. You saw it when we spoke about suite and the tools, and you now saw it as well when we looked at the contact center and we have that accountability. Otherwise, you will have that liability in there, and that is absolutely key. So, trust is architectural. That is foundational for all of our users, and it's foundational for our platform, and it's really about one experience, it's about one platform, and one Cisco across people, IT teams, and customers. So with that, I have one more thing to say. Please register now for WebEx 1. WebEx 1 is coming up in the fall. I want all of you there. And you'll get a QR code up here in a couple seconds. And I really look forward to seeing all of you in Austin, Texas, in the beginning of October for WebEx 1. Have a wonderful rest of Cisco Live.
And a very good morning to all of you all over the world, wherever you happen to be tuning in to the live stream broadcast from Cisco TV. It is Thursday, 8 o'clock a.m. Pacific time, closing day here at Cisco Live 2026. Unbelievable, incredible conference. We have had so much fun all week long. I'm Steve Moulter on behalf of our entire team. It is great to have you with us here on the live stream. We've got an amazing day of content coming at you. Great, insightful, actionable center stage sessions, demos, interviews, coming to you from the beautiful heart of the Cisco Showcase and World of Solutions here at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I want to take a moment and go all the way back to opening keynote. Chuck Robbins started out by saying network traffic is going to triple in the next 3 years based on what we know today. Robotics, manufacturing, physical AI, all that added traffic, incredible pace. And he said something that I think is so important. He said, when the network works, nobody thinks about it. And that's so important. The simpler, easier it is, the less we even think about it. We don't have to worry about it. Well, that's why the network is the foundation. It is what is powering the agentic AI era, and the agentic workplace runs on Cisco. It's why Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era. We've got some great announcements that have been coming at you. Cloud control, unified cloud native management platform. This is what lets administrators monitor, configure all the products that you know and love, and you get to do it from one single interface and do it at agent speed and machine speed. Cisco IQ, one interface that unifies our support and professional services and customer experiences, and again, puts it all into one platform. We talked Asterix, Galileo, a lot of talk around Mythos this week. We're going to do more today. Empowering technology, deep knowledge, community-wide support across this incredible, massive Cisco ecosystem, and that is what Cisco Live is all about. That's why we're so glad that you're here. Here to get this great Thursday underway, I've got Heather Henderson-Thomas with me, Director of Cisco Live Americas, and Laura Simmons with me, Director of Global Content for Cisco Live. Good morning, my dear friends.
Good morning.
I look forward to this, and I know that's not a lip service thing. I like this because, first of all, I get the two of you and your energy in the room. And for everybody who's tuning in here for the first time, these are the ladies who make this happen. They and their teams create all of this for us and for all of you as well. So let's kind of start with well, first of all, okay, we have to toast up because we had
Yes.
Starbucks in our opening keynote.
We need it this morning after last night.
Amen. Oh, so let's talk about last night. I
Okay.
see you've got some little cutie things sitting here in front of you. So
These were the
did
fun.
we do something last night? Did I miss something?
We had a little gathering
Little
over at
party,
Allegiant
little
Stadium.
something,
It was
something.
really fun. I think the attendees had such a great
Oh.
time. There was so much just joy and energy in the building and a lot of fun. It was a great just moment to breathe and relax after this big week of content. And these hats, in case you're wondering, one of the things we do that's very unique to Cisco Live, and I think adds to our personality, is every year at the celebration, we give out a fun hat. And it's just a tradition, and it's I think it's something that the audience really looks forward to, and we enjoy doing.
And they're coveted, and we see them come back year after year after year, and people will wear multiples like stacked up on.
Yes. You'll see these at the airport tomorrow.
Yes,
We will indeed. Did you have a great time last night?
I did. It's just so wonderful to see everyone relaxing and dancing. They were dancing
all night.
Seriously. And by the way, I have to say, I don't know what's up with Maroon 5, but I remember them as being so much more chill and relaxed kind of rock. They went hard last night.
They absolutely did. And then followed up by the Chainsmokers, who I am their new biggest fan. I was so impressed with them. And they were got a chance to talk with them, and they were so excited for this audience and the people that they had met backstage. She's like, everybody's so nice. You guys are all excited to be here. I was like, yes, we are. So it was a really fun event, and it's fun to be in Allegiant Stadium just because how often do you get to be in this mega stadium with a intimate group of 20,000? But you could go everywhere, and you could experience this beautiful stadium, and it was just a great night.
And this is why you need to be at the conference.
Absolutely.
It's great to tune in, and we're grateful to have all of you with us from all over the world, but there's just nothing like being in the room, right, Laura?
Correct. There's nothing like it. I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the week, the connections, the people you meet waiting for the shuttle bus, the people you meet dancing next to
Absolutely.
it, the photos. You should just see all of the social media people having a blast. They're making connections. They'll continue that. They'll get together on LinkedIn, and it's a whole new opportunity to meet people and stay connected until they come back next year.
It is Thursday. It is not the ending point. It is the beginning point of these
Absolutely.
relationships. It's the kickoff. So let's set up what is going to happen today. Closing day of a conference, a lot of people are like, there's not much going on. I'm going to get on the plane. I'm going to fly home. You can't do that when you're at a Cisco Live, right?
No, I mean, it's a full day. The only thing not happening today is a keynote.
Right.
Everything else is all in the World of Solutions. It's in our technical content. We have a fabulous brunch here as soon as the World of Solutions opens. We're going all the way till 5 o'clock today.
Yeah, we've got hands-on labs, so people are coming in, they're still taking certification training, they're taking testing. We've got sessions all running, and the speakers are always, why do I have to be the 8 a.m. session on Thursday? But the people who come, they're so committed, they want to learn, they want to get new skills and take that home to their companies.
That is a powerful point, because a lot of people, I'm not going to say they're going to dog the final day, but they come out at 8 a.m. and they're thinking, why is it full? Why is everybody actually still here? It's because it's not just about having to do something. It is they want to get their hands on this particular content. I've always liked to say that the final day of an event almost is where the rubber meets the road. It shows who is committed and in the game all the way to the very last moment. And what we started to notice is C-suites, executives, leaders, they started to notice that. Who do I want to partner with? I want to partner with the people who take it all the way to the very end and care up until that last heartbeat. I noticed it yesterday out at DevNet, for example. I walked by and at 6:05, they couldn't get people out of the DevNet space.
Yes.
I think that speaks to a ton of what this conference does for people.
Well, and because connections have been made across the week, so today is the day where you finalize. What are the next steps? What are we going to do when we leave here and action and take on? And so you go, I've talked to several of our CAB members who say they walk through the World of Solutions and then they go through again today. And today's the day where they finalize things and have those conversations. And I think we said it before in one of our segments, the magic happens in the moments in between.
Yeah.
And that's what we're so proud of, because it goes beyond all the content and all the learning. It's those connections, and that's where the magic really happens.
So Laura, in your role as content lead is figuring out the stories that we're going to tell. How do we do what Heather just said? How do we get people not just to hear it, but to internalize it, personalize it, make it meaningful for them, and take action on what we talk about here at the event?
I think part of it is coming to the sessions, they're looking for the speakers. We talk to people who go through the session catalog and find the speakers that they want to see. They don't really care what the topic is necessarily. They want to hear from our leading Hall of Fame speakers. And then they go, they ask questions, they talk to their neighbor, they learn more, but also they know they're going to watch it on demand when they get home. So all of the sessions here are recorded. So the nice thing is, go through the World of Solutions, have that conversation, knowing that you can follow up and you can go back and replay and go deeper once you're in your office, and you can share that with your colleagues.
That is such an important point. Frequently when we're looking at what we're going to include in our sessions, whether they happen to be a partner session or they're a specific technology session or a panel discussion, is how much of it is on the personal side and the technical side. And I always tell people, don't worry. If they don't remember every single detail of the capability in the product, they can go back and rewatch and learn that. It's by being here, it's by paying attention, it's by making those phenomenal connections, networking, you get to know the speaker, their team, and that's what embeds you with the product and says, good, there's the relationship that I want to drive forward, right, Heather?
Absolutely. The relationships, I feel like, are the key to this week.
They really are. All right, so let's take a last moment to talk about specific highlights on a personal level. And it's really, really hard to do. And I'm going to force you to pick one moment this week that you think is going to stick with you in a unique way. I'm going to put you each on the spot. Either one of you can go first. But if you had to pick one moment where you feel like, that's what this event means to me, it's what it says. It's after a year of planning, where does it take you?
One moment?
Yeah.
You get to pick
Can you
one
do it?
that's just magical for you that you know you're going to remember, a photo that's in your phone right now, or somebody that you had a chance to meet.
I got it. When the doors open to WAS, that's magic for me, because all the hard work comes to life and you see the people flooding in. The first conversation I heard of two people passing by me was, it was really nice to meet you. I look forward to connecting with you later in the week. And I'm like, boom, that's
why
it.
we do what we do.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
I think for me, it's the speaker reception Sunday night. So we recognize our Hall of Fame speakers, but they're coming together. They haven't seen each other in a year. And these are the people who spent so long building the content. They're excited. They're excited to educate our customers and partners. And it's just like coming home. It's a room full of people who are excited to be here. That feels really good.
That is amazing. And I'm excited to be here with the two of you. Thank you for setting up the day. It's always such a joy to be with you. Everybody, we are going to, I'm going over here. Great. We are going to head out to center stage, talk about Agentic Ops in action, how we secure scalable campus and branch networks. We're going to send it out to Michael Dickman. We'll meet you right back here in the studio after. Here we go.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe, and together with Michael, we're going to talk about Agentic Ops in action. And as you've seen over Cisco Live this week, it's been an amazing week, packed full of announcements. And in the next 45 minutes, we have a jam-packed session for you to be able to share how we can be able to put this into practice. Now, as we go back, we've talked about with G2, we talked about it with Anurag, that the world of predictability for network operations is gone. You know, as network engineers, we lived for control over our traffic patterns, for connectivity, the change windows that we set. But as you know, this is all dramatically changed. And now we're managing agents, lateral attacks, machine speed, hybrid environments, distributed inference, and importantly, constant change. So what does this mean? It means that we need to have a network that's not just retrofitted for AI, but it is built for it from the start. So how do we do that? Right, we're going to do that by focusing on 3 core areas: operational simplicity, scalable devices, and security fused into the network itself. And this is going to give us a roadmap for how we're going to talk about the session today. So with that, as I mentioned, we have so much to cover, so let's just jump right into it. You know, operational simplicity, right? This is the prime space for Agentic Ops. Right? Agentic Ops, what does it mean for all of us? It means this is how we use AI agents and intelligence to work in the background alongside our human operators. Right? This is how we give our teams the scale. This is how we give them the control, the automation like they've never had before. Right? There's challenges, though, that we have to address. Our data is in silos. All right, we have new kinds of security threats that emerge, and we have models that are working alongside us that don't have that domain insights that we come to expect. And let's be honest, right? When we build agents, these digital teammates, they need to earn our trust to work alongside our human operations. And so we've talked about this week. The first thing I want to talk about is Cisco Cloud Control. I'm so excited about what we're bringing to bear with Cisco Cloud Control. This is going to be our one-stop shop for network management, right? This is where we bring together networking, security, observability, together with a unified assistant, AI canvas, and so much more, right? As you heard from DJ yesterday, we're also so excited to be able to bring as a platform to build native apps directly on top of it. One of those native apps that I want to introduce is Multi-Cloud Fabric. Right? Multi-Cloud Fabric, think of this as our consistent routing, security, and policy that allows you to span across your entire enterprise, right? From users in the branch to workloads in any cloud. Right? We're delivering this for you as a native service inside of Cisco Cloud Control so that you're not managing the virtual appliances or having to stitch things together. So we have a video for you to be able to show this in action. Let's go ahead and play that video.
A bank branch. A factory, a trading floor. Traffic across 2 clouds, a neo cloud, and users in thousands of sites. And now add AI agents. Enterprises didn't choose this. They evolved into a tangle, working against networks instead of with them until now. Cisco Multi-Cloud Fabric, not a connector. A Cisco-hosted fabric for connected clouds and sites. Inside Cisco Cloud Control as one unified experience. The difference isn't subtle, it's structural. We started where others couldn't, the sites. We built the fabric on top of every pipe you already use. Paths change, nodes change, fabric doesn't. Security baked in, not bolted on. Visibility sees every hop. Assurance makes sure performance is right. An agent catches what a human would have missed and fixes it before you ask. Every site, every cloud, every AI workload. One Cisco-hosted multi-cloud fabric.
All right, so multi-cloud fabric, right? This is an example of what we can deliver within Cisco Cloud Control, right? So for those of you making your first step into Agentic Ops, right, Cisco Cloud Control is going to be able to provide that level of simplicity. But Cisco Cloud Control alone can't support your teams if they don't have that CCI level knowledge that's been built in. Right? So when we think about bringing Agentic Ops, this isn't just about replacing operators. It's how do we provide the ability to offload our operational work that's both repetitive, time-consuming, and increasingly difficult to keep up with. So let's move into day 2, right? And when we think about day two operations, as we know as network operations teams, this is where real complexity lives. This is where it's real and where agentic ops can have a dramatic impact for your operations teams. We talk about this concept of an agentic loop, right? The agentic loop is flexible to adapt to each new event that comes in. You saw that firsthand on the keynote with Anurag this morning. New events bring in new dynamics, new back-end reasoning that needs different paths. And it has to be real. But it's not just enough to add our agents into the workflow. The system has to meet these 4 basic requirements, right? It needs to be proactive. It needs to be safe. It needs to be predictable. And it needs to be flexible so that we can be able to meet the different interaction models, the different workflows, the different levels of human involvement that you need on a per event basis. Right, this is where we bring our digital teammates to be able to see the problem, to understand why it's happening, to recommend the fix, and to validate the issue in a digital twin before we push it to production. So I want to now talk about one of the things that I'm so excited about. This is Cisco's agentic actions. The agentic loop, as we talked about, this is where work gets done. But agentic actions is where you will live, right? This is the mission control, where every agent decision becomes both visitable and governable, right? We know alerts many times get dismissed because as humans, the pace, the scale is just too high for us to be able to chase down in real time. But agentic actions, they help change that, right? This is where every decision is explainable, traceable, reviewable, and the actions are prioritized and organized based upon their impact, their competence, and risk. Right? This is how trust gets built in our system and how we can leverage these digital teammates to be able to extend our reach across our organization. So, when someone comes to us and says, you know what, I'm not letting AI without guardrails into my environment, we say, good, you shouldn't have to, right? Network actions allow us to be able to elevate based upon the level of trust that you give it and that is earned over time. Now, how does the agentic actions work, right? We talk about this loop to be able to sense, to reason, to act. We are so excited to continue to extend our capabilities within our experience metrics. Experience metrics really help tilt the notion of analysis, right? Traditional tools will give you inventory across your infrastructure, your device telemetry, and require the human to make the decision about what is the insight and what should I do about it. Experience metrics changes that on its head. It asks, is the user okay? Is the user being impacted across the network? And is there something I can do about it to resolve it? Right? This is providing granular, real-time user application experience monitoring that's both per user, per application, and per minute. Right, this runs on Cisco's application-aware traffic analysis that we already do in the products today that's available across all of our different Cisco devices across your network. And importantly, it also integrates ThousandEyes deeply, giving you that proactive visibility, and then also the ability to then extend that visibility of an experience outside of the 4 walls of your network. Because we know that experience doesn't end at the edge of your boundary. It traverses the internet and the applications. And all this together with the experience metrics gives us a signal to be able to know when to act. Now, I want you to pay attention here. Because when we talk about deep reasoning, and you saw here within the keynote this morning, this is one of the biggest differentiators. Right? So for known problems like a VLAN mismatch, the agentic action will provide a pre-built deterministic workflow that allows you to one-click solve the problem. But what about those novel issues that occur within your environment? What about those complex environments that arise? Right? This is then where the agent has the ability to enter into a deep reasoning mode to help you to diagnose and remediate the problem that's distilled based upon the 4 decades of Cisco's ability to not only identify problems in mission-critical networks, but know how to resolve them. And so Benson's going to come up in a minute from our product management team to show you some of these capabilities in action. But I want to leave with this point. Right? If you think about that agentic loop, even if you never let an agent take an action, the deep reasoning alone is massive value for you. Right? A diagnosis that used to take 2 to 3 hours now can be brought down to 2 to 5 minutes. And so I've shared a lot. I want to actually now turn it over to Benson from our product management team to show you some of these new innovations in action. So Benson, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. We're going to dive right into it. first we're taking a look here at experience metrics, which help us sense the health of your network. Now, like Joe said, experience metrics are all about user experience. Every single minute, behind the scenes, agents are continually monitoring thousands of individual client, device, and infrastructure telemetry data points. And they up-level it, letting you know if something requires your attention. Here, we're looking at the organization level or assurance overview. And so we see application data, wired and wireless connection data, connection, channel availability, coverage. You get the entire full end-to-end user experience, all on a single page. And not only that, you see it across all of your networks all at one time. In this case, though, it looks like our connections are pretty degraded across most of our sites. So we can start trying to figure out why. Now, I could dive deeper, but if you notice right above that, we also see our top incidents. These are the agentic actions for networking that Joe just talked about, pulled directly from the Action Center right here for us. In this case, we see that there's probably 2 incidents to be aware of. First, a rogue radius server that's driving some connection issues, and a switch AP VLAN problem. I'll go ahead and I can pull out the drawer for each of these items, and I can start resolving in place. And so from right here, we're sensing the problem. We're now diagnosing what the root cause might be, looking here at the briefing section, describing what the issue is, what the root cause is. And below that, we can jump right into remediation. The recommended action here is to quarantine that rogue server, working with the ICE integrations to really start affecting change. But my favorite part of this is actually right below it, the reasoning log. Think about this as the agent showing its work. It's the proof points. It's how the agent first discovered that there was a connection issue, then using deep reasoning, discovered this was a server that was at fault. And right above that gave us a great visual to understand exactly what it discovered. And if I wanted, I could apply that change right there. For right now, though, I'll close back out of it, and I will dive into one of our networks just to see this in a bit more detail. If you look at this, this is now each of our experience metrics, with including applications, by the way, which pulls from ThousandEyes and our on-device NBAR data. And we can see our connections just recently started degrading. Before we even click, I can see that authentication is driving most of those failures. Once I do click in, I'm presented with a great summary and that same embedded agentic action. Again, I can sense the problem, diagnose it, and remediate it right in place. And below that, our investigation table. Again, these are the proof points, the raw data to help you understand what the agent is telling you. I'll validate that this is a server problem by clicking on our server tab here, and that there's 2 servers now. One that's the 10.128 we just took a look at, which is the same one the rogue radius server called out, with over 99% of all of our failure contributions. And below it, likely our healthy server. In this case, I will go ahead and open that drawer again, and I'll start to apply that change. As I do that, notice that the reasoning log isn't static. In fact, it's dynamic. It's the agent continuing to show us the work that it's doing. First, we're quarantining that server, relying on our ICE integration, re-authenticating our clients now, and we can see that our connections are back up healthy again. And just like that, we've managed to identify an issue at the org level, drill deep, and resolve it in just a few clicks. If I remember correctly, though, there was also a VLAN issue I saw back at the org level, and I can get back to that by clicking here to view inside networking actions. From here, we again confirm that that's the rogue radius server I just saw present here in the kind of email inbox, and right above it, the switch AP VLAN issue. Again, the reasoning log showing the agent doing its work, identifying the SSIDs that were at fault and the VLANs that were missing there, and I can apply the change to get this back up and working again. And remarkably quickly, it confirmed that this is the right port, made those changes, and it's asking me, hey, did this resolve your issue? If it is, let's save that workflow and start applying it the next time we see a similar kind of problem. And so, once again, this is all about experience metrics working in collaboration with networking actions and all the agentic loops that we've built together. And I'll pass it back to you, Jim.
All right, Benson, stick around because we got one more demo for you. But as we think about driving change in our environment, the reality that we all face is that most often network disruptions are human-caused. They're human-caused because of a change that you thought had a benign effect, ultimately created a negative consequence. And so digital twins, right? Not a new concept, but a key one. And within Cisco Cloud Control, this will be organically integrated into the system so you can be able to make changes with confidence. Right? The digital twin emulates your production network, and that allows you to be able to propose change and be able to then understand through the test cases what will be the impact after that change is complete. And so what's important here to take away is that what the digital twin allows us to do is to be able to write in pencil so that we can confidently push with permanent markers. And so Benson, let's turn it back and actually see that digital twin in action.
Awesome. Now, unlike me, I'm sure you've all never made a simple config change that somehow took out the network. But just in case, we're starting here on Global Overview within Meraki Dashboard, natively integrated on Cisco Cloud Control. This is a great page to see not just your Meraki organizations, but all of your Catalyst centers as well. And Digital Twin is positioned right at this point. It is, in fact, a complete replica of all your production environments on iOS XE code, pulling configuration and topology straight from your production environments. Note that as I click on this, it doesn't look like a controller. It looks like a natural language interface, working with our AI assistant. The reason this is so powerful is that it can reason with you. For example, I'll ask it now to help me validate a change to do a security camera IoT network. You can see here in the prompt that it's a pretty complex change, multiple steps, multiple points. And as I asked the agent to take a look at it, it reasoned with me. It thought, hey, you're asking about security cameras. Do you want security policies? And of course, absolutely I do. So I'll ask it to keep going now, and you'll notice on the right-hand side our validation summary, which is automatically picking up on the right scope of changes, because of course it's directly integrated and directly pulling from our production environments. And I can confirm and view that topology right here. These are all the right devices. And I can even see the individual per device changes I'd like to make as well, for each of my core switches and my access switch here as well. This all looks good to me, so I'm going to ask now the agent to create a full test plan and scope for me. As it does this, note that it will do two things. First, network behavior validation. Did things connect well? Did things go? And functional. Did it do the things I wanted to do? And as it runs through that change, we can see that it's confirming both the pre-validation, what things looked like beforehand, running that change, and then what it looked like after. In this case, oh no, I've made a mistake again. It looks like things aren't quite working. Good thing is, again, with the AI assistant reasoning alongside me, it's actually proposing some changes. And I could go back and manually look at this, but I've got a lot of trust here. So I'm going to apply changes, and I'm going to hit revalidate. And one more time, it's going to do that whole flow for us, right? Pre-change validation, apply the fixes that we thought that we wanted to make, and then post-change validation right now, all inside a synthetic, sandboxed, safe environment. And so now we're done. There's a complete validation plan that's ready for us that I can export, I can download as a PDF or as a markdown, or I could choose to save it as a template or generate a script to apply this down the line as soon as we're ready and we've run through all these changes by our change advisory board. And so that's just how powerful the digital twin is. Back to you, Jeff.
Excellent. Thank you, Benson. So as we've seen, all these capabilities come together inside of Cisco Cloud Control. Right? So with Agentic Ops, the goal is to be able to provide these tools that really expand your operations to help move these complex IT workflows from manual investigation to agent-driven orchestration. And we also have the ability to then connect through spaces like Slack and WebEx and a CLI terminal to be able to allow these digital teammates to work alongside where your operations teams are working today. So Agentic Ops, it's human-led, it's agent-powered operations. But there's no real test than to be able to see this and to hear from customers who are running this in a mission-critical environment like all of you. And we're lucky with Cisco IT to really be customer zero of pushing the boundaries, not only the technology, but how to transform the way that operations work. And so with that, we're lucky to welcome to stage Chris from our Cisco IT organization to share more about his journey along the way. Chris, come on up.
Thanks for having me, Joe. As Joe mentioned, we've really embraced Agentic Ops. Didn't always start that way, but our job here at Cisco IT is to operate the network Cisco uses to get work done. We've got about 10,000 big boxes, routers, switches, wireless LAN controllers, firewalls, right? 300 buildings, about 120,000 people use the network every day. And we always look for opportunities to optimize. No one has ever come to us and said, hey, Chris, you have more time to do less and here's more money, right? It's always rising expectations, tighter budgets, and we just have to move faster. And we've done really well with traditional automation systems at getting value out of that and really optimizing our workload. But we had a big shift when we moved to Agentic Ops, where we found a new gear, honestly. And for us, it really allowed our agents to do things like with Cisco Cloud Control and AI Canvas. We can run a multi-step workflow where the agent itself is gathering information from Meraki Dashboard, Thousand Eyes, and Splunk, while our engineer is doing something else valuable with their time. Presents that information, an opinionated summary back to our engineer who can take a look at it, maybe collaborate with someone else on it, but ultimately offload that work to an agent and saves time, right? And gets them a better result faster. Another example that we're running right now, which is actually really cool, is we're using those ambient agents that the team has built in our Meraki dashboard. And those are providing some deep reasoning responses to alerts and alarms that we see on our Meraki dashboard, and they post them for us into a WebEx room that we can read. But we took it a step further. Now we have an IT agent that is responding to that WebEx room because the Meraki deep reasoning agent doesn't understand the IT systems. It doesn't know what's in our service management system or our problem management system or our planned work system or our agile system. So we can look into those systems with our agent, correlate it with the information provided by the ambient agent, and have an even better response. And we can decide things like that disruption at that location, that was planned work. We knew about that. We can ignore that one. And that one right there, that's a repeated thing that's happened 3 or 4 times, that deep reasoning is flagged, that doesn't have any correlation to our IT systems. We need to have someone look at that, and we'll focus on that. And for me, the big thing is the outcomes. There we go. Switch the outcome chat. For me, the big thing is the outcomes. We don't do this just because it's fun, although it is fun. Our planned work, if we think about that, has increased since we've adopted Agentic Ops. It's gone up to about 25% of what our run rate was before. We're delivering about 25% more agile features. We're doing double the work in Git that we used to do. And the one I'm the most excited about as an IT operator is our mean time to resolution. We track this, as most of you IT operators do. It runs at about a 7-day average for about, history, 12 to 15 months back. But with the shift to Agentic Ops in March, it's been holding it under 2 days. A 2-day MTTR is a fantastic time from a network operator. And so for us, we're all in. We're totally bought in. Our engineers enjoy their work more, and if we actually told them to limit token usage, they'd probably cry. But we're fully on board with Agentic Ops. Thank you, Joe.
Chris, I appreciate that. My goal is to keep happy engineers.
Thank you.
All right, so we've talked about how we simplify operations with Agentic Ops. But as we mentioned, none of this is without fusing security deep into the network and having the scalable devices ready for AI. And so with that, I'm excited to welcome to the stage Michael Dickman, my partner, to be able to drive through the rest of the strategy. Michael, come on up.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot. So agentic operations is all about that ease and simplicity of use, but we cannot ignore the security piece, right? Because we have machine speed, everything gets harder. And we think about the security tools we've all been using, they were designed more for a time, maybe more that 7-day mean time to resolution, right? Where it's like, okay, to take a little time, get things done, but the world has changed. Obviously, the attack surface much more dynamic. I'll show a statistic in a moment around these future threats active today, which is a little bit concerning, and it's already here. But I did want to spend a moment on this workloads are everywhere, right? Because what does that actually mean? So years ago, as you might recall, we had workloads shift from branch to data center, and then they went from the data center to the cloud, kind of operating in a hybrid mode. What's happened in the last couple of years is we've gone cloud to multi-cloud, including neo-clouds, a renaissance in the data center, as customers are reinvesting now to have enterprise AI workloads back in the data center as we've realized the cost of cloud, and now we have workloads coming back into the edge. Computer vision, edge inferencing. And so this is actually happening today. And so we really do need to think about what is this new way around approaching security that doesn't assume a cloud only, it doesn't even assume a centralized architecture in general, but really workloads very distributed. And so at Cisco, we believe, obviously, the network has a huge role to play with advanced security at every layer. Now, all of this must have that agentic ops model on top, right? Because this has to be actually workable and doable at scale. But the other piece you see at the bottom is around unified policy. So centralized policy definition. Who can access what? What does least privileged access actually mean, and how do we get that done? And then enforce that in a distributed manner. And we do this through 3 layers in the network. So the first layer around secure infrastructure is trust the physical devices. You have to have that trust of the device itself and the data communications going through that network. The second layer is around segmentation. Right? So we have to actually use segmentation as a way to structurally limit the blast radius and risk of our environment, and do that at scale without compromising the speed of business. And then the third layer at the top actually goes all the way and makes the network an enforcement layer, whether it's a hybrid mesh firewall or zero trust access. And one piece on hybrid mesh firewall that you might have heard this morning around Nexus in the data center that we're also bringing into campus is think about firewalling more like a service. Firewalling is a software service. It doesn't have to be a box. It doesn't have to be an appliance. Think about defining the rules of what can access and what shouldn't access, and then enforcing that as a software service even into the network itself. So let's double click into some of these layers. And I'll start with secure infrastructure. Two pieces I want to share here. The first is around post-quantum cryptography. And so this, quantum computers, this big threat that could happen someday, it is actually coming. And so this Q-Day, if you've ever heard that phrase, Cisco has actually built a universal quantum switch. There are a whole bunch of publicly traded quantum computing startups, and if you want to buy stock in this area, huge investment going here, and this is coming. And the threat is that all of the ciphers that we all use every day and everything in our entire networks and our infrastructure can actually be broken at some point in the future. Things that seemed unbreakable will be breakable. And so it's important to get ahead of that and not wait until these quantum computers are actually available in order to become quantum safe and quantum resistant. So things like secure boot. How do you know that the image that you have on your device is actually the correct image? How can I trust that signature? And so that is built in with software, but also now on all of our new devices with hardware. And so this is across routing, switching, wireless LAN controllers that we're introducing now with post-quantum cryptography around secure boot. And in case you missed it, at the beginning of the year, we actually have already introduced quantum safe around data in motion. And so this is, let's say you have layer 2 traffic with MACsec, you want to encrypt it for confidentiality. Layer 3 traffic with IPsec, you might have tunnels going over a wide area network or within a large site. You want to encrypt that. Can you trust that confidentiality? The key exchange, that has to be quantum safe. And we've actually been shipping that since the beginning of the year, both MACsec, IPsec, and now also WAN MACsec. And so it's really thinking about every layer. This isn't a checkbox. It's not like a quick change. It's make sure you have the right infrastructure, the right software, and all of this will be provided just as part of Cisco infrastructure as we move forward. So, we talked this morning and yesterday about this mythos moment, right? And there's a lot of fear around what will happen. Honestly, we don't know either what's going to happen. But we do see this likelihood and increase of vulnerabilities, and I'll show in a moment something that's already happened, which is actually a little bit worrisome. And so as these vulnerabilities come out, we need a different, more agile way of operating. And some of that is around how we do patching and upgrades. But some of that has to be around not having to do patching and upgrades to get ahead of these issues right away. And so this statistic, this comes from CISA, which is the cybersecurity agency in the US, based on actual vulnerability data. So what they do is they say, when was a CVE, a common vulnerability exploit, when did that happen, become published, and when was there an actual confirmed exploit? 4 to 5 years ago, that was 10 months on average. In 2026, it is 10 hours. So this has already happened. So we all kind of got to reflect on that for a moment, right? So if you think about what are your patching and upgrade cycles, some of you might be really fast, 3 months. Some of you might be 6 to 12 months, probably more normal. And now we see this time to exploit has gone at a speed that, frankly, that just doesn't cover. And so one of the ways that we're looking to help here is Live Protect. And we heard about Live Protect over time at some of the Cisco events. We saw a demonstration this morning in the data center. This is now coming generally available into the campus itself. And so I want to invite Benson up to give a demonstration of how easy this is to actually deploy Live Protect at scale across campus locations everywhere. And so Benson, can you show us how this looks?
Absolutely. Thanks, Michael. So I want to come back to the gap that Michael mentioned, right? Patching network infrastructure can take weeks or months, but exploitations can happen in hours or minutes, truly. So this is really where we can get started and figure out where Live Protect for Campus can help. We're starting here with security advisories on Rocky Dashboard, natively integrated on Cisco Cloud Control. From here, on the Advisories tab, we see all of the recent security advisories, and we can click and get some more detail about them, learning all about that particular advisory. But we also can look here to see our device column, which calls out for us, hey, do you have any devices which are impacted by this? Should you be concerned by it? If I click on this, you can see in this case, we do have a device impacted. It's our 9800, and the fixed software version is not yet available. This is a great time for our Live Protect shields to come into play. Now, a Live Protect shield is a targeted, cryptographically signed compensated control for a specific security vulnerability. The way it works is that the Live Protect agent is embedded on iOS XE, right? It's based on eBPF Tetragon runtime enforcement technology. All that means is that you get kernel-level visibility and mitigation close to where the exploit itself is happening. So these shields, they don't replace software upgrades or patching, but they're a great way to get protection while you plan on the right software upgrade. And so let's take a look at how that actually works out here. And by the way, all of these shields work on a live switch. No downtime, no reboot required. So for each of these, we can see that there's 6 of these advisories on here, and we have 6 shields available. 5 of them are already inside an enforcement state, and I can look down here to see, yes, a critical CVE with an available shield that we haven't yet monitored or enforced. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this here and deploy the available shield that we have. When I do this, I get the choice of either deploying into monitoring or into enforcement. And I'll, of course, deploy first into monitoring in order to get my NetOps and SecOps teams the visibility, evidence, and hit counts they need before we move into enforcement. Now, as I did that, notice that our friends backstage have helped me simulate an attack. And automatically on this dashboard, we now see a counter showing that there is, in fact, a monitoring hit. And so what I'll do now is I'll go ahead back over here, and I'll promote that existing shield into the enforcement state. Now it's in enforcement. Select, again, that same device we were looking at, and fully deploy it. And once again, our friends backstage have helped me out. There's that same shield now with an enforcement hit as well. And that's really just how easy it is, right? We stop the attack without stopping the network. And that's a security advantage of Cisco switching. You get faster responses, you get lower risk, you get no downtime, and you get all the audit-ready evidence you need for your security and compliance teams. Back to you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Benson. Always love the demos. I think there's 2 points I just really want to emphasize. One, the nature of that shield. He mentioned this eBPF technology. So that is below the firmware. That's actually in the kernel, which means it happens instantly live and doesn't require an upgrade. And then number 2, this is across the campus portfolio. So this will be in switching, in routing, in wireless, and this will be generally available within a couple of months. But stick around, Benson, because we have even one more. All right. So we've talked about trusting the infrastructure layer. So now let's talk about segmentation at scale. So how can you trust what's connecting to the network? Trick question, you cannot. And so what do you do, right, in this world where you know that something at some point or someone will be trying to get onto the network where they really shouldn't? And this is where the network has to be an active, intelligent part of that infrastructural approach. So this is, again, that fusing security into the network, a sensing and enforcement layer that's always present, an identity-based approach where the network is actually the first point of touch, right? And so that's how we find the identities when you kind of come on board. And then building an automatic segmentation, which limits the blast radius of any potential issue. But it doesn't stop there. Continuous inspection, and obviously automatic threat containment as well. And so that intelligence of the network can be very powerful. There is one piece that we really wanted to share today, because this is available and going GA in just a couple of months, which is around a unified Cisco fabric. And there was actually a quick demo yesterday, I believe, to show how easy it is to set up the fabric. And Benson will go into that in a little bit more detail. But I just want to spend one moment on what is this all about. So we've had fabrics in the data center for a long time. And why? Because when virtual machines came out, east-west traffic exploded, and you needed to have this idea of a fabric with easy segmentation so that you could have the combination of a very efficient network where anyone can reach anyone at any time with high performance and segmentation. And a fabric is what solves those 2 problems together: efficient network, segmentation, and security. Now, that has not generally been deployed in most campuses around the world. And one of the reasons is it can be hard, and Benson will show in just a moment that it can be very easy. But the other reason is that we haven't had quite as much of that east-west traffic. But when we look at what's happened with IoT already, and with the explosion of agents, and the change in the security environment, I think something that in the past that was a nice-to-have becomes a must-have. And so segmentation in the campus is essential. And so Benson, if you can show just kind of how easy we're making it to actually get that done.
Of course. So for the last demo we've got today, we're going to take a look first at the idea that that enterprises are evolving, right? They're getting more digital, more distributed, more dependent on the network. At the same time, enterprise networks themselves have evolved architecturally, but not operationally. And so we're taking a look today at how unified Cisco Fabric can help us out with that. One really good example for us to take a look at here is healthcare, where folks are expanding new clinics, they're connecting hospitals, they're modernizing patient apps, they're adding AI for imaging and diagnostics. And for the business, this needs to be one single experience. But for the IT teams, well, for one, there's often 2 IT teams, right? One managing campus, the other managing the data center environments. And for these two teams to collaborate, well, there's different tooling, there's different change windows, and so it's a lot of manual coordination. And so this is really the first big step that we're taking here in evolving network operations, a single page for both data center as well as campus, letting you create fabrics, connect them, and operate them all in a single view. We can, of course, click into one of our fabrics here and get a bit more detail. In this environment, we can see the underlay and overlay monitoring status, its topology view, and it's all the detail you might need. Of course, you can also visualize all of this in a topology view too. And then I'll flip over and see how easy it is to actually just create a brand new fabric. As we do this, let's go ahead and call this Batcave in the theme that we're going with here, and I'll connect it to one of our sites. When I do that, notice that when I click the underlay and overlay settings, everything here is pre-populated for me. That's not a demo special. In fact, this is how it will work in production. These are best practice settings that are driven by everything Cisco has learned by ourselves, passing that along to you guys. And so as I go through that, I can hit next, and you'll notice that even the topology has been pre-filled out for us based on best practices and everything that we have learned. And so creating new fabric is as easy as step 1 and 2, and hey, that's it. I can see the topology view that's been created here. I get all the underlay and overlay settings, and it really is that simple. The other thing I'd love to show is how you can connect fabrics together. So I'll pop back up into our actions here and create an inter-fabric connection. I'll first select our Wayne Tower environment with the security VRF, and I'll choose to do this with a secure interconnect, selecting this firewall for it. And I'll connect that over to our Gotham data center. This is how we ensure that everything and everyone get access to the same data and applications no matter where I'm at. As I do this, note that it's not just blind automation. In fact, it's validating every step along the way, ensuring that the fabric will work the way we might expect. And we can confirm all of it looking at the staging view here. I can even expand the topology and get all the detail, seeing each of our environments, how they all connect together in the firewall, and all the relevant details in the table down below. And so it really is just that simple. I can pass it back to yourself back now, Michael, and I can just see how easy it is now to, again, design, operate, and connect all your fabrics together.
Thank you. And if we could, he did 4 live demos in 40 minutes, so we can just appreciate Benson. I want to invite up one of my 2 best friends from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Brock Richards, who has done this in practice.
Thank you.
Hey, Brock, how are you?
Doing really well.
So first off, just tell us a little bit about Nutrien and yourself, the customer where you work.
Yeah, so Nutrien is a leading ag retailer and global potash producer. We operate in 14 countries across 3 different continents, and we have everything, what we like to say, from the mine to the field. So we have production potash operations up to a mile underground, and the expanse of some of those potash operations you can overlay on top of the metro of Las Vegas. Nitrogen operations, and phosphate, and those are the 3 main nutrients that any plant needs to grow. And we move that through our midstream operations, which is shipping and logistics, train, truck, or barge, into our production facilities as well. And then we take that to our retail. And retail is where we interface directly with the farmer, or we call the grower our customer, and help them to apply the right product at the right time in the most sustainable way to feed a growing planet.
It's incredible. So you have mines, distribution, manufacturing, corporate offices, and retail sites.
All of the above.
So tell us a little about, like, when you think about the network and security with these very different types of locations and types of aspects of your business, how does security in the network fit in?
So security needs to be fused into our network, and that's how we approach it. And we see it in 2 different ways. One is securing the network itself, the assets, the network devices, ensuring that they have the security policy, the posture, and consistently deployed across our network and set up for success so that we can implement the new controls that are coming and have been announced easily and effectively. And we're doing that by moving these devices into controller in a very fast way. And the second part of it is implementing the policy and access to our networks, controlling the devices that connect to our network and trying to do it in a very easy way. We want to ensure that we have the same policies no matter where the user is. If I go underground, I should be able to have a Teams meeting with my boss, or if I go visit a retail site, have the exact same experience, and that's what we're striving for. And,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So a moment ago, you saw Benson show, could you deploy a fabric from the cloud? And obviously, there's a controlled situation, but I think you actually tried it.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago, we took a brownfield site that was existing in Meraki dashboard and converted it to a fabric. We showed up at 7 o'clock, had a safety meeting and a briefing with the site about what we were going to do, and by lunchtime, we had a fully deployed fabric.
Look at that.
Moving each individual network up one at a time, just a few minutes of downtime per,
That's pretty cool.
per network. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Half a day for a fabric.
Yeah.
I love it.
And then we had pizza at lunch, reminiscing with the team, and we found some use cases where they needed some additional help with an IoT device, and we deployed an additional overlay while we were there.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. So, with all this extra time on your hands, no. But so we heard a lot about agentic ops yesterday and today in Cisco Cloud Control, and this is also, I think, something you've looked at in general. Obviously, you're trying things already like Cloud Managed Fabric, but there's so much more. Do you have a perspective on how that could fit into your world?
Yeah, so agentic ops, and in our environment, we think it's actually quite game-changing. Like the ability to look at our entire environment, and in the past, we moved things from controller into our environment to weed through the noise, and agentic ops really cuts through that directly and allows us to be much more effective. We're very excited.
That's so awesome. Brock, thank you so much for joining us and sharing. Really appreciate it. Brock. And the truth is, even some of us at Cisco were like, really, half a day? So it was, it was very exciting. So thanks. So we talked about agentic operations, fusing security into the network. None of this works without the right actual physical device and infrastructure. And as a longtime networking person, I will say it's fun to be back at a time when networking hardware is cool again. And so last year at Cisco Live, we introduced a huge swath of refresh across the portfolio, from switching to routing to wireless to the industrial portfolio, and that continues. And so I'm very excited today to announce a few of the newest members to the portfolio. We've got here, I won't be able to pick everything up, right? But we've got a new Wi-Fi 7 outdoor access point. So if you're looking at Wi-Fi 7 across your entire, your entire deployment, which does include outdoor environments, parking garages, et cetera, this now completes that with full Wi-Fi 7. This is one of my favorite ones because it's so small. This is the IR1000 Rugged Series router. And this is if you have a situation like some of our utilities or energy customers where you need enterprise class. You need enterprise class software, enterprise class security, enterprise class management. But it's a very unusual and difficult environment, and so it has to be rugged for that right form factor and fit. And then we also have the 8600 secure router, kind of a high end of our new routing line. And this can actually aggregate 15,000 branches into a single router at your head end. Again, that same iOS XE-based software and solution everywhere across the board. And so we're really privileged to have these. And last but certainly not least, 2 new models of the Cisco 9350 with multi-gigabit Ethernet and also fiber for some of those smaller aggregation scenarios. So very pleased to have those in the portfolio. But wait, there's more. Last year when we launched the Cisco 9350 on the access switching layer, we're super excited. It's a smart switch. It's quantum safe. It's got onboard resources, built with Silicon One. We did not have the big brother for the fixed campus core. And so I'm very excited today to announce the Cisco 9550 fixed core and aggregation switch. And of course, powered by Silicon One. And so this thing is a beast. Before I go through some of the specs though, probably it is just worth like a moment. Like why might you even need this kind of specs? I talked about that east-west traffic with IoT. We talked about the agentic traffic flows. And if you start to get into it, these agents, we talked about 24/7, that's true. They will form long-lived sessions. And then you will have extremely high traffic through a single long-lived session. Other agents will form very short, rapid-fire sessions. And so the network traffic is different. So this box comes with 8 times the routing scale of our previous generation, which is also a couple multiples of competitive alternatives. 400 gigabits uplink in the campus. And to date myself a little bit, I used to think going from 1 gig to 10 gig was kind of a big deal. And so now we're talking 400 gig in the campus. You can see some of the other specs here, 6.4 terabit switching capacity. But this is something that we will need in the campus that we haven't needed in the past. When you think about the life cycle and what's coming not only with agentic AI, IoT that's already here, but these possible futures of physical AI. We have some automotive customers going from a handful of lo-fi cameras for security to many, many cameras for computer vision to actually watch the line and do quality assessment live. And so this becomes essential in the new world. So we covered quite a lot in a short period of time. Agentic operations try to make everyone's lives simpler, fusing security into the network to make that trust level go up and make our whole lives safe in this new world. And last but certainly not least, the hardware to get it done. Thank you all so much for joining us and spending the time. Really appreciate it.
We know this week can be long. If you need a break from some of the breakout sessions, demos, networking, and all that walking, we've got you covered. Let's check out some of the best places to recharge, relax, and have a little fun. Across the show floor, lounges give attendees a chance to step away for a moment, connect with others, and experience a different side of Cisco Live. The Block Party, sponsored by Cisco Compute, brings the energy with an interactive Lego mural, live music, and plenty of opportunities to get involved. If you're feeling competitive, the Gaming Lounge is ready for you. With arcade games, skee-ball, my personal favorite, Connect 4, and a little friendly rivalry. Need an energy boost? Spend some time with Healing Hounds, sponsored by Splunk, or give your sneakers a fresh start at Clean Your Kicks. And when it's time to fully recharge, the Zen Oasis, sponsored by Computer Center, offers a calming escape complete with a juice bar and massage chairs. Whether you're gaming, relaxing, grabbing a cup of coffee, or playing with a furry friend, we've got a lounge with your name on it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've earned a trip to the massage chair.
Thank you so much, Michelle. We appreciate it. Yeah, we need these breaks here on the show floor. There's just so much content, so much information, so much technology to learn, to take in. We got to go somewhere to relax and to network and chill and hang out with our friends. And thank you, Michelle, for touring us around all of those fantastic spaces. Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio here in the heart of the world of solutions. We are just about 200 feet or so from center stage, where we just wrapped a fantastic session on agentic ops and how they are being used to create secure, scalable campus and branch networks. We just heard from Michael Dickman, our Senior VP and GM of Campus Networking, plus Joe Vaccaro, our Senior VP and GM of Platform and Thousand Eyes. They were joined by Chris Groves, Director of IT Networks, Benson Lau, our leader on the product management side, and then we had a special guest, Brock Richards, Global Architect with Nutrien. When we look at AI-driven traffic patterns and distributed workloads, they are creating all of these challenges to traditional campus and branch network management. Agentic Ops is what then steps in and helps you move from static automation to autonomous agent-based operations that can proactively identify your anomalies, that can enforce your security policies and do it in real time, that can reduce your operational overhead. Always so much value coming to us out of center stage. I'm Steve Moulter. We are just about 1 hour from opening the doors here to World of Solutions at our traditional closing Thursday morning brunch, served right out here on the World of Solutions show floor. Food everywhere and coffee and great conversation, more opportunities to network here throughout the day among the learning. All of our partners, our exhibitors, great sessions, great demos everywhere you turn, and that goes right up till floor close here at 2 o'clock and event close at 5 o'clock this afternoon Pacific time here in Las Vegas. We want you to be a part of it. Keep an eye out for your next regional Cisco Live. Make it a point to be here with us in this space. All these reasons to justify the budget, the ability to come and join us at our next Cisco Live near you. The value here at Mandalay Bay, nonstop. We are going to jump straight back over to center stage, where secure AI-powered collaboration is fusing zero trust into every single one of your interactions. We've got Amit Bharava, our VP GM of WebEx Suite for AI in our collaboration business unit, and then we've got Mayada Abdulrahman, our Director of Product Management. When you look at distributed work, AI-generated threats, the reality is they are outpacing our traditional security perimeters. You know this. We all know this. WebEx fuses security directly into its core fabric. We are enforcing zero trust to preemptively protect against evolving risks and helping you deliver more consistent, resilient user experiences across every single device, every single individual, every location across your entire organization. We're about to head out into center stage. Remember to keep reaching out to us using hashtag Cisco Live on your social media platform of choice. Enjoy center stage. We'll meet you right back here on the other side.
Welcome. Thank you for joining me here. All we've been hearing about is agentic AI and foundation models. These foundation models and the agentic AI is actually a massive, massive unlock for unified communications. And I'm literally going to repeat what I said yesterday because it seemed to resonate with people. But go back to the times before LLMs and the agentic AI. Going to meetings was a bit like going to Vegas. Whatever happened in the meetings stayed in the meetings most of the time. But that's not the case anymore. Every single conversation that we go to, whether it's a call or a meeting, we can go to the conversation with all the right context, very rich context that we need. And then every single interaction keeps adding to that context and makes the next one smarter or better. And while that's happening, you have all these AI agents taking notes, sensing what's going on, taking action items, and even performing many of those action items. Take a pause. While all of this is happening, all the conversations are about some really sensitive information, oftentimes about intellectual property. And all of that is getting sent to God knows how many AI models, God knows how many AI agents, and with what level of autonomy. It's almost irresponsible to not think about whether or not your architecture underneath is designed for trust. And this is the flywheel of collaboration, or the way we look at it, connected intelligence, context, conversations, automations, backed by the trust architecture. And this is how conversations are actually becoming the driving force or engine of work. We've spent so much time doing work about work that doesn't need to happen anymore. And it all boils down to how effective are your interactions. Talking about how effective your interactions are, let's take a step back to see just how many interactions do we have in any given day. If you looked at our platform, and if you looked at all the calls, all the meetings, vidcasts, Slido polls, all kinds of engagement that happens, there's 10 billion plus minutes of interactions that we're supporting on the platform. Now you can step back and think just how much work that could potentially get accomplished if that conversation was a bit like autocomplete. If WebEx functions as autocomplete for meetings or autocomplete for work, imagine the kind of productivity gains everybody will get. And that's exactly what WebEx Suite is now doing. The interactions that I talked about and the security concerns I talked about form the two foundational pillars for our strategy. Because how many ever interactions you have and the context you have, if you aren't conscious about the models you're using, the AI agents' behavioral checks and balances, you're probably going to have so many unwanted outcomes that you probably spend twice as much time than actual doing the work on damage control than actually doing the work. And the last limitation that most of the customers face is, where is all this goodness available to us? Because the staple answer is cloud. There's so many mission-critical and high-trust environments that do not need to be locked out of the AI innovations. And that's why we focus on the flexible deployments or deployment flexibility as our third product pillar. I'm going to break down things into each one of these pillars, and the focus is going to be why security matters and what we do about it. But let's spend some time about what can intelligent interactions and connected intelligence make possible for us. So starting last year, October of last year, we announced a bunch of agents at WebEx One. A lot of them are pretty close to getting shipped. There's the note taker, there's a polling agent, task agent, AI receptionist is GA. My favorite, the translator agent, which is the real-time speech-to-speech translation. And there's one we announced yesterday that's about the prep, the meeting or call prep agent. All of these agents are only as good as the context we feed them. And when you think of a communications or a collab platform, yes, we have access to all of the messages, all of the call recordings, meeting summaries, and what have you. What good is it if we do not understand how it ties into so many of the documents you're creating, so many of the workflow applications that get derived out of the work that happened in the conversation? And this is where the ecosystem of integrations or AI integrations takes a central place. I'll talk about all the different ecosystem integrations we have, but I want to focus on the 3 new ones that I want to announce. And this is yet getting tailored towards the emerging work surfaces. Increasingly, we all see how much time do we spend in Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT. And increasingly, you will see this show up in the workplace where you have a codex-like interface that is doing a bunch of your tasks, and you're also managing your communications and all the context. So bi-directional integration between the two has been a real key, and we're pleased to announce Gemini, Claude, and Amazon Q. And that rounds out what looks like a complete or a full circle comprehensive agentic integration ecosystem that we have here. And I'm actually going to walk through this piece by piece because every single slice of it is relevant to how we do work on a day-to-day basis. Very first is the collaboration agents, all the agents that I talked about that WebEx has built, and then everything around it. Let's start with the productivity tools ecosystem. So your Microsoft Office, your Google Workplace, bi-directional integration. Let's talk about enterprise search, because you have so many different kinds of tools and documents. Glean, Amazon Q, enterprise search taken care of. Look at the workflow applications on the other side, whether it's Jira, whether it's Amazon Quick that opens 100 or 200 different connectors into workflow applications. And then the foundation models themselves, whether it's OpenAI or ChatGPT, Claude, or Amazon or AWS Bedrock. AWS Bedrock is particularly interesting because it abstracts away just about every new model that is coming up. And I can't name the name of the customer, but let's think about that customer as a Silicon Valley tech giant. They obviously have sensitivities about what foundational models they want to use. Do they want to use their own? And our flexible or federated architecture meant we were able to get them going in less than 6 weeks. And then the last 2 points about this, because everything I talked about was the AI integration ecosystem, agentic ecosystem, but what's guarding all of those integrations? Does it have the identity protection, the deepfake protection, the AI governance protection? And that's what you see in our integrations with GetReal. I just realized that I never went to the next slide, or I tried and it didn't go there. Sorry about that, but you'll be able to see the slice I was talking about. Hello, thank you. I'll give it half a second for you to digest the slide as I was going through it. But as I talked about all of these integrations, it's the Pindrop, GetReal, and Theta Lake integrations that is providing the security backbone that we need for our connected intelligence product. I went a lot more in detail in terms of...
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
The clicker is not cooperating with me today, I'm sorry. But I'm going to go to a video that shows how all of this comes together.
Let's get them on the line now. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
The best people spend their time on the work around each meeting. Scheduling, summarizing, translating, chasing. WebEx Suite agents handle all that while the meeting happens, so the meeting can just be a meeting. The meeting prep agent makes sure everyone has all the right docs, chats, and context before the meeting begins, so they're ready to focus on the big questions. As you meet, the AI agent transcribes, takes notes, and tracks action items in real time, so you don't have to. If people speak different languages, nothing gets lost in translation. The translator agent works in real time, capturing not just the words, but the tone, emotion, and nuance.
Il faut un moment fort. Football sponsorship doesn't just put our name in front of people. It says, we belong here.
I hear you on the story. It's a good one. But I think we have to talk about what the brand is saying.
Not everyone will agree. That's when the polling agent reads the room, detects it, and suggests a quick poll. When it's time to wrap, the scheduler agent looks at everyone's calendars, finds the best meeting times, and makes it easy to lock one in. And after the meeting, the task agent gathers, assigns, and tracks action items for everyone on the call and helps you complete them. That's the power of WebEx Suite Agents. The AI takes care of the work around the meeting so your people can focus on the meeting. This is work in the era of connected intelligence.
What do you think? Well, that video might have made it look like it's so meetings or messaging centric. But the real cool thing here is how calling goes to the next level. It's not your good old dial tone anymore. Every single call will have the note taker agent in there. It'll have the translator agent in there so that you can speak in your language and the other person can speak in his or hers. And then you'd have all the summaries that you can take and transfer to wherever you need. Of course, some of these are going to be monetized or paid for, but they do bring you that much value. But I'm going to go to the one that I'm most excited about for the next gen calling, is think about enabling every single phone number with a voice AI agent. Even your voicemail could be a voice AI agent. And what we've done is we've taken the contact center AI agent platform and the studio, extended it into WebEx Suite, so you can build low-code, no-code agents just within minutes and deploy them with your WebEx calling phone numbers. You would have seen in the animation, I'm not going to speak to that animation because we're going to do a live demo for it, and for which, please welcome Mayada Abdulrahman. Mayada.
Thank you.
Malyosh.
Thanks, Amit. Every day, thousands of customers call the store ready to buy. These customers are not just researching or browsing, they're ready to make a purchase. And yet, many of these customers end up walking away. Today, this experience is often broken. Many retail stores still depend on disconnected systems, siloed inventory, and store associates that are too busy serving customers on the floor. The end result, bad experience for the customers and missed sales opportunity for the business. With the WebEx AI Agent Studio, our aim is to transform every inbound call from a missed opportunity into an intelligent revenue channel. Now, let me walk you through it. Meet John. John is the store manager for an electronics store. Let's call it Acme Electronics. John wants to make sure that every customer call gets answered, even during busy store hours. Instead of reaching out to IT, John will leverage the AI Agent Studio to build and deploy an agent for the store, a conversational agent for the store, in just a few minutes. The AI Agent Studio provides a simple low-code, no-code platform that enables business owners to build and deploy multimodal agents leveraging 3 different workflows. The first workflow is to leverage a set of pre-configured agents that you see right here. Those are pre-built and customized for known use cases. This provides instant productivity and minimal development. If you'd like to have more control, you can start from scratch, where you will be provided with the same simple workflow, however, providing a high level of customization for every aspect of the agent. Or you can leverage this conversational builder, where you will be chatting with an agent to build an agent. So let me walk you through that workflow. I'm going to start with a simple prompt here. Create a retail store agent for Acme Electronics in San Jose. With that one simple prompt, this agentic builder is able to create the agent, provide it with identity, connect it to the store website, inventory system, and organization profile. So now your agent knows everything about the store, from the store locations, hours, product availability, escalation rules, and much more. The next step is to provide the modalities by which you want your agent to interact. Voice is chosen by default. You can also choose digital, and soon you'll be able to build video agents for your business. The next step, this agentic builder will recommend a name for your agent, which you can use as is or edit it in the same UI. It will also recommend a greeting message, which you can also use as is or change it before continuing. It's intelligent enough to connect to some knowledge bases that are relevant for this specific use case and recommend others that would be helpful for the agent to know for this specific purpose. It will also connect and add some actions to the agent that are required for the agent to perform the objective of this use case, and it will recommend others. So I will choose to add look up purchase inventory, create a repair ticket, and check payment status. Now, the last step is to connect it to a phone number, which you can do now or later after you test your agent. And with that, our agent is ready. This is not just a chatbot builder. This is an agent-based conversational builder that enables business users to build and deploy multimodal agents, leveraging organization systems and third-party interactions. You've heard Amit talk about the connected intelligence. This agent is empowered with long-term memory, so it's able to remember something that the customer has explicitly shared in a previous conversation, and that's when the WebEx platform advantage comes into play. The WebEx's data plane can query conversations from internal interactions and contact center conversations to provide richer context for the agent for enhanced operational agentic intelligence. This makes the experience more personal, continuous, and useful. Now let's see what happens when the customer calls the store.
Hi, thanks for calling Acme Electronics in San Jose. I can help with store hours, directions, product availability, and common questions. How can I help?
I would like to make an order for Nintendo Switch.
Got it. Based on your phone number, I found a profile. Can you confirm your first and last name?
Mayada Abdelrahman.
Thanks, Maeda. Let me quickly verify your profile, then I'll check Nintendo Switch options and availability. The Nintendo Switch 2 is in stock at our Palo Alto store for $449. I can have it ready tomorrow at 2 p.m. Would that work?
Yes, that works.
Your reservation is confirmed, and a confirmation will be sent. In our previous conversations, you mentioned this is a birthday gift for your daughter. I think a carrying case for Nintendo Switch 2 would be a great addition. Would you like me to add that?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Awesome. I'll add that case to your pickup order now. Perfect. That's added. A confirmation will be sent to you. Is there anything else I can help with?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks for calling Acme Electronics. Have a good rest of your day.
What happened behind the scenes is that as a customer, I would receive a text message with a pickup order, order confirmation and pickup details. And the store manager will get a detailed call summary of the customer agent interaction so they know who's coming into the store, what they bought, why they're buying it, and what complementary products that could be relevant. Now, the store associate is not reactive, they're prepared. After the call, the value continues. The store manager has access to a comprehensive suite of observability dashboards where they will be able to manage and monitor agent performance, accuracy, and security. They will also have access to extensive views of customer agent interactions where they'll be able to have custom metrics to be able to have rapid issue resolution. With the WebEx AI Agent Studio, and let me show you the observability dashboards first. Yes, right here. So you have this whole broad set of dashboards of all the interactions, everything about the AI quality, hallucination rates, accuracy, security, everything that the store manager needs in order to be able to manage and monitor the agent and interactions. With the WebEx AI Agent Studio, every missed call becomes an answered call, every conversation becomes context, and every customer interaction becomes an opportunity for business growth. And with that, I'll hand it over to Amit.
Mayada, please stay. That was fantastic because we saw everything in action. The rich context, remembering your profile, a really smart interaction, and then all the automation that we need. But I wanted to call out the attention to a couple of things. One, you almost had an agent building an agent and deploying it.
Yes.
And you don't have to look beyond WebEx calling, because if you have a WebEx calling number, you have agents that will build agents for you.
Exactly.
And then the second bit, the follow-up was in the WebEx space itself. So you don't have to WebEx space itself.
Yes, exactly.
Really impressive, Mayada.
Thank you so much.
Great work to you and your team.
Thank you.
The number of use cases this unlocks. Yes, you have the contact center and the contact center agent, very sophisticated, calibrated, but the regular use cases of your front desk, of your kiosk, your receptionist, helplines. We would have loved to have a helpline for Cisco Live just like that. And actually, Mayada's agent can turn it up, maybe in the next couple of hours. This is all possible just with WebEx calling. You don't need to be looking elsewhere to see, can you get AI agent or voice AI automation from another vendor? Couple of things I wanted to draw the attention to in terms of the quality of our AI implementation. Everything that we talked about, the big question with AI is the gap between pilot to production. People are spinning up pilots, but then is it really cutting it for you to feel comfortable sending it into the production? And two things get in the way. First is the actual quality itself, and we feel really good about it because in the last 11 months, our AI adoption or AI assistant adoption has gone 9x. That's 9x in 11 months. And that's what's given us the confidence to bring things like the voice AI agent or translator that will be sold through a premium AI offer starting a couple of months. And the second bit that has been the hurdle in terms of going from production or pilot to production is the trust deficit. And this is where the second most important pillar, the securing every interaction pillar, comes into picture. The moment we talk about AI and security, I'm pretty sure every single word in the word cloud has been a part of your conversation somewhere in the last week or two, right? There's the model attacks, then there's the identity attacks, then there's the infrastructure level attacks, and all of those can create a very, very complicated picture for people to piece together. And this is why it's always a prudent choice or pragmatic choice to go with an AI agent platform that brings the security, observability, manageability built into its own stack, as opposed to go to 9 different vendors who would see different pieces of the puzzle and try to secure the interactions from there. And that is by far going to be the most significant or compelling differentiation the WebEx platform is going to offer to the customers. I'm going to go through 4 significant, not just announcements. These capabilities have gone GA during the last month or two. The very first concern is anyone that you don't need to be in the interaction somehow getting into the interaction, and that's spam. And spam detection and spam protection, we've launched the integration with Mutare, and then there's a couple of more coming soon. Then comes the deepfake. You made it into the meeting, and are you for real? Are you the person who you claim to be? And that's deepfake detection integration with Pindrop. Pindrop's gone GA for meetings and calling coming soon, but there's another platform we are working with called Get Real. Our strategy there is our customers should have the choice to bring the best of breed deepfake detection because that's a very, very specialized domain. Even though we have our own investment there, we'll always continue to expand that integration ecosystem. The third one is the Compliance Hub. Compliance 2 years ago was just about capturing all your recordings, your messages, and is there anything violating the policies. With the advent of AI-generated content and the contextual interactions, the governance is now a different level of a problem. And this is why we've partnered with Theta Lake to provide a comprehensive AI governance across the WebEx platform through WebEx Compliance Hub. And then the last significant enhancement I want to talk about is our enhanced zero trust security. Zero trust is where we actually do not trust any piece of the puzzle when a meeting or a conversation is coming together. We've all heard about the end-to-end encrypted meetings, which we really can never use. Because if you go there, you cannot chat, you cannot record, you cannot whiteboard. Half the things you need to, not possible. That's the first breakthrough we've had. The end-to-end or enhanced end-to-end encrypted meetings where you can do all of these things that are critical to a productive interaction. And then the second bit is zero trust. Every other technology, and I say that with a disclaimer, someone could build that technology as we are speaking, known technology, does the end-to-end encryption, even the enhanced one, by generated keys that are distributed across participants. Ours is the only platform that gets participant-generated keys. Now, this is a lot of geek talk, but what this means is you really don't have to trust the vendor to be owning and being guarding or being the guardian of the security keys, encryption keys. Every single participant is generating his or her own, and there's no man in the middle possible. When you talk about high trust interactions, eliminating the man in the middle is a really, really big breakthrough. These are kind of things that regularly we would not pay attention to unless there is a breach. And that's when we go to the insurance. And that's where the WebEx security umbrella will shine. Now, these are things that WebEx itself has done, but we stand on the shoulders of Cisco platform as WebEx, or as Snorre likes to say. Right? When you think about that, our AI agents and AI interactions with the models are guarded by AI defense. We've got the sophisticated AI guardrails and governance controls in the AI defense product itself and in our control hub that is available through Cisco Cloud Control. And lastly, the cloud control itself brings us into something very, very interesting, that is agentic ops via the AI canvas. So what used to be a limited troubleshooting based on the WebEx domain data, where was the packet loss, where was the jitter experience, and so forth, we're now readily able to connect that with the network topology data. That with the immediate security topology data, if there were runtime configurations changed because of a security threat or an incident. All of those things are pieced together within minutes as opposed to days, and that gives the full agentic AI troubleshooting capability to WebEx on a platform level, whether it's unified communications or even the contact center. And then the last bit, speaking of contact center, I cannot not talk about our AI Agent 360. Everything that Mayada showed, right? There are 1,500 startups that will come in and say, yes, we can build these AI agents and we can deploy those in a jiffy as well. What's the difference between them and us? The difference is the AI Agent 360 harness that is bringing around the Galileo and Asterix observability, the AI defense guardrails, and the full agent monitoring lifecycle through red teaming of prompts and bringing the evaluation confidence to every agent that gets deployed. And that is the full stack security you get through WebEx Suite and the Cisco platform. So the last bit, I'm going to go to something that can almost be seen as the second side of the coin when we talk about security, that is deployment flexibility. We don't want the flexibility for the sake of it. It's because oftentimes customers operate in mission-critical and high-trust environments that you cannot be connecting to cloud into. There are highly sensitive environments like the federal environment. There are environments where you want it completely air-gapped, and that's where my last two announcements are. I'm going to just go to the two interesting announcements we have. First is the AI assistant for government. So anyone working with the federal government sector, it is a high bar to get all of the AI capabilities audited and certified to operate in that environment is a step function improvement in the capabilities in that sector. And then the second one, going a step further, is the air gap. Air gap shouldn't be blocked away from AI. You can think of our Cisco AI pods for collaboration as really AI for air gap. And we are already introducing the real-time closed captioning capabilities already available. And there's a bunch of those that you see on the slide that are coming very, very soon. What that means is you could be a 3-letter agency you could still be functioning as efficiently, getting the same productivity benefits that everybody else is gaining. And that, to round out, is the WebEx suite delivering a secure, intelligent collaboration just about everywhere. Thank you for watching. Please visit the demo booths and check out all these demos.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We are so glad to have you with us here on the live stream, where we just heard about secure AI-powered collaboration and all the different ways that we are fusing zero trust into every single interaction. We just heard from Amit Barav and Mayada Abdulrahman. Security really is such a core element of the WebEx fabric. We are preemptively protecting you against evolving risks. We're giving you that consistent, resilient user experience that you expect, that you demand across every single device and deployment in your organization. Another excellent center stage session. We are just 30 minutes away from opening the show floor here at the World of Solutions, kickoff to our Thursday morning brunch here on the show floor. They're rolling all the food out right now. Right now, though, we're going to keep the WebEx conversation going. Lauren White is out in the showcase at Future-Proofed Workplaces for a deep dive into our WebEx suite. Good morning, my wonderful friend.
Thank you so much, Steve. Good morning to you and everyone. I am so happy to be here with Hannah Thompson, product leader of our Cisco WebEx suites. Hannah, I feel like this whole conference, the theme has been agentic, AI. What are we doing in that space and empowering the workforce? How does that apply to the way that we're like empowering our meetings, and so we're not just sitting in them anymore?
Well, it's funny because even at this conference, you can't even get through a presentation within the first 30 seconds without AI, agentic, like you said. But what we are doing at Cisco is we're actually introducing AI and how it can actually give you these practical workflows and help you, not just adding AI to add AI, right? And we're doing that. One way we're doing that is with these AI agents. So I'm going to walk you through what a typical workflow would look like for anybody like you and me throughout the day.
Awesome, awesome. Can't wait because I use WebEx all the time, so.
Amazing. So as we can see here, we have our WebEx app up. So what we're going to do is we're going to first focus on our AI note taker agent. This is fantastic. We've been using it today and this entire conference, even for these whisper suites, because what this does is it actually takes notes while you're in an in-person meeting, right? How many times have we been in an in-person meeting and we're struggling to take notes and we can't really focus on the people right by us because we're focused on taking notes and not on the important aspect of the in-person meeting.
Or you miss that one word and you're like, oh, what was it that they said? It's like,
exactly.
That is so tough. Or you expect your business partner to be taking some notes. They're like, I also didn't get it. So
you were taking notes? I was supposed to take that.
Yes.
Exactly. So you can see here, we just start that AI note taker here, and we can see that that transcript comes up instantly. And when you're done with your meeting, all you do is press stop. And you can see within the WebEx app here, we have the rollout plan brainstorm, we have the notes with key takeaways, action items, which actually leads us to our next agent, which is our scheduler agent. So it recognizes from that conversation that, hey, we need to schedule a follow-up meeting to talk about Project Nova in this case. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the AI assistant, and you can see here with the scheduler agent, it's saying, hey, rollout plan follow-up. Here's the agenda. Now, maybe I want to add a few people to this meeting. I can go ahead and add these two folks here to that meeting, and I'm going to press send. And then instantly it's going to update that and give me the flow and say, does everything look great? And of course it does, because it's WebEx. And we're going to go ahead and schedule that. So right then and there, instead of saying, hey, you follow up, you schedule that follow-up meeting, we're able to do it like that.
So these agents are interacting.
Exactly.
So they're not just doing their own thing, they actually communicate with one another just like a person would.
Exactly, and that's that idea of connected intelligence within the workflow.
I love that.
So now what we're going to do is we just scheduled that follow-up meeting. So now we have to prep. But how are we supposed to prep when we're in back-to-back meetings all day, every day? Well, we have something called the prep agent. Ooh. So what we're going to do is, you can see over here, it says AI prep. So after my 5th cup of coffee, they throw on a generic meeting for me to attend.
No body, nothing in the body.
No agenda.
No agenda at all. You're like, what?
So I can finally say, hey, I'm gonna go over to this AI prep agent, and it says topic summary, key people involved, my preparation, and even sources in case I need to get documents or anything like that for this meeting.
Wow, I love it.
So we are good to go, and I can enter that meeting. Let's go ahead and join once again. So now we are in that meeting. Once again, just to recap, we entered this all with the AI note taker, that talked to that meeting scheduler, and now we had the prep agent. Now we're in the meeting itself.
Yes.
So while we're in the meeting, maybe we're discussing something that needs a decision. We need to make a decision. You can see here, do you want to create a poll to choose between these options? Now we're introducing something called the polling agent. And this is for when teams need to make quick decisions, but don't want to take the time to open up the Slido poll, say, hey, let's add all of these options. It will actually recognize that from the transcript. So you can see it automatically generated this poll here.
Wow, this is amazing. And I know I'm excited about everything you just showed. By the way, guys, it is Hannah's birthday, so she just did a Rockstar demo on her Rockstar birthday. I can't wait for this to roll out to us. I am gonna, in the second here, try to get your information to see if I can get early access. And in the meantime, we are going to kick it back over to the studio over there with you, Steve. Hopefully you were seeing that back here. This is some cool stuff.
Thank you, my dear friend. Such cool stuff. And Hannah, fantastic. Such a great job. And this is really good indicator. It's what I was talking to Heather and Laura about at the beginning, the people who bring it right up until the last minute of the last day. And boy, Hannah Thompson is just living proof of that fantastic WebEx Suite demo. We're going to think all the way back to the opening day one keynote with Chuck and G2. Let's check out a couple of the highlights together.
The key lesson of the internet revolution, that the network is truly more powerful than the node. And collectively, I believe we are truly going to deliver the critical infrastructure for the AI era. Between Cisco and you, we're at the center of this. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Brian Niccol, the CEO of Starbucks.
The way we've thought about a lot of the AI technologies, how do we use it to make Starbucks a better Starbucks?
We're moving from this era of chatbots that intelligently answered questions for us to agents that are like digital coworkers that are going to conduct tasks and jobs for us almost fully autonomously. The Cisco 9550, this is the most powerful core switch we've ever created. A few weeks ago, we made an announcement that we're going to have an intent to acquire a company called Astrix. And Astrix is a pioneer and invented non-human identity. We also acquired a company recently called Galileo. And so I'm here to tell you that Cisco Cloud Control is now a reality. Cloud Control basically is, at its core, simplicity without losing the sophistication of Cisco.
So this is Cisco Cloud Control. Now, if you've used ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, this should instantly look very familiar to you.
We are deploying agents. We are deploying agents to make sure that we address complex workflows inside of AMD.
We've had a completely reimagined security stack for Agentic AI. We've actually built the world's most advanced and open platform for collaboration. And we're building Cisco Data Fabric powered by Splunk. And today, we're fully revolutionizing operations with Cisco Cloud Control. Thank you all for being here. We love you.
Yeah, there it is. The notes that come off that stage, the quotes that we hear from G2, from Chuck, from our special guest, CEO of Starbucks, seriously. These are the things that guide everything that takes place here within the world of solutions. The phenomenal conversations, what we hear out in our center stage sessions, all of the great content you get from the demos, from the SMEs, everything across the incredible Cisco showcase. It all begins at those keynotes. Such fantastic capability. Right now, we're going to go into a keynote deep dive. We're going to look at security and agentic scale, how we are protecting the network when attackers, along with your apps, are both running on AI, because this creates a lot of critical challenges, right? Peter Bailey is with us, Senior VP and GM of Security, along with John Morgan, our Senior VP and GM of Splunk Security Products. We've got Tom Gillis with us, Senior VP, GM of our Infrastructure and Security Group. A couple of great guests with us, Derek Shaw, CIO of HB Fuller, and Gabe Monroy, our CTO of Workday. Today's leaders, meaning all of you, you are racing to deploy AI agents. It's coming up so quick, and you want to get those agents into your organization, but it's got to be reliable and secure. That's where Cisco comes in. Our secure networking delivers that reliability and that trust that you need to move and to move quickly. We protect you. Let's find out exactly how we get that done. Enjoy.
All right. Come on in, everyone. It's got a packed house, but there's some seats over in the corners. I'm Tom Gillis. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure and Security. So thanks all for coming. You ever been to a music concert and they bring a comedian out before the band, you know? That's what's going on here, right? So I'm the warm-up act, you know. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great show. The main event is here. They're on stage. Before I turn it over to the professionals, I wanted to just ask, just a show of hands, who saw the keynote demo this morning? Ooh, lots of people. Okay, show of hands, who wanted to see the keynote demo this morning but was too hungover, didn't make it? No one. Look at that. No, okay, one person. All right, so I get a sense for the level of honesty. The point of the demo this morning was to really illustrate the power of the platform. Right? And the thing I liked the most was we showed a firewall melted into a switch. And it's not like we reinvented the firewall. We invented the way you use the firewall. Click, there it is, boom. No hairpinning traffic, no futzing around with another box. And the idea here is that you're going to be able to put little tiny firewalls everywhere. Right? Lots and lots and lots of these. And boy, that matters more in a post-Mythos world. Lots of segmentation because you got to control the blast radius. Okay? That, to me, was one half of this platform story. The other half of this platform story is when we federate Splunk into those little firewalls, and now there's no ingestion to be able to observe the traffic. And this is just one example. This is all stuff that you can test and see and touch and evaluate for yourself. But this is an example of how we put these pieces together, and it delivers a solution that I think is going to allow you to deliver a better security outcome with less operational cost, less complexity, right? So it's the power of simplicity that doesn't compromise sophistication. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Peter Bailey. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so everyone got ice cream, right? I did not. So if someone could shave some ice cream, I'm an ice cream guy, towards the end, that'd be great. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. We're going to dive right into it. We have some guests today. We got a lot of content to get through, so settle in. So we're talking to a lot of analysts, talking to press, talking to customers, and this first one is the one that has been coming up a lot for all of you probably as well. So we're going to talk about three things today, but it's really around the three things that are kind of occupying our minds, occupying how we think about security, and it's the Mythos moment, and we'll dig in that a little bit here in a second. It's the open claw moment, which is really all about, okay, in the last 6 months, we've gone from not a lot of agentic use to, oh my gosh, a lot of agentic use. And then the need for speed. And then ultimately, as for the folks that are practitioners, you know this well, is as we get to these machine speed attacks by very sophisticated agents, we got to be able to respond at speed too. And probably that's one of the biggest challenges we have as practitioners and in the industry. So we're going to talk about these three things today. But first, I want to talk about, from a Mythos perspective, like what are the implications? So if you take a step back, this is not just about vulnerabilities and whatnot. This is about the beginning of very advanced agents that can operate at speed and do things only the best threat actors can do today, and perhaps far better. Okay, and we knew this was coming, but we didn't know when. And Mythos really, for me, is not just about vulnerabilities. It's about, okay, we're here. It's now. Now is when we have to start thinking about how we're going to protect ourselves, very soon. right? Because, the threat actors will distill these models, if they get their hands on them, and 3-6 months down the road, we're going to start seeing these kind of capabilities. And for us, we were involved in Glasswing. We've used these models extensively. They're very powerful. It's the real deal, okay? So the first step in that is we are going to harden our systems, and we're actively doing that. This is like code red, harden systems, let's go, right? But what comes after that? Because we're going to go through a cycle of patching, and that's just an operational burden we have to get through as a group, and we're going to do everything we can as a team to go fast on that, but we've got to harden these systems. But what comes later? And that's where Live Protect comes in, and hopefully folks saw this in the demo this morning, and heard about this, but in essence, we've been able to take some of our technology, the Tetragon agent technology, and embed it on our switches and routers, on all of our products for that matter. And that technology allows us, when we find a vulnerability, to create a shield. And we can push a shield down into the product without having to actually perform a reboot, right? Without having to go through kind of a change window. And so those shields will block that errant process that is not something that you want to happen. And so we can start saying, find a vulnerability, turn it into a shield in hopefully hours or minutes, and push it down to our customer or potentially even directly to the product, depending upon that operational cadence. And so that's a huge advantage of closing the gap between finding a vulnerability and being able to remediate it effectively. And so again, but the point is, because I want to be super clear, this is about buying time. Okay, we're not going to have 1,000 shields on this for the end of time. We still want you to patch, but we want you to be able to do it in a normal window when there's time. Okay, so this is a really cool capability and something that we're super excited about. It's on Nexus now. We have over 1,000 customers with it on Nexus. It's rolling across all of our products. So super excited about this. Just want to call this out as well. Armaden, leading AI red teaming company founded by my good friend Kevin Mandia, for folks who know him. We've also got them in the mix too, just to act as a third-party validator of these shields, because we're testing these shields, making sure the exploit's blocked. It's great to also have a third party that's doing this stuff at scale also be validating these shields too. And so we're sharing threat research with them, things we're seeing in the wild, as well as partnering on this shield activity. So really excited to have a collaboration now with Armaden. So also in this kind of shields up discussion, we have to talk about quantum. We've talked about this a lot, but we kind of put this out of our minds certainly in the last 6 months. But quantum is coming, early 30s, mid 30s, what have you, and so we've got to prepare for that. And so in our case, there's both software and firmware updates that we are providing into our products. Basically, you want to be able to make sure that your encryption just can't be picked by these quantum models, right? And so you'll be able to support these more advanced encryption capabilities. So that's number one. And then number two is being able to support secure boot that is not going to be able to be broken into by these models too. So secure the product and make sure these encryptions can run. And also give you crypto agility so that as we introduce additional algorithms down the road, more advanced algorithms, we can support those as well. So we are fast deploying this across our products. Some already have these capabilities. By the middle of next year, middle of 2027, we expect to be through our portfolio, and that's, I think, well in advance of the time we're going to have to face these things in the early 30s to mid 30s. Okay? Cool. Let's talk about agents. So agents, we know, are going to live everywhere. They're going to traverse the network. They're going to go interact with workloads, interact with data. They're going to be sitting on our endpoint, right? And so we're going to need visibility everywhere to be able to provide security, right? And so what is a great way to get visibility? What is everywhere? What is connected everywhere? Everything runs across, of course, the network, right? And so we believe that in this next era, the network is going to become even more important relative to how we can build security outcomes. That visibility is a baseline foundation where we can see connectivity between things. And by the way, if you add identity to that mix, now I know what is connecting A is connecting to B, and I know the identity of these things and have rich metadata about that, then I can much more easily say that's good, that's bad, and we can take actions from a security perspective. So we believe the network's going to be very, very important. And so, of course, now we're talking about infusing security into the network. As Tom just talked about, that could be sitting on a smart switch. We can think of lots of other ways we can do detection. We can think about segmentation. But it needs to be designed into the system because, again, what we're preparing for is agents running at scale, but also agents running at machine speed. And so the closer to the action we can get, the more we can design this into our systems, the better security we're going to have. And so this secure networking is really how we think about how we're building going forward. So whether it's resilient infrastructure, whether it's identity being infused in everything, we'll talk more about this a little bit later. Also things like segmentation or traffic steering. Hey, I want to take a sampling of traffic and steer it through a firewall, pull it apart and see what's in there. Protection, obviously threat protection, all these protections we have in place with our portfolio. And then very, very importantly, the visibility across everything and the insights, what Splunk can bring to the table. All of these things factor into secure networking and how we're going to approach security for this next era. And of course, secure networking also informs the platform. If I can advance the slide. So we're using secure networking as a foundation for our security platform. And so our security platform, we're thinking about how do we protect all of the infrastructure and assets, but also protect users. We're using AI for operations. We're using identity across all that infrastructure so we better understand what it is, what it's talking to. And we're using, of course, our threat intelligence to help provide us knowledge of what to look for, to build ML models, to detect things at machine speed, et cetera. And then, of course, being able to detect and respond also at machine speed. This is the platform. This is how we can bring things together to protect against and provide security in this agentic future. And so digging a bit more into security for agents, we really think about three framings. Protecting agents from the world, protecting the world from agents, and as I said before, detecting and responding at machine speed. So we're going to dig in these a little bit further. So agents touch a lot. Web pages, emails, user prompts, tools, skills, APIs, and other agents. It's like hiring a brilliant intern, giving them a badge, a laptop, giving them access to the infrastructure and saying, go run a process. And with guardrails, maybe that's a good idea, but without guardrails, probably not. Because every one of these inputs can trick the agent. A web page can lie, an email can manipulate, a tool can be compromised, another agent can pass along bad instructions. So how do we protect against that? And so just like we built email security and endpoint security and MFA and web security to protect human users, we need the same protections for agentic as well. They're a new class of user, and they need protections. And so about a year and a half ago, we introduced AI Defense, which is full life cycle protection for agentic developers, right, for the developers. So we're talking about discovery, supply chain, automated red teaming, and also runtime protection. And so this week is one of the innovations we've added is new capabilities with AI Defense. So first of all, customization of how you can run security, red teaming and guardrails to fit kind of the unique needs of the customer's environment. Also enhanced supply chain security that automatically defines dependency risks and also checks risks more broadly. And then finally, broader coverage across different environments. So we want to be able to support where the work is happening across different platforms where the agentic development is happening. And we're also super excited, if I can get the slide going here, there we go, to announce an exciting new partnership we have with Workday. And they're using AI Defense to help protect their newly announced agent marketplace. And so to help me talk about this, I'm really excited to have Gabe Monroy, my ex-colleague from Google, on stage, who's now the CTO of Workday. Gabe, come on up. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. So tell us about what you guys have built.
Yeah, so excited to announce Agent Passport. And so Agent Passport is our answer to, how do we help customers, understand and for a given agent, who has tested that agent, to what standard and what capability, and how do we guarantee that governance across the entire platform? So in the case of Workday, we deal in the space of people and money, right? So you think an agent that's going to touch a payroll run or an agent that's going to touch your org chart. The stakes are really high, right? And so what we need is a cryptographically secure attestation and a way for us to sort of validate that these agents are actually living up to the behaviors that we expect, because that's what our customers in the Fortune 500 expect from us.
Yep, absolutely. And so you've chosen AI Defense. Off stage, you kind of said you did go through a process for that. So how did you arrive at AI Defense? What's it doing for you?
Yeah, and so as you can imagine, Agent Passport is really designed to be much more broadly applicable to just behavioral capabilities of agents. But obviously, the first place we wanted to start was security, right? That's the thing customers are asking for. So for us, it was really about prompt injection, jailbreak attacks, data exfiltration, all the stuff that I think is really keeping CIOs up at night today. And so we did a very rich evaluation of a lot of vendors in this space.
This is true, by the way.
This is actually true. I talked to my
team
team back here, and what we uncovered was that AI Defense was the leading product for us. But also, what the team shared with me as well was they were really impressed not just with the product's capabilities today, but with the amount of research that was happening and sort of the approach just underneath the product. So they felt really good that it's not just where AI Defense is today, but it's where it's going to be in 12 or 18 months. And that's why we decided to partner with you guys to help bring this capability out to market.
Amazing. Great. Thank you so much, Gabe. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Yeah.
Very cool. Did not pay him to say any of that. You can have ice cream, though. There's ice cream outside. That's okay. So in addition to building their own agents, we're also seeing a surge in customers deploying OpenClaw, Codex, Cloud Code, and they run at the endpoint. And so at RSA, we introduced DefenseClaw. And you can think of that as modern runtime protection for these endpoint agents. And it looks at prompts being sent and examines those prompts, looks for malicious prompts. And then if you want to connect a new skill or a new MCP server, we'll scan that as well and make sure that that's not a bad idea effectively. And so we're really excited to announce actually the enterprise version of DefenseClaw this week as well. And so one of the biggest enhancements of this is the guardrails for prompts and prompting the agent. So in the open source version, bring your own LLM, and then we had provided security and privacy prompts that we'd released. But for the enterprise version, we have now adaptive guardrails and adaptive enterprise security capabilities and safety and privacy for the models. And then the fact that this is part of Secure Client matters not just for protecting the agents, but also because Secure Client is integral to how we're providing our Zero Trust access platform. And so it provides visibility and posture. It's also the VPN client, the ZTNA client, digital experience management, and more. So we're going to talk a bit more of this later, but Secure Client is really a key aspect of our Zero Trust platform offering. So when we think about agents, it's easy to focus just on the applications and the models, but protecting agents is actually a full stack problem. Agents run an infrastructure, and usually that infrastructure is Kubernetes. And for many organizations, that represents a blind spot. So if the infrastructure the agent is running on is compromised, the agent is compromised. And so we have brought some of our technology that we were also using for Live Protect, this eBPF capabilities. This is what's powering Isovalent and Hypershield. And we're injecting eBPF so that we can get visibility down to the process level and the ability to use that for segmentation. And so we can also deliver runtime shields to help protect these environments. And so this is a means by which we can help protect those critical workloads that are running AI. But that's also not enough. The agent security goes even beyond full stack, right? These things are running in data centers, and we have workloads communicating with other workloads. And if one workload is compromised, guess what? It's going to compromise other things in the data center. So segmentation. Segmentation becomes even more important in this environment. And so this eBPF agent capability also enables us to drive segmentation for those attack surfaces. And so really we think of segmentation as a critical, at the network, but also at the workload level, a critical capability going forward to ensure that we don't see these workloads infecting one another. No longer optional. And so bringing this all together, this is why the Cisco Hybrid Mesh Firewall is so important, because it actually brings together all these capabilities. Visibility down to the process level, ability to understand workloads, their network context and identity, the ability to segment what should talk to what, the ability to apply runtime protections and reduce the paths that can be used to reach things we don't want them to reach. And all of that comes together in Hybrid Mesh Firewall. Together with comprehensive, rich visibility and identity that we get, this is a unified platform that we can provide with intent-based policy and enforcement across all infrastructure. So think about that. Intent-based policy through a policy plane to enforce across all the infrastructure. That simplification, that unification of policy as a platform is a really important concept too, because as these networks get more complicated and more distributed, as we have more assets to protect, policy becomes a friction point. Policy is incredibly uncomplicated. This is why also microsegmentation has really struggled to get vast adoption, because the policy in itself represents huge cost. So if we can create policy unification and still be able to push policy, whether it's to a workload or across the network to a firewall, that represents a huge innovation. And then automating policy creation becomes the next step. And that is the path that we are on with hybrid mesh firewall. And of course, hybrid mesh firewall exists in Cisco Cloud Control. That's where it resides. So that brings us to the second pillar, which is protecting the world from agents. So we want agents to be able to do lots of things, connect to lots of things, but we also don't want them running amok. And again, back to our OpenClaw moment, we all read the fun articles about people who set this up, and all of a sudden OpenClaw was opening up all their emails, using their credit cards, and doing all sorts of crazy things. And so, we've got to put controls around this, obviously. If we think about how we've done this for humans, historically, we've said, okay, we're going to give access controls to John. John, you can come in and use this application. And those tend to be persistent access privileges, right? That doesn't work in an agentic world. In an agentic world, the agent has no judgment. It can go anywhere and everywhere. If you give it permission to use your credit card to make a travel booking, maybe it turns around and buys $50,000 of tokens for its Moltbot clan, right? You don't know. And of course, whereas a human has consequences, an agent does not, right? And so we've got to have different controls. So we go from an access controls, when we think about humans, to action controls. And so the foundation of agent security, as with zero trust, is identity. We need to know every agent. Even better, assign a persistent agent ID backed by some cryptographic certificate that must be presented for all of its service requests. And more this kind of cryptographic certificate that you might see in more machine-to-machine type scenarios, we see that happening broadly for agents, for users, for everything down the road. That is a best practice I think we're going to see emerge here. And to know every agent, you first have to discover them. And so how do we discover agents? We look at APIs, we look at traffic, we look at endpoints to pull a fuller picture of where agents are running, what they're connected to, what credentials they can use, and what they can reach. And then those agents need to be registered to an owner so we can create some accountability and then govern through a life cycle. And this is where intent to acquire asterisk becomes really important. So asterisk is the leading security for non-human identities. So discovery, the threat research to understand what it is they're looking at, and the ability to secure non-human identities. And non-human identities are a wonderful proxy, guess for what? Agents. And so in the last 12 months, they've pivoted their whole platform to agents and have an agent control plane. And so we're bringing this into the platform as well to provide additional capabilities around our ability to detect, discover, and secure agentic activity. So we're super excited about these guys joining the team. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, it'll be official. So we support a few different types of agents. The first is what we can think of as a delegated agent. So John's agent gets a predefined subset of John's permissions to act on his behalf. We're announcing this week a new type of agent, a role-based agent. Think of a SOC agent or a troubleshooting agent. They get permission associated with that role as opposed to associated with a user. Come on. So, and once we know the agent, and once the agent has an identity, the next question is, how do we enforce what the identity is allowed to do? So there's an important principle. We don't want the agent to have long-lived tokens, long-lived standing privileges, so to speak, right? We talked about ephemeral types of privileges, ephemeral certificates. So we're trying to avoid this problem of persistent access. So instead, the identity system needs to define the agent, its owner, its role, and the guardrails around which it's allowed to do. And Cisco Secure Access Agent Gateway, also announced this week, enforces those permissions as the agent acts. So as an agent works, it may interact with an LLM, MCP tools, SaaS APIs. Secure Access Agent Gateway sits in the path and evaluates that request before it proceeds. It asks, who is the agent? What is it trying to access? What action is it trying to take? And when a credential is needed, the agent does not receive it directly. In fact, tokens and API keys stay within Cisco's vault. Secure Access injects the right credentials at the right time server side, never in the hands of the agent, and keeps that standing privilege problem out of scope. And the important thing is that we're not just delivering these capabilities as yet another point product in our platform. This is all part of our Zero Trust Access architecture. This matters because you don't want one access model for users, another for devices, another for workloads, and another for agents. Instead, you can have one architecture that can securely connect users and agents and the applications and data that they need. And the foundation of that architecture is Cisco SASE, the integration of SD-WAN and secure access. But so rather than me just talking about this, I'm going to invite my next guest to the stage. Derek Shaw is the CIO of H.B. Fuller. Derek, come on up. Good to see you. What's going on?
It's great to be here, Peter. I appreciate the invite. It's an honor to be here, be at Cisco Live again. Always great energy, a lot of excitement around the new announcement. So it's just a great opportunity to be here.
Well, we appreciate you coming out here.
Yeah.
So you were early pioneer, arrows in the back, users of secure access, and we've been on a journey with SD-WAN as well. Please tell us about that journey.
Yeah, so our business, we're in the business of manufacturing glue. So we make glue for cars, for electronics, for roofs, for windows, hygiene products, medical. We make glue for just about everything. And so our business has manufacturing spread throughout the world. So we have about 110 locations right now, and we're on every continent except Antarctica. So we just finished a project to implement ICE to segment all of our operations technology from our IT network. We have a lot of critical systems that we had to make sure we're secure. So the next obvious step for us was to pursue Zero Trust. It's something we felt strongly about. One, for all the reasons you all know about Zero Trust, why you would do it, that's the obvious answer. Two, we wanted to simplify our architecture. And three, we wanted a better employee experience. Yeah. So we saw what Cisco was doing. We're in Vegas. There's a lot of betting going on down the hallway. Some of those bets are very high risk. We bet on Cisco. We said, you know what? If anyone's going to get this right, it's Cisco. We saw it as a very low risk to move forward with Cisco in that partnership. We were already customers with Umbrella, and we saw a great migration path from Umbrella right into secure access.
And you were basically a design partner for us, and so we thank you for that. And I know you just sort of completed a deployment, and then you've also now adopted SD-WAN, so tell us about that.
We did. So when I think about our 110 locations around the globe, we had a mix at the routing layer. So we had some Meraki devices, we had some Catalyst devices, we had some non-Cisco devices. We were using SD-WAN, but it was not Cisco. And then we had Cisco Edge firewalls at all those locations. And so as we rolled out secure access, we said, you know what, now's the time to take that next step. So we made the bold move to replace all routers at all 110 locations. We went with a Catalyst 8200 for every single location. We took out all of our Edge firewalls. We took out all those other routing devices. We implemented Cisco SD-WAN. Great partnership between the Cisco engineering team and our team where we sat down and came up with the ultimate rollout design. We did 90% of those 110 locations in 10 weeks. We averaged 5 minutes of downtime to do the switch, and we had 0 unexpected downtime. And I can't make this up, the last one went in yesterday. So we are now 100% secure access, 100% Cisco SD-WAN.
That's amazing, super cool. Well, every deployment goes like that, so it's great. No, it's super exciting. So then you've also started using agents internally, have some agentic development. Tell us about your journey there.
Absolutely. So like everyone else, generative AI came out. We were dabbling in generative AI, and now we've transitioned into agentic AI. And we've got some agents out there, some of them doing internal things, some of them are doing external things. And as we have these new digital workers that are going about doing their business, we have to think about, how do we protect this? And I think having an identity for them and understanding what they have access to. Same thing, zero trust, right? Yep. Treat them like an employee, and what do they need really have access to? And we just rolled out a new agent a couple of weeks ago. I was talking to Gabe before we started. If anyone wants a free idea on how to do a really cool agent that your company will love, come find me. I'll give you a free hint if you're just getting into the agent space. Because
you should tell them this is a really cool idea.
This is what we did. So someone asked internally, we had this conversation like, hey, I think we have something on our website that's inconsistent. We have this old article and a new article. So we literally created an agent and said, hey, just go read our entire website and find anything that's inconsistent and just give us the report. I mean, that would be so hard for a human to do. Yes. So a human would have to read every single page and remember what they read, and when they read the new page, go, wait, was that different or the same? I don't know.
Well, and also, a company like Cisco has been around 40 years. I mean, our website probably has technical documents going back 30 years that are, at this point, outdated, wrong, the different product sheets that we've got, Yeah,
I don't think a human could do it. So we wrote a simple agent, very easy to write. Go read our entire website and give us a list of all the inconsistencies, and then we can go and fix them. And then the next evolution of that is the agent can say, do you want me to fix it? Awesome. Sure, yes or no. So,
very cool. Well, listen, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Okay, man, I am right on time. We are crushing this. Okay. All right, so we have actually one more presenter we're going to bring up on stage. And so this is about transitioning to our third pillar, the need for speed, right, and detection and response. And so for that, I'm going to bring up our SVP and GM for Splunk Security, John Morgan.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You bet. Have fun.
Now, we noticed that Peter may have problems with his clicker, so we brought another one. So I'm just going to put that one there. All right, so in the next 10 minutes, approximately, I want to talk to you about resilience at the Security Operations Center, or the SOC, as we call it. Now, that's a real important part of the platform. And I want to connect three realities that every security leader right now is actually facing. And that is 1, AI-powered attackers, 2, expanding exposure, and 3, the need for speed, as Peter said, the need to respond at machine speed. That's extremely important. And my clicker does work, so that's fantastic. All right, so Mythos class attackers have obviously created a high sense of urgency for us, and we need to approach security in a slightly different way when it comes to our defenses. But the reality is that Mythos was generally just about vulnerabilities. Now, I don't want to say just about. We know that's an important aspect, and we have a lot of things to solve there. But attackers don't care how they get in. That's just one important vector. The more general issue is that AI-powered attackers now have access, and they can more easily exploit multiple attack vectors, right? So 3 that particularly stand out in particular is 1, vulnerabilities. They can be discovered, as Peter mentioned, and exploited much faster than we can actually fix them. So we've got compensated controls and live protect and things that you just heard about, extremely important to us. Number 2 is machine speed, and I'm categorizing this as an attack vector because now attackers can actually utilize AI to create alert storms or to just obfuscate the signal within the noise, or just quite frankly outpace a human responder, right? Someone who needs coffee, well, the attacker in this case doesn't. The third is people continue to remain the front door. Social engineering, phishing, and now we have agents, as Peter was just talking about, that are now, I believe, your biggest insider threat. So these are just 3 big examples of attack vectors that's now powering AI, motivation. But of course, that's not their goal, right? Their goal is not the vectors. So what do we do at the Security Operations Center? Well, this is a bit, this is where resilience comes in, and why I like the word resilience at the SOC, is you must assume perpetual attacker presence. You have to assume that you're constantly being exploited. And the goal in that case is to make sure they don't achieve their objective, right? So they may exploit, they may get in through a vector, but don't let them achieve their objective, right? That's a real important aspect of what our strategy is here. So I want to tie some of the latest Splunk capabilities to those 3 attack vectors and tell you a little bit about what we're doing. 1, exposure analytics. We're discovering assets on the network, tying them to risk, and then making those visible to you. The Agentic SOC, clearly that's about triaging, investigating, and responding at machine speed. And automated phishing threat remediation, right? This is a scalable analytics platform that can help you remediate phishing attacks very efficiently. So these are not three disconnected features. These are coordinated capabilities that are in response to a changing attacker landscape at this point. You have to know what's exposed. You have to know what's actually happening, and you have to respond at machine speed, and you have to respond quickly. Right? That's the main strategy. So let's go a little bit deeper on exposure and security posture management and kind of what we're doing there. In many environments, it's the case that the asset map and the risk is actually stale, right? It's not kind of kept up with reality, especially when it's time to be using it at the Security Operations Center. The cloud changes, IT, OT, IoT changes pretty quickly. Devices come up. Legacy systems persist, unfortunately, far too long, which creates issues for us. And correlating identities along with those assets and how they've been used over time, whether those be machine identities or whether they be human identities, that's something that is very difficult to do. So security needs a living view of risk, not a quarterly snapshot, right? There's just no way. So our practices have to change when it comes to this. So exposure analytics is using existing Splunk data that's already in the platform. And what it's doing is it's continuously discovering those entities, those assets, those users, how they're correlated with one another. And that's a pretty important aspect of that. It enriches those assets with the right security controls on them, right? Are there vulnerabilities associated with them? And many other aspects that we would consider risky, right? And we use as Splunk, we use all the signals coming in to do that from third parties, from our own signals, et cetera, in our analytics. That's really important. That helps the security engineer. Obviously, they can mitigate the risk before it becomes active. And at the Security Operations Center with an analyst, that's extremely important because now they have context where they can actually prioritize risk better. If they know something is high risk and high stakes, they've got a number of alerts to handle, well, now they can prioritize them quite a bit better. So that's important. Fewer blind spots, better prioritization, and a clear risk of posture as it actually evolves in the environment. So that's a little bit about what that is. So if exposure shows you where the risk is hiding, then the Agentic SOC, that's actually helps you move fast when that risk is actually active, right? That's a really important part of this. Now, what we're doing with the Agentic SOC is we're protecting against the capabilities of AI attackers who can operate at speed and at volume and at sophistication that just outpaces humans, clearly. So the Agentic SOC has 3 layers. One is the Agentic AI and automation, and this is about a suite of agents with an orchestration harness that operates within human policy, and that's really important to operate within human policy. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then an analytics and tooling layer, which has the detection capabilities, threat intelligence, which is super important, and context and transparency as well. So layer 3 is an open, high-scale data platform. More importantly, more context is associated with that layer. And that's kind of wrapped in a trusted AI capability. So this is designed to give you a lower mean time to detect. More importantly than detecting is getting a verdict. More importantly than getting a verdict is actually getting a remediation. And more importantly than that is just containment, right? So you want to measure all of these things, and you want to make sure that you're actually reducing them quite dramatically. That's the key to that. So operating at machine speed. And this is interesting because Peter just talked to you about judgment, right? And the lack thereof. It was crossed out on that slide. What our Agentic SOC is designed to do is actually make sure humans are involved where judgment matters most, okay? So that's an important aspect of the overall design. Get humans in to make the judgment when you actually need it. So what we've been announcing, and I think what was showed to everyone who was at the keynote, if you were there, was we're announcing more controlled autonomy within our Agentic SOC. So triaging, prioritization, making sure that deep investigation can happen with pre-approved human policy, of course, that's really important. And so if you think about what is pre-approved human policy, when would I allow tier 1 analyst kind of work to be automated all the way through remediation? Think about the remediation that is low blast radius, high confidence, low risk, reversible. There's a number of them. You could make a pretty big list, and you can make a case that these things should be automated, and they're normally at a tier 1 level. Tier 3 and things that are more sophisticated, pass the human judgment, all right? That's the key there. So in an era of AI armed attackers, we need speed, clearly, but we also need confidence, and the Agentic SOC is designed to deliver both. That's the key behind it. There's a lot of details there, but that's what the key design principle is. So AI-powered phishing turns any attacker into a convincing con artist, right? And that's that attack vector which now we're seeing quite a bit of. Talos, for example, in a report earlier this year showed that over 1/3 of their incident response engagements or IR engagements were actually, the first initial attack entry was through phishing, right? We know this is going to continue to increase as we move along. So automated phishing remediation, it does analysis. It uses agents to do reverse malware analysis as well, which is like you can take scripts, you can take links, you can take a number of things, feed it to the agent, and it'll give you the IOCs, and it'll tell you with confidence, what sort of threat level that particular element is. And this comes, these things come not only just through emails, but scripts, files, all kinds of different areas that they happen to come in. So this replaces traditionally what might be 3 products. Sometimes you'll have case management, SOAR, and then sometimes you'll have a sandbox, a separate sandbox for detonation, right? We put all that in one, a single workflow, and that does a few things. You contain faster, you're more resilient, and of course you're not stitching evidence across multiple tools as you're trying to figure things out. You tie that to your automated playbooks, and then you've got the automated revision capabilities. So that's an important aspect there. Now, I want to talk about data architecture. And this is really important. So agentic AI, I'd say any decision making, but particularly agentic AI, it really depends on a solid data architecture because it can't make decisions that are, let me put it this way, garbage in, garbage out, right? And any company can say, hey, I got a bunch of agents, I'm going to connect it for you, and it's going to start spitting out some impressive things. And it might be impressive because it's fast. Who knows if it's accurate? If it doesn't have a good underlying data architecture to it, it's just guessing. All right, that's what's happening there. So there's 3 big shifts and why Cisco Data Fabric powered by Splunk matters. One is we're seeing an increase in volume, and we know it's growing. It's not practical. This is a very different architecture we're bringing to the market with Splunk now. It's not practical to ingest that data all in a single place in order to get analytical value out of it. So we want to make sure that we're actually allowing Splunk to meet data where it's at. Number 2, we're bringing more context. It's not just about data. It's how do you turn that data into knowledge and context. Number 3, how do you make it actionable? If it's not actionable and you can't respond, what difference does it make at that point, right? It's just data and knowledge sitting out there. All right, so if I were to put this in a context of the Cisco Data Fabric and the context of a security set of use cases, I'd say 1, federation. You may want to take your time-sensitive, threat, real-time detection data, and you may want to put that in hot storage. Maybe a little more costly. Maybe it's got low latency, but then you put your warm data that you may want to only investigate in a different class of storage, and maybe your cold data, you put that in something that's very infrequently, more for compliance or longer term retention kind of use cases in there. Context. So Cisco has an amazing visibility advantage, right, from the infrastructure to the network all the way through applications. And obviously Splunk being a center use case where we're attracting data from third parties as well, we have a capability to build a machine data lake. Metrics, events, logs, traces. Now it's not just data, we're putting knowledge on that. We're putting knowledge graphs and other use case-based information on that machine data lake, and that gives the context and things that you could do like cross-domain use cases across security, observability, trusted AI, and you can bring that together, right? Very interesting set of use cases. And the third is actions. And this is where the knowledge and the data actually turn into AI, to workflows and AI processing with APIs and a number of other things to it. And that's obviously what turns this into resilience and to detection and response, that action capability. What this really means, though, is that data strategy has now become security strategy. I can't emphasize that enough, right? It's a lot of what we put into this is how do we get the right efficacy out of the agents, and what kind of data underlying management do you need in order to do that? All right, last topic here that I want to talk about is we're integrating, a use case, we're integrating Cisco Secure Firewall with sort of protocol depth logging into Splunk. This is things like DNS, you're going to get visibility like DNS attack threat hunting capabilities, tunneling detections, and other things built right into and kind of coming out of Splunk as pulled in from the firewall fabric. This is native logging, investigation grade data where you don't have to actually deploy other sensors in order to get it. So less deployment, less cost to do that. All right. So to quickly recap, the agentic SOC, with the right data, with the right context, with the right automation behind it, and human policy and the way that you govern that, that's how you're going to respond at machine speed. And that's what we're actually building a big part of the platform. Now let's see how this fits into Cisco's agentic ops platform, what we call Cisco Data Fabric. And to do that, I hope Peter didn't leave the room. I need him to come back. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, we are at time. Okay, so we've got to jam through a couple more things. Don't leave yet. There's a surprise at the very end. If you leave at your own risk, okay? But I'm going to jam through the next couple of slides here because we are at time. So first, I'm going to dive through a couple of big announcements this week, so I'm going to go fast on this. So first of all, Cisco Cloud Control. That announcement is hugely important for security. Security Cloud Control is the platform you do all of your security operations in. That is now plugged into Cisco Cloud Control. That gives us that platform experience for our customers. And again, I apologize, team. I'm going to go fast here. AI Canvas obviously then is a layer on top of that where you can use agentic agents alongside the user itself to actually do troubleshooting across the platform. So all the data planes, if you will, are accessible to do troubleshooting and searching and correlating data. So super powerful. And then also we're introducing identity as a top-level capability in Cisco Cloud Control. So this is going to allow you to also do investigation correlating identities across all the assets in your network. Super, super important. And identity becomes this anchor point for security going forward with agentic and beyond. And then finally, one of my favorites, Talos. This is an amazing team we have in our company. We have Talos Threat Hunting that originally was about the endpoint. It's been expanded to firewall and also identity. This is a team not looking at alerts. They're looking at weak signal, together with other weak signal, so to speak, to create findings. And those findings presented back to you as something we say, hey, you need to look at something like this. This is something that only really top-level threat hunters can do. And now this is presented back in a dashboard that a CISO can look at with details about the findings and know how to take action. So super cool as well. And so you put it all together, and we are building the security platform for the agentic era. So thank you so much for being here. Don't leave yet. Hold on, there's one more thing. If you're not a Cisco, two more things. Also agentic security. I think you all maybe saw this in one of the keynotes, but think about this as a top-level app that has visibility across all of your security controls in the network to look at the activity of agents, to be able to discover, to be able to monitor what they're trying to access, what they're trying to connect to, and be able to drive policy and take action. So this is a top-level application that looks down through everything else. So across different silos, a specific set of use cases for agentic security. Again, at the top level is an app available in Cisco Cloud Control. Okay, now one more thing. Thank you for being here. If you're not a Cisco employee, you can look under your chair and you might have a ticket for a free iWatch. And there's someone in the back of the room. Yeah, we got a winner. And there's someone in the back of the room you can present it to get your watch. Again, thank you so much for being here. You got ice cream and you might have got a watch as well. What could be better? Thank you.
Yeah, the five of us hosts, we kind of have fun with one another. We really enjoy what it is that we do. Glad to have you back with us here in the TV studio in the world of solutions. Fantastic Keynote Deep Dive on delivering security at agentic scale. We had Peter Bailey, John Morgan, Tom Gillis, along with Derek Shaw, one of our great guests from H.B. Fuller, and also Gabe Monroy from Workday. Cisco Secure Networking gives you that reliability, that trust that you need to move quickly with agent onboarding and with your deployments. Why? Well, it's because Cisco is protecting your business from agent actions. We are driving detection and response, and we're doing it at machine speed. So we give you that comprehensive approach to every critical strategy that you need to protect every single piece of your AI ecosystem. We're so glad to have you here with us on the broadcast. Coming up right now, we're going to take a look at defense in the Mythos era. What is Frontier AI's impact on the SOC? Well, we've got GVP and Splunk security specialist David Dowling on deck. We're going to look at the future of your SOC model. Everything depends on your ability to operationalize data with more confidence in Cisco Data Fabric and the Splunk platform and what it's all about. Enjoy, we'll see you back on the other side.
Frontier AI's impact on the SOC. Please welcome David Dowling to the stage.
Welcome, Cisco Live. Welcome to the final day and the final session here on Center Stage. I am so excited to be here, and it's fun to be a part of a silent session with everyone wearing their headphones. It's kind of cool to see, and it's really weird for me. But I want to call out to everyone watching Cisco Live, watching this live in the broadcast, and I hope you guys had a wonderful party last night and really enjoying that. And so as we come here to Cisco Live, and we are seeing the dramatic changes as it comes to AI, it is coming to Frontier AI models, we are at a precipice that we need to adjust, we need to change, and we need to know what we can do next. So I am David Dowling. I am the GVP of Splunk Cybersecurity, as bringing the go-to-market for Splunk here. I've been in the industry for about 20 years doing security operations, and I've really seen and been a part of the movements from network security and logging all the way to what we have now with agentic security operations. So just as a disclaimer, there are some forward-looking statements. There are products that we will be releasing later this year, and some suggestions and recommendations of what is to come. So today I'm going to talk about the inflection point, why the SOC model doesn't work, what the agentic SOC operating model is, the Mythos-ready security platform, and the path forward. So first, let's start with the inflection point. So as I said, I started my career 20 years ago, and this is when the attacks were very far between, right? You can remember the Home Depot attack, the Target, Stuxnet, right? These were big attacks that we were like really worried about. But the pace of attacks, the pace of compromises is dramatically getting faster, getting larger, broader impact, and more severe. In 2018, the time for an exploit was 2.3 years. And we moved from 2018 to 2021, 13 months, 2023, 5 months, 2025, 23 days, and we thought that was fast. To now, with the Frontier AI models such as Mythos and ChatGPT 5.4 security, and even the new weaponized capabilities with MDash on top of these, we are now down to less than 20 hours. That is less time than it takes for me to find a vulnerability and alert the IT department of the vulnerability and start to do the research. They have already been exploited. Think about that. Think about the time change in just a few years, from 2.3 years to less than 20 hours. The exploit lifecycle is collapsing. Like I said, so I used to run a pen testing organization. We had a very large pen testing team. We had about 30 so pen testers, many of them from the fort, very smart capability. And what we did is we did a ton of recon, a ton of vulnerability research. We developed our own exploits. We then tested that. We weaponized it. And then we delivered those.
And then that's when we really took over and started getting in and stealing data, right? That took time. It took months. It took a team to do. This is what was before the frontier AI model. Now with the launch of Mythos and the launch of ChatGPT 5.4 and the other capabilities that we're building on top of that, it has changed that, right? We now discover, validate, chain, generate, test, deliver, adapt in minutes, right? That is far smaller and faster than it was ever before, right? It is now assisted. It doesn't require specialty skills, and it doesn't require manual chaining. I remember one of the vulnerabilities that we found is we found a file server that was open to the internet, which is an informational alert. We found files in that were open to the public. Nothing really there. Inside that file, we did find some sensitive data. Okay, that's an issue. When you start chaining all those together, we actually became a significant compromise where they were actually able to steal tokens through the sensitive data there, through the open APIs and the open data share, right? That is something now that it took my team a couple months to figure out, and it was open for about a year. Now, that's found in seconds. And just thinking about that, the exploit lifecycle and how fast it's collapsing and what that means for us. Now, the interesting and the fun part about this and why I'm so excited is the dual reality of the AI frontier models. We already talked about the threat, how faster discovery, the exploit compression, the lower barrier to entry, the adaptive campaigns, and the shrinking response window. But what's that opportunity? What brings the excitement to me is now we have access to the same tools. We now can do autonomous triage. We can now make those decisions faster, and we can have that evidence, that trust behind all the decisions that we're making. We now have the cross-domain context. I don't need to be an expert in every field. I now have agents and AI capabilities to teach me, to train me, to walk me through those capabilities so that I can be an expert in those cross domains, to making sure that I'm making the right decision and I'm not doing something I shouldn't. And we are elevating those defenders. We are giving them the tools. They now know the vulnerabilities at the same time that our attackers know. We now can work with our network engineers, our IT engineers to develop the patches, to work through mitigation efforts and fix those before they can be exploited. We now have that capability as analysts and security professionals. And that's what makes me excited, is the dual reality as we finally have what we need to combat our attackers faster than they can. But what didn't change? Like I said, 30 years ago, we wanted to detect, respond fast, and remediate fast. Nothing's changed about that, right? Mythos has just collapsed and changed the speed. The fundamentals are still there. The importance of logging, the correlation, the access to the SIM and all the logs and capabilities there. MFA is still more important and as important as ever. Segmentation, also still important to stop that blast radius. And the value of abnormal behavior detection is still insanely important. And tested backups and recover. Thinking about this, frontier AI models haven't changed anything other than speed, right? We need to now figure out how we can become faster to really adapt to this change. And this brings me to why the current SOC model won't hold up. What needs to change? It was built for the human attacker, right? We need to now, it was built for, we had fragmented visibility. We had gaps. We have siloed tools. We're all over the place. We're still in this environment where we're spending more time configuring tools, implementing tools, than we are actually protecting and defending. We now have detection to respond at human speed, right? We are still relying on analysts to make those decisions. And we don't have a lot of trust in all of the tools. It is degrading as we are finding the capabilities and the gaps inside the environment. So we need to adjust. We need to reframe that narrative. The SOC operating model was built for the slower adversary. It needs to evolve, not because AI is new, but because the speed of asymmetry is now inherent. We now have the ability to adapt and change and get that speed that we need. And when we're thinking about the questions with AI, the wrong question is, where should we adapt AI in SOC? We have to. That's not a question anymore, right? The right question is, which AI, on which security data, with what oversight do we need? What's the blast radius? What is the risk that we need to think about? What data models do we bring in? What agents do we bring in? There isn't one that solves them all. As we looked at MDash, how they took and used Anthropic's Mythos and OpenAI's ChatGPT 5.4, they use both those models. It's the workflows on top that make them far more valuable and useful. And so that's where it comes. Which AI, what security data, and with what oversight? And that one being one of the main key ones. So that brings us to the agentic SOC operating model. What should it look like now? Well, one, we need agents to handle with bounded high volume tasks. Really going through the triage, the enrichment, malware reversing, playbook authoring, SPL generation. These are all things that just take time that we don't need our analysts spending and doing. We can use AI and agents to help us with these items. We need human authority over consequential actions. If something, thinking about the blast radius, if something can be reversible, if it doesn't impact business, if it doesn't impact the life for limb, right? These are things we can probably automate. We've been afraid in the past, but with AI and making sure that we set those bounds, we can move that away from a human clicking the button to having AI handle this. And thinking through 3 different options of human on the loop, in the loop, or out of the loop. What do I not need a human? What do I need a human to observe? And what do I need a human to make a decision? And thinking through that and controlling that through the agents and the capabilities that you build within your agentic SOC. Now, every agent action needs to be observable, audible, and reversible, right? We are building detection packs or decision packs into every decision an AI makes, giving you the search, giving you the context, giving you the reasoning behind the decision so that you can understand it, you can trust it, and you can change and tune it when you need to. So the other thing is I'm thinking about this. So I've been doing a lot of AI building at home. I now have an AI that builds my menu for the week. It gives me the shopping list. It gives me, the recipes coming out with new things. It helps update that. It looks at my calendar and decides like when I need a crock pot meal or versus when I need a quick meal. And it is amazing. I've also built an app that I've released that helps me with my training. That really helps with how I'm working. And I've had a lot of fun building this AI. But what I've understood with AI, and as I've done the development, is one, I still need a lot of skill in understanding the process of development. But 2 is the character behind AI. Now, AI has capabilities such as, does it perform the task correctly? Does it handle edge cases? Does it produce verifiable outputs? And is it fast enough to matter? But what the thing that you think about, which I really liked, is the character behind it. Does it stay within scope when not told to? I've had it many times going to be like, well, what about this? I'm like, that's for a different agent. That's not for you. Does it accelerate when it's uncertain? So many times I'll be like, hey, are you sure that's the way we should do it? And it responds with, you are right. This is what you need to do instead, right? I shouldn't be that, but that's the character of the AI. Does it explain the reasoning? Does it help you understand the decision it makes? And more importantly, does it ask for more context when it doesn't have the information it needs? These are the characters of AI that we need to think about as we're building and making sure that they are being implemented in so that we can trust and understand the AI capabilities inside the agentic SOC. So with Splunk, and as we're thinking about rebuilding the agentic SOC, as we're moving away from a SIEM, from a next-gen SIEM to the agentic SOC, we're looking at the data fabric, the underlying data architecture. And so we came out with the Cisco data fabric, which is pretty much Splunk with added federation search, with added AI capabilities into it, and also adding more understanding of location and context awareness. On top of that Cisco Data Fabric, or that foundation of the data layer, we're adding context to really help with assets and identities, the policies, understanding what's valuable, what's your most important, your crown jewels, helping with the threat landscape, threat intel, what CVEs, what TTPs are out there, knowing where the long-term memory, where the data is, and then having a human interface. On top of that is that's where we put the processing layer, just pull all of that context with having fine-tuned LLMs and having access to MCPs and RAG and other AI capabilities. On top of that, we now have agents. And this is really taking and building those skills and building those agents. And we've separated this into 3 different types of agents, where there is obvious human deliberation between each one. This first is our detection agent, where we can build and help aggregate what detections you have, what you need, what logs you have, what detections you should turn on because of those logs, what detections you don't have that you need, but you don't have the logs for, that you need to go get those logs, and thinking through and helping you have that foundation of those detections. And on top of that, working with UABA to detune, to really look for those abnormal behaviors. Past that, we have the investigation agents, automation on the triage and the investigation and the hunt capabilities, really making sure that we are getting everything we need for this analyst, finding those detections, finding those alerts, and finding the bad actors in the environment. And then past that, we hand that off to the response agents, with incident response agents, guided response, and natural language playbooks to really help those analysts go end to end, from logging, from the logs to the detection, to the triage, to the response, and to the remediation, which really brings the outcome that we are really looking for. We're looking for the automated triage, accelerated decisions, and targeted human oversight, really making sure that we're bringing in the human at the right points. And so this has been the age-old question, is AI there to replace humans? It is not. It is augmentation. It is not replacement. We can use AI to train our young analysts to get better, to become that tier 3 analyst that we need and we eventually will have to have. The importance of that. We're going to be moving analysts away from those redundant, mediocre tasks to deep investigation and adversary analysis, to AI-guided threat hunting, to detection engineering and validation, to exposure prioritization and risk decisions, and to agent oversight and response approvals, and prompt, playbook, and workflow engineering, and as well, making sure we have compliance with AI assurance, governance, and trust validation. We are not here to replace humans. We need them more than ever. We can now just accelerate them and augment them and make them better. So now let's move to the frontier AI-ready security platform. And this is where Cisco and Splunk really become more powerful together. So what really sets Splunk and Cisco apart from the industry? One, we are building accountable AI. We are solving that trust bottleneck with those detection packs to help you understand everything that's going on and what the AI agents are doing, and being able to train and tune your own models or bring your own models to your data. We are focusing on sovereign operations, if it's data residency, or if it's CMP or cloud-based, or if it's on-prem or hybrid among these, as we are making sure that you are keeping your data safe, keeping it segmented, and keeping it sovereign. We also have the broadest context, with Cisco's all the way down through the OCI model, from network to cloud to security to digital resilience. We have all the context, we have the information, and we are there with the broadest context capability. And we understand the separation of duties between architectural separation and analysis and action, and understanding that we need to control that throughout the life cycle. So when it comes to enterprise security and Premier and the comprehensive enterprise protection that we are building, as we said, we are moving from point solutions to the platform of threat detection, investigation, and response. We are starting with a single unified access capability with the Cisco Cloud Control and Cisco Data Fabric, giving you a single place to access all of your Cisco tools, your Splunk tools, and all of your data. This is a key part to making it successful and making it work very seamlessly together. We have enterprise security, really bringing those logs, bringing those detections, bringing in Talos, that threat detection and threat intel capabilities. We have SOAR to automate this. And SOAR, I think, is going to elevate. SOAR had a ceiling where it relied on decisions from humans, where you couldn't build the right workflows, so humans would have to kind of step in a lot more, where we didn't trust it. Where now we can replace those decisions with agents that has the context, that has the awareness, that can make the decision and understand the risk and know when to move to that next step, where we can build more complex SOAR playbooks. UABA is becoming more important than ever and built now inside of enterprise security. And the reason behind this is AI now can look normal, can act normal, and do things that it shouldn't do that no detection will ever be able to detect. So we need behavioral analysis to really understand when AI is doing things that it should not. Threat intelligence is another thing that is becoming more and more important and more valuable as we bring it inside enterprise security, and working with all of our detections as part of that automated triage and investigations to incorporate that into everything that we do. And the other thing is exposure analytics. The problem with CMDBs today is they are 2D. When I'm doing an investigation, I want to know everything about an asset. It's going to pull everything about that asset at that time. But with exposure analytics, this is pulling consistently from the data, from the logs, as it's traversing through the network and the infrastructure. So as you're going through investigations, it is constantly updating the information about the asset to really bring in the latest, giving you that 3D view of your assets and identities through AI agents to network devices to users, bringing that all in to give you that context. And then giving you having AI assistants, MCPs, and agents inside of enterprise security, and all wrapped with automated threat analysis, making sure that we give you all of the information at your fingertips when you need it to accelerate you to be able to respond at machine speed. So one thing we really want to hit on, and as you've heard in all of the keynotes and all of the talks, is understanding the importance of Cisco Cloud Control. Like I said, we have AI Assistant now built into this. AI Canvas, which if you have not checked that out, this is going to be the next evolution of security operations. And I'm going to leave that there so you come and talk to me later. Splunk built into that, more Cisco dashboards and access to third-party and APIs, really giving you that cross-domain telemetry in one place, purpose-built models for all of your things and having access to that, and having trusted agents, all inside of one agentic operations with Cisco Cloud Control. Now, the agent roster that we have built so far, and we are releasing regularly. So currently, we have the AI Assistant for Security, and this is really to help those analysts with SPL and authoring and explaining what's going on and providing and creating documentation. We have the malware threat reversing agent. Every time something comes in with a URI, it can detonate that and look for, any of what's going on and make a decision if it's a false positive or not. If it can't make that decision, handing that off to Cisco Malware Analysis to do reverse engineering of that malware to pull more IOCs. We have the triage agent. Every detection should be automatically triaged and made the decision if it's a false positive or not before an analyst ever opens it. We have that detection builder to really walk your detection engineers through to make sure we are building efficient detections. You have the right coverage. You are covering all of the detections to hit your use cases and making sure that you have a very robust capability. We have the agent mode and AI assistant to build those workflows to help with that, having a coworker and having that assistant go through a lot of that automation for you. One of my favorite things is I've written many SOPs in my day, right? And now I can take those SOPs, those PDF documents, those -1s, and upload it and have it automatically create a SOAR playbook for me. I also can then work with it using my automation builder agent to build out new workflows, to train new skills, to make sure that I have a consistent, accurate response capability. And then a guided response agent, again, to help those younger analysts, to help those people that don't have all of the skills needed, to guide them through, to teach them, to train them, and to help them become those experts that we need. So with Cisco and Splunk, like I said, it's becoming better. We're coming better together every day. And now we have a complete frontier AI ready stack. With Cisco, we have Cisco Live Protect, Cisco Talos, Cisco ISE, Hypershield, and more, really focusing on that protection and that hardening of our environments. On the Splunk, on the digital resilience side, we have Splunk Enterprise Security, Exposure Analytics, Splunk SOAR, and many more capabilities to help our analysts do that response and have that digital resilience. And with the Cisco portfolio inside of ES, right, we have Talos now free to bring that threat intel to all of your detections to help with those decisions. We have the Cisco Foundation AI security model built in, hosted natively inside of Splunk to give you the best models, the best information trained on the experts of today. We have Cisco Identity Intelligence, again, understanding the importance of identity of assets, if it's AI or non-AI, if it's user or if it's infrastructure. Cisco Talos Incident Response. If anything does happen and you need help, we have a massive team of experts to really come in and help you work through that incident response and be that trusted advisor for you. We have Cisco Secure Firewall and Network Analytics built into enterprise security now. And we have the Cisco Secure Cloud app, giving you a turnkey solution for all of your Cisco products to feed that data into Splunk with detections and with dashboards. Really bringing it all together and wrapping it in a single user interface. So the path forward, what is that path forward, right? So we have the agentic maturity model. Understand where you are and don't try to go all the way to the end from the beginning. Now, I did that when I was building my app. I said, hey, this is the app I wanted to build. I built it. And then I said, how do I deploy it? It's like, well, now I need a backend. I had to rebuild everything because I had to go back in and build the foundation, build the backend, build all of that infrastructure before I then released my app. And I had to rebuild the app because I had to rebuild it. Understand your maturity model. Understand where you are, and then work on that as we move from a fragmented environment to a unified environment to augmented and agentic. And there's far more here that we have entire presentations. If you want more information, please let me know or anyone from my team. So what is that 90-day activation plan? So this is what my recommendation, again, this is just from my experience as a security practitioner over the last 20 years. As first, weeks 1 through 2, really confirm on the feeds that you have, what's important, and investigate into the Splunk core. Bring that all in. Enable exposure analytics to run asset discovery, scan immediately, to know what's on your environment so that you can know what you're protecting. Then deploy a CVE dashboard to find those vulnerabilities in your environment and have the visibility of your risks. After that, validate with Live Protect and get the Nexus infrastructure deployed. And then that's when you need to brief. Communication is important. So brief your CISOs on the risk posture of your environment. After that, we'll move into week 3 through 6. And this is when we're really going to accelerate that detection and response. We need to enable risk-based alerting inside of enterprise security. We need to focus on our patch wave volume, find faster ways to do the patching. We need to build the SOAR, those reactive and active SOAR playbooks. We need to activate UABA so we can start setting that baseline. And then we need to run a purple team exercise. I don't recommend doing tabletop exercise because they don't work that well. Do a purple team. Understand what really is important. And I highly recommend doing continuous purple teaming as you go forward. And then again, update the board with the new risks and as we go through. And then week 7 through 12, formalize on a vulnerability ops function. Integrate your Splunk into your CI/CD pipeline and establish automated attack surface. Validate your MTTD and your MTTR with improvements, and then roadmap what your full AI roadmap is going to be. Going back to that last slide on your maturity journey, understanding where you're at, understanding where you need to go, and then work through those. So the post-frontier AI reality is Mythos did not create any new problems. The sky is not falling. It accelerated the existing ones and we need to adapt. And Cisco and Splunk are here specifically to help you with that. Rethinking from the ground up how to best respond, how to help you as our customers, as our users, to be ready for this post-frontier AI era. So I want to thank you for coming and joining me at the center stage at this last session. I really appreciate all of you. So they did report that there is a bug in the session evaluations. It only allows for 5, so just leave it there as a 5, but make sure you get your points and please complete your surveys. So thank you so much. Again, welcome to Cisco Live, and have a wonderful day.
And with that great sign off from David, it is so good to have you back here on the live stream from the Cisco TV studio. I'm Steve Moulter. We are in the world of solutions, having an amazing Thursday. We've just been talking about defense in the Mythos era and frontier AI, what its impact is on the SOC. We had GVP and Splunk security specialist David Dahling up there, walking us through our evolving security landscape and why our traditional SOC models have got to evolve just as rapidly as the industry. The future of the SOC really does depend on your ability to confidently operationalize your data. It's become just so much more than just model capability, right? Cisco Data Fabric and the Splunk platform are helping turn visibility into action and noise into defensible intelligence in our new era of AI-enabled adversaries. Great job, David, and Michelle's going to be with him in just a couple of minutes as soon as we can get him off the stage. G2 said something really important during the opening keynote on Tuesday. He said that every agentic action is also going to be a routing challenge, it's going to be a trust decision, it's going to be an integrated event. What does that mean for us? Well, it means that we have to restructure the data center to be able to handle these new AI demands, do it at capacity while we reduce network infrastructure, and do that at the terrestrial level for that impact. Cisco has got the platform advantage. We are the critical infrastructure for the AI era. Take a look.
Every day, billions of things just work. The lights turn on, the faucet runs, the signal connects. Everything clicks. Billions of times a second. All at once. From the simple things, to the human things, to the connected things that keep life in motion. And now, the intelligent things. In the AI era, reliability is the root of intelligence. Because every model, every inference, every agent depends on the network it runs on. Systems that never sleep, data moving at light speed, compute breathing through trusted networks, security that protects AI and protects against it, and observability that keeps agents accountable. This is where intelligence begins. This is why the world's most critical systems run on Cisco. The infrastructure the world trusts to turn intelligence into impact. Because when everything connects, AI doesn't just work. Humanity thrives. Cisco, the critical infrastructure for the AI era.
There you go. We are fundamentally altering the way the world works today, and we're doing that together in partnership. New AI advances coming along every single day in healthcare and manufacturing and science, everywhere. Yesterday's IT approaches, they just weren't built to support this new cooperation between humans and AI. So what we all need to survive and to thrive is a new unified platform approach. And we've been hearing about that all week here at Cisco Live. The power of our full portfolio to deliver your best outcomes. We're going to head back out to center stage. I can see that Michelle has caught up with our man of the hour, David Dulling, for a quick behind-the-scenes chat. Hi, Michelle. It's good to see you this morning, my friend. I've missed you.
Steve, thank you so much for bringing it over to center stage. We have an exclusive interview right after David's keynote, or actually center stage, and he is a Splunker and Cisconian. So this is an especially exciting one for me. David, please introduce yourself. Tell the folks at home what you do.
Hi, I'm David Dowling. I lead the global security specialty team for Splunk and the go-to-market strategy.
Excellent. All right, we're going to get right into the future of the SOC. Yeah. So the future of the SOC must be human-led, but at machine speed. What does that mean for the future of security teams?
Yeah, definitely. When we're thinking about like agentic ops and agentic security, is we need to find ways to elevate and bring those analysts at a faster pace. And so right now, they're doing a lot of manual work and having to really get in and make decisions. With agentic ops, we're able to take the traditional SOAR playbooks that we've been using, but replace those decision points with agents. And the nice thing about that is as we do that, we can start making the machine speed and moving a lot of that manual effort that the SOC has been doing to just automate that. And the problem with SOAR in the previous is it had limitations. It could only if then that. With AI agents, we now have the ability to reason, to provide context, to find reasoning, and understanding the impact where SOAR couldn't do that before. And so the nice thing about that is, as we're bringing that in, we're really helping those analysts move at machine speed by having AIs do that reasoning and decision for them.
You mentioned trust. Yeah. How can we balance speed and trust when implementing those new AI agents?
Yeah, trust is a big thing, and that again goes back to one of the worries that we have with SOAR was, could we trust it's going to do the right thing? Well, with AI agents, we still have the same thing, and it almost makes it worse because AI can do far more than ever could do. It makes its own decisions. So one of the things we're working and focusing on Cisco is making sure that we have those detection packs. We have every time, or evidence packs, every time a decision is made, AI is providing all of the information, the logs of what happened, the searches that ran, the decisions that's made, why it made those decisions, so that we can review and analyze the output of those decisions, and so that we can trust. And as we move and think about that, we can provide levers of when we want a human in the loop, on the loop, or out of the loop, right? And so when we're going through that and having it understand like what the impact is, we can say, I trust you to do this because it's reversible. It's not impacting the business, right? So you can go ahead and do that, and I can analyze it afterwards, right? Or some things like, if it is going to be impacting, Chuck, for example, don't do anything, hit me up immediately, and I will review and be in the loop on those situations. And so understanding the trust, understanding and being more open is one thing that we really need to focus on, is we haven't had that trust. We need to find a way to trust, and we're building everything we can to help with that. But that's something that CISOs really need to focus on and lean into.
What practical skills then, after all that, can organizations take today to ensure that they're prepared for SOC of the future and all those agentic actions that you just spoke about?
Yeah, I mean, it's really like rethinking everything, right? Don't try to take what you're doing right now and be like, how do I do AI? How do I add AI to this? I think that's the wrong approach. It was the same approach when we moved from on-prem to cloud, right? We're just like, we're gonna lift and shift my on-prem environment to the cloud. That wasn't effective. We had to rethink, how do we do it inside the cloud? How do we do it with Kubernetes? And AI is the same thing. It's not a lift and shift of our current processes today. It's, let's rethink from the ground up, now that we have agents, we have skills, we have assistants, we have frontier AI models, what's the new approach? And rethink those processes is really, I think, where we need to focus.
But as they rethink, what skills should they be developing? What skills should they be keeping in mind?
Yeah, so we still need to have the same skills that we've had with the analysts before, but it's understanding how to do like prompt engineering. Like really thinking through and building and driving user stories, right? It can't be just, hey, I want this. AI doesn't know what the context, it doesn't know what questions to ask. You need to understand how to be specific and detailed around telling AI what you need for it to build the right thing. And so I think the skills are going to be, we still need the same skill set we've always need. And AI is going to help guide them through that and help them, hey, these are things that you need to think about. But at the same time, we need to teach our analysts and our engineers how to correctly work with AI doing that prompt engineering.
As a partner, exactly. Yeah. Now we're on day 3. What from the talks that you've given, the demos that you've given, the conversations that you've had with customers and attendees, what do you think has resonated most from your experience?
I think as we move from like point solutions and kind of fragmentation, we've been moving to the Cisco Secure Cloud, right? And having that, I think that has been a big thing with enterprise security, moving and bringing all of the tools into just enterprise, and then that moving into Cisco Secure Cloud, Cisco Cloud Control. I think having a single platform that accesses everything, and then you have that Cisco data fabric underneath it, that brings all the data into a single location, I think is the best move that Cisco has made, that Splunk has made, and it's really going to change the market and be something that everyone's going to need in the future.
David, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for walking us through everything that you just spoke about all week. Steve, back to you in the studio.
Michelle, thank you. Go Splunk. Congratulations, David. Fantastic session out at Center Stage. We so appreciate it. We have still got so much to come here in the closing day broadcast from Las Vegas, and every single bit of it is headed directly to you here on the live stream. All the sessions, all the demos, the interviews, the massive value coming out of Center Stage. Remember to keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live. Our team in the social hub is waiting to hear from you and respond to your posts. Eric Magnuson is one of our greatest Cisco voices for technology, for experience, capability, education, evolution. I always love hearing from Eric. Well, Rob had a chance to catch up with Eric out in Digital Resilience. Let's listen in on their chat.
Hey guys, welcome. I am here in the Digital Resilience area. We're right off the middle of the show floor, right when you first come in. This is one of the very key platform messages, and so when it comes to understanding that messaging and getting it right, who do we call? Eric, who I affectionately call my messaging guy. Eric, are you okay? You ready to step up for
That
this?
works for me, Rob. Sounds perfect.
Well, digital resilience, I understand digital and I understand resilience, and I actually like that distinction from security, but how do you describe that as an importance in a term that we use?
Absolutely. Digital resilience is one of the key platform advantages that Cisco offers. How we define digital resilience is the ability to bounce back after disruptions no matter where they came from. So the real problem today with many organizations is they've got a security team, they've got an IT team, they've got a networking team. And when something goes wrong, when something goes bump in the night, it's really hard to tell where it came from. Was it a security attack? Did a server fall over? Did somebody push code to the wrong place? And without the ability to bring all of those signals together with the assurance capabilities, the security operations, and the observability capabilities that we have under our digital resilience outcome, it can be really hard for organizations to even understand what happened, let alone start to fix it and find the root cause.
Well, I think that's interesting because what you're highlighting there is a very classic customer organizational siloed issue, and it feels like every time we've come up with new solutions that require us asking the customer to coordinate better across groups, that is always a bit of an uphill battle. But you're really saying, though, that the data is a bit in a domain issue here as well, because customers have organized themselves and their network technologies because we built a network that's really made for humans. Is that really what we're looking at, a difference here?
It's a good way to look at it, Rob, because I think what we're trying to offer to the market today is the Cisco data fabric that kind of brings all of those capabilities together in one place and gives you one single source of truth. Whether, again, you're an IT person, you're a security person, or a networking person, you're all working from the same set of data, because what can happen, like you described, is each team has its own silo, has its own source of truth, and they actually start to do things to combat an incident that are actually counterproductive and actually don't result in resolving the issue quickly. So it's partly an operational thing, it's partly a team's way they've organized themselves, and it's partly just we haven't had the ability to do that cross-domain troubleshooting yet, which is what the next thing I'm excited to talk about. Within Cisco Cloud Control, we now have the AI Canvas capability, which brings together that multiplayer team where you can bring together all of your organization in one place with Agentic AI's help to actually start to resolve these issues at the speed you need to, because guess what? Adversaries are using Agentic AI now too, do to put your organization under attack. So you better be fighting fire with fire.
And it really takes away our ability to say, well, I'm just going to wait a little bit to start working on this kind of thing, because we do need to move at this agentic AI speed, and it is already hitting customer networks. I want to just double down on talked about visibility both inside and outside the network. I'm assuming we're talking about Splunk as a common data substrate for bringing these things together, and then ThousandEyes for
you
bringing in
guessed
that.
Absolutely.
So we get this through one visual that allows us to say, when this issue happens, then we're not having to guess or do the armchair thing to figure out, how do I get
No more
these things?
swiveling, no more expensive war rooms. When you have the combination of the network assurance capabilities of ThousandEyes, you can actually see across unowned third-party networks that most organizations are increasingly relying on.
Right.
And so you can actually identify if the fault is either in your own systems with our observability tools, if you're under attack with our security operations tools, and then if it's actually a third-party network where the failure has happened with ThousandEyes. And there's some really awesome stuff that everyone should be paying attention to that's coming out with new triage agents brought to you by Splunk within the Agentic SOC to be able to start actually dealing with those issues, like you said, at the speed that they're coming in. Because if an analyst is sitting there saying, oh, I can deal with that ticket in a few hours, you're already compromised at that point with the speed at which adversaries are using AI to attack targets.
I just love the sound of that, triage agents.
Doesn't it sound cool?
But also I think what you're talking about, and this is my own, I don't know if this is your wording or not, but I think of it as an autonomy dial. So essentially what you're doing is you're surfacing this increased intelligence for customers to then go, yes, do I agree, do I not? So you've got the human in the loop, but the ability to say, for this class of things, I'm having more confidence so I can hand more off to the network to make that decision agentically for me?
Absolutely. We always want to make sure that customers are in control, and then, it's a tough idea to kind of hand the keys over to an agent to do these jobs for you, but in some cases you really need to. But then also, like I said, you're going to keep the humans in the loop to make sure that we're always kind of overseeing what's happening. And some of the cool new technologies that we're bringing to bear really make that possible, and it takes away the tedium that comes after an incident, where Gen AI and the Splunk assistants can now generate after action reports for you, and so you don't have to spend all of your time doing that, and you can actually focus on improving your security posture from the ground up to begin with.
You can always think about back when I used to do shift work and you're dependent on some physical log and you're hoping someone bothered to write it down. It's never the right details. This is awesome stuff. Guys, when you come onto the show floor, we're under digital resilience. Everything is clearly laid out across all three core platforms, but when you first come in, you cannot miss it. It's right behind the big display. You got this awesome imagery here from Splunk. Such good answers to the problems we're facing today. Come check it out. Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rob.
All right.
Thank you so much, Rob and Eric. Rob said there, when you come onto the show floor, well, how do I do that when I'm watching on the live stream? The way you do that is you be here in person with us at a Cisco Live, so you can walk into digital resilience and talk to people like Eric, our cross-portfolio messaging lead. When you want the human impact, the realistic performance, actionable side of what we do here at Cisco, every insight, value, perspective in Cisco's platform advantage, you want Eric in that room. He is so good. He knows every piece of the portfolio, explains it so beautifully. Always, always love to hear from him. Right now, Lauren is out in future-proofed workplaces to check in on IoT. Hey there, buddy. Who do you have there with you?
Hi, Steve. I'm here with Kevin Arthur, Engineering Product Manager of our Industrial IoT Solutions. Kevin, what are we launching here today?
Hey, thank you so much, Lauren, and I'm excited to be here. This week, we actually launched the two newest products in the industrial portfolio. So we have our IR1000 series router, and we have our 5G RedCap pluggable interface module. Now, I'm super excited to get more into the details here, but they're really extending our reach in the industrial space as we launch these products, right? So the IR1000 is our smallest router to date. We've never built something smaller. It's 1.5 inches tall. Almost fits in the palm of my hand. Almost fits in my pocket too. But it's meant for those ultra low power, ultra compact use cases, and it's also ultra secure. Runs on less than 5 watts of power. So really, like I said, we're extending the reach of the portfolio with these products. And then 5G RedCap. This is really changing the game in terms of cellular connectivity. So as you know, the shift has really started occurring right between LTE and 5G. Carrier networks already starting to adopt 5G more broadly. We expect this to ramp as time goes on. And 5G RedCap gives our customers that cost-effective 5G solution, right? An entry point into 5G at a price point that makes sense, and it lets them start on LTE today and move to 5G when they're ready to do so.
Wow, so tell me, where are these deployed?
So yeah, these routers, like I said, ultra low power, ultra compact. So we're really looking at spaces that are power constrained, space constrained. You could think about pipelines, oil and gas, right? Distribution, utility networks, right? The boxes like the one you see behind you, with like roadside cabinets, and other just remote field assets, right? And the 1000 series, because it's able to extend our reach, it's providing a major opportunity for our customers to be able to tackle those use cases that otherwise they weren't able to connect prior. And with 5G RedCap, it's giving our customers the opportunity to really future-proof their networks, right? It has the latest standard in eSIM, SGP.32, so our customers can remotely swap their profiles over the air without needing a truck roll or a future hardware replacement or a SIM change manually. And it's all in one module, right? So it's LTE and 5G. So you start on LTE today, you move to 5G when you're ready to do so later. But the use cases and the possibilities for this product are really endless. So
amazing. Well, the topic for this conference and the keynotes has been cloud control, Cisco cloud control. Are these able to be managed in Cisco Cloud Control?
Absolutely, yeah. And we've been getting that question a lot at the booth this week. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But I do just want to say that management is incredibly important for our customers, especially the OT users, right? Because they're not just deploying 6 or 7 different routers at some branch location. They're often managing or deploying hundreds, if not thousands, and tens of thousands of these devices across really distributed and remote sites, right? So they need to be able to manage these solutions, these devices from a single location, right? So, and that's where Cisco gives 2 really solid management options. So the first one is our Catalyst SD-WAN Manager. So this can be deployed on-prem or in the cloud. And then we also have our IoT Field Network Director, or F&D. So this is really designed with OT teams in mind. And it's our on-prem solution, right? It's for large field network deployments. So, Cisco Cloud Control is really helping to be that one console that unifies this management experience for us, right? And also with the addition of AI assistants, which we're also launching here at Cisco Live for our platforms, customers are able to, troubleshoot their issues in the network much more easier, right, than they were before, and we're driving increased network uptime, I think, with all these solutions. So I'm excited you asked me about that.
Wow, wow. And of course, we got to understand what the feedback has been for customers. What have they been saying?
It's been incredible. Like I said, I think customers have been asking for sort of a solution, right, to address some of these use cases that we're seeing in the field today. Less than 5 watts, 1.5 inches. I mean, this is something that
I'm over here like, I want this in my house.
Oh, I know. And even if looking behind you, right, we've got demos, right, that kind of explain this in a bit more detail. So if customers are here and you want to get more feedback on the product, please drop by before the demo closes. So
thank you so much, Kevin. That was amazing. I learned a lot. I appreciate your time today. Hope you're inspired like I am. I'm going to throw it back over to Steve at the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Lauren. Great job, Kevin. Excellent demo there. I wish people could come down and just visit you there, but you got to be here at the conference in order to do it. I always love seeing the powerful new releases, the developments and deliveries from the industrial IoT and what it is that they're doing over there in that BU. We are having such a good time here in our World of Solutions at the closing day brunch, energy activity everywhere, food everywhere, people walking around having a great time meeting with one another. We love having you here on the broadcast, but hopefully we will share all this energy in person with you at the next Cisco Live in your region. My name is Steve Moulter. Remember, please keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live. Thank you, Rob Boyd. And speaking of Rob Boyd, we learn a ton. We've got so much that we need to take in, and it's overwhelming, and there's so much incredible content and so many things for us to consider, and yet every now and then we have to relax and hang out with our friends and network and do cool stuff on the show floor. Michelle, Rob, how do we do that?
Steve, thanks so much for bringing it back here. You know what? It's been 3 incredible days of innovation. We have hands-on labs, we have demos, we have breakout sessions, we have everything.
Partners galore.
Partners galore, and here we are. in the sports arena.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into soccer, into gaming, into golf, Rob, I got to ask you some thoughts.
Please, I'm open to your questions.
Over the past 3 days, we've been hearing that Cisco is the critical infrastructure in the AI era.
Right.
What does that really mean to you? What's been the most impactful part of that?
So the real general short takeaway is the fact that I think there's a recognition now of the criticality of the network. There's been, in the industry, there's such a huge focus on the endpoints, and of course we see that in the form of new GPU releases and new scary stories and things that are coming out. And I think customers are left with this feeling that I have less that I can control now. I'm not in control, the world's moving too fast. And I think what we're saying this week in a nutshell is the network is a place you can control, you can establish visibility that will allow you to regain confidence and the control that you need for all the things that are moving too fast. Here's the thing that you can use to ensure that you've at least reduced your risk. We'll never eliminate it, but at least made it more manageable.
I love that. I think what stood out to me, Chuck said specifically that we're uniquely positioned to lead in this era because of—
That's very true.
Exactly, because of trust scaled everywhere. You know, we've got security embedded in the entire stack.
Yeah, and as a longtime Cisco person, I feel this urge, you know, we hear the word unified, and you go, and I always picture the engineer in the back of the room going, aha, I've heard this multiple times before. And we've talked about management platforms, and I read an article that came out this morning from one of the presses here, and they were talking about, you know, if Cisco was to get an award from Gartner for single panes of glass, you know, they'd have multiple awards. But this isn't a single pane of glass. And the point was made in the article, I'm not bringing this up fresh at all, which I love because it's action oriented, and we saw that in the demonstrations. Actually, you can see it in any demonstration here. So yes, it's first kickoff of cloud control, but I love the platform because that's where the Cisco advantage to take that foundation and the extended real estate that we have in so many customer networks and still including the non-Cisco stuff and making that work. I think Cisco's in a great position.
Rob, we're around a handful of partners.
Yeah.
What do they do? What do they do? What do they stand out to you?
Well, they're adding value in different places where Cisco doesn't play. I mean, just to use one example, VQ Communications. I'm very familiar with their work because they work with WebEx, the collaboration team, and they took, when Cisco moved to cloud, VQ, for example, said, we've got expertise working with defense, you know, highly important and critical infrastructure that's become even more important. And they're actually taking that over and solving answers for customers that can't be done in cloud for whatever reason that may be, that type of thing. So it's adding value in all the other places.
No matter where you're walking around the show floor, whether it's the keynote, whether it's the demos, partners, any station, you'll learn a lot. What do we have over here? I think you're supposed to kick that, Rob.
No.
Steve, thank you so much.
Too athletic.
I didn't know we were going to go on content. I didn't know we were going to, I thought we were going to walk around the sports arena, have a little bit of fun, do some relaxing. You guys went straight back to the learning and the education part of it.
Is that even fair? Because I'm so athletic, Steve, people go, that's a ringer.
Absolutely.
Why is he in here playing against mere mortals?
Well,
and
I don't
so
know.
I was like, just do the right thing.
Show us around. Unless I'm mistaking, we've still got about 4 or 5 minutes here before we actually
take us on a
go.
tour. Tell us what
Let's
we're
look
looking at
around.
here.
What's going on out in Sports Arena, guys?
Okay, so one of the great things about this is community. You get to connect with folks, and one of the fun things to do in the sports arena is attempt to kick some soccer balls, although I don't know if there's prizes. Let's see, Steve.
Let me see. Do you mind if I muscle my way in and take a quick shot? This is just going to be
no promises.
That's right, I don't mean to get in the way. Is this gentleman doing well?
No, he's doing great.
So we've got scoring we need to...
Yeah,
okay.
Scoring.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's all right. Oh, I was trying to play off the back.
I think I can do it a little better than him. Let's see.
Oh,
hey,
what?
In one.
Oh!
+3, that means you're 2 behind. Yeah, see this, okay, this is more addictive, Steve, thank you. Look at that!
It's 2 for 2. And all the way back out.
Yeah.
There's really no competition
here.
I just don't think so.
Michelle, you got one there?
Okay, last one. Hope the mic pack doesn't fall off.
All right, we're getting the signal. We got to wrap this up. So give us a great metaphor for why football is the perfect way to describe AI infrastructure in the AI infrastructure era. I'm just kidding. We need to, oh, there's the camera. We thought there would be over there. Julie, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll let you close us out.
You guys, thank you so much for joining us today. It was so fun. We'll see you in a couple other segments from now. And really, great replay. Thank you.
throwing? What are you doing? Everybody's sort of standing around. I'm going to go ahead and we're on camera. There we go, tally light, what do you know? Guys, we're going to take a very quick run back out to Lauren White. Lauren, where are you out on the show floor? I'm looking around.
But we don't need to know.
Hi there.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Maddie, and we are going to talk all about this amazing connected future workplace solution here. Maddie, can you start with your title?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a security consulting engineer here at Cisco.
Awesome. Okay, well, what are we launching here? What is this?
So this is Cisco IQ. This is our new AI-enabled platform to give our customers greater visibility into what's going on in their networks. My customers' top 3 concerns today are Mythos, quantum readiness, and Salt Typhoon. I'm especially passionate about quantum, and that's actually the dashboard that you see up here today. And it helps our customers get ahead of the curve rather than waiting for quantum to catch up to them.
Wow, I'm amazed. I'm also concerned about these things. Mythos is top of mind. Thank you so much for showing us this. We have to come back, and if you're out there, get to the booth, get over here, and if not, look it up online. Thank you so much, Maddie.
Thank you very much.
I am going to take it back to the studio.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Maddie. They can't come. They're watching on broadcast because they're not here at the show, right? We're going to go back out to center stage right now to look at the agents among us. How do we secure and scale our campus networks for the agentic workforce? We've got Nick Edwards on deck with us, our VP of Product Management for Campus Networking. We've got Lila Rousseau on deck as well, one of our great principal solutions engineers here at Cisco. When we look at AI agents, they are not simply tools any longer. We thought about them, even last year here at the conference, we would have been looking at it that way. These are active network participants. They trigger new workflows. They access our data at speeds that humans can't even imagine, let alone match. So as AI-driven attacks and quantum threats continue to raise the stakes, the challenge for our campus teams, it's elevating. They have to secure their devices and protect against a high-velocity fleet of autonomous identities. We're going to head out to center stage now. We're so glad to have you with us, and we'll meet you right back here on the broadcast on the other side. Away we go.
Welcome, everyone. Today we are going to talk about how to scale and secure your AI-ready network. My name is Lila Rousseau, and for 26 years at Cisco, I've worked with many of you, our customers and partners, all the way from the south in Argentina, all the way to the north in Canada. And I'm a principal solutions engineer for America's networking sales. And I'm here today with Nick Edwards.
Hello, I'm Nick Edwards. I'm the Vice President of Product Management in our campus networking group, focused on switching. Lila, over to you.
Thank you so much. So as a campus network specialist, we've always designed and secured actually our networks based on premises, like what connects to the network are users and devices. Eventually we had things with the convergence of IoT and IT, and traffic patterns always very predictable. It was always said that traffic patterns in campus are south-north, but things changed. Now we have agents connected to the network on top of users and things. And these agents, they generate a different traffic pattern. We start seeing more east-west type of traffic. What that means is that we need to fundamentally change how we design, how we operate, and how we secure our networks. When I talk to some of my customers, they do present a day in the life that is very stressful. It can start at 6 a.m., maybe with a ticket that says that there's an application that it's slow in whatever branch. Can we go back? Can we go back all the way until white? That's okay, we'll continue. So we can start with a ticket. We can see unknown IoT devices connecting to the network that were not supposed to be there. We might get a notification from facilities saying we need to roll out a wireless service in a new wing, and we need to start planning for a very lengthy rollout. We might see some unusual east-west traffic, and also, sadly, we receive a notification saying that there are security vulnerabilities in our production infrastructure. And now we need to start thinking of a maintenance window and the sign-off for all the patching. But on top of all those things, We already had a maintenance window planned for that afternoon after hours because we needed to make changes to 2,000 devices in our network. Imagine if we can have the same kind of situation, but now powered by an autonomous network. In this case, what this autonomous network would look like? Well, first we can detect and resolve issues before the users come to our facilities. We can continuously verify users, devices, and agents. We can bring up a new building in hours instead of having to plan for several weeks. What if we can stop threats before they spread laterally? And what if we can have devices that are protected against security vulnerabilities with no downtime? And on top of that, what if we can automate configuration rollout with confidence? Now, when we talk about security with my customers, in a lot of cases, we're still thinking about the traditional security requirements where the environments are bounded, the edges are very clear, and the traffic patterns are still south-north. But we know that with AI, things changed. We now have a surface of attack that is dynamic. We have workloads everywhere, and attacks that were deemed like future attacks are here today. What that means is that we need to start thinking about machine speed security because machine speed interactions are already in your network. For that reason, Cisco built an architecture for AI-ready secure network, which is based in 3 pillars. First, simplified operations powered by Agentic Ops. Second, security fused in the network, not as an add-on, fused into the network. And third, scalable devices ready for AI. Let's talk about how we can simplify network operations leveraging Agentic Ops. A lot of us deal with many domains. We might have campus networking, we might have data center networking, we might have compute, we might have collab, we might have services. And having different dashboards for all these different views is not actually conducive to simplified operations. So the first step to simplified operations is to bring all these domains together. And we are going to be doing that with Cisco Cloud Control. Cisco Cloud Control will allow us to have that unified view of all the domains without the need of cross-launching, without the need of re-authenticating. It's going to be a very seamless experience that is going to give us not only that unified view, but also shared telemetry and shared capabilities like inventory and topology and so on. Now, because of Agentic Ops is now such a buzzword, one of the first questions that I get from my customers is, how do I start? What's the best or the easiest way to start? And my answer is always, leverage your AI assistant. All of us are very, very comfortable at this point to interface with natural language interfaces, asking questions, planning our vacations. We all do these things. We can use the same experience for network operations. All our platforms today, Catalyst Center, Meraki Dashboard, Catalyst SD-WAN, Splunk, Thousand Eyes, they all have an AI assistant that you can leverage today. Once we have Cisco Cloud Control, we will have an experience that is similar to an AI assistant in the sense that you're going to have that natural language conversation. But on top of that, we will be getting cross-domain capabilities because Cisco Cloud Control brings all the domains. You're going to get an experience where widgets are going to be generated on demand based on the question that you ask to the platform. And those widgets are going to appear in a screen that is it's a board, it's a canvas that you can share with other SMEs. So this is a very collaborative experience. And then we have automation. Having automation in the same sentence as LLM could be very scary because LLM, we know they are non-deterministic, and for automation, we do need determinism. For that reason, we have today Agentic Workflows. Agentic Workflows is a platform, no code, low code, that allows us to leverage agentic ops, but making the workflows in a deterministic way. And this is something that you can have available today. Right now, agentic workflows can be launched through Meraki Dashboard, but you can automate all your Cisco infrastructure as well as third party. Now, lack of telemetry is not a problem. We need to agree on that. The problem is sometimes that we have too much telemetry that we as humans cannot consume. That's why we are bringing new capabilities that are going to be monitoring infrastructure health to get information on faulty things that happen in our network, PoE ports, power supplies, and maybe get to fix them before they impact the users. With experience metrics, we are going to be introducing multiple agents. Each agent is going to be monitoring a KPI that is related to the user experience so that we can bubble up any issues before the user creates a ticket. And lastly, we all know that segmentation is key. In this day and age, it's key. And one of the ways to do segmentation is via Fabrics. Fabrics obviously is much more than just segmentation, but it's a very, very good architecture to do so. But sometimes it's a little bit scary because we need to know how to troubleshoot Fabrics. So we are introducing AI Assistant with the capability to find root cause and remediation for Fabrics as well. Now, we talked about before this maintenance window that we needed to make changes in 2,000 switches. We all agree that one of the worst nightmares of a network admin is a maintenance window go wrong. We don't want that to happen. So we are bringing digital twin that will allow us to model changes in the network before we deploy them in production environments. What this allows us is to build confidence around the changes. Now, most of you probably have labs, and that is awesome. But in a lot of cases, labs don't really mirror the actual production environment. So digital twin will help in this direction. Now, with digital twin, we can model changes, and we do that to validate them before we instantiate them into the network. But these new capabilities, they need to work with existing operational workflows that you, our customers, have. So we need to keep in mind or to incorporate elements like ServiceNow, which is a very popular IT service management application. So by combining digital twin and ServiceNow, we are bringing this operational confidence that allow you, our customers, to make changes faster, reduce risk, even if all the environments are more complex than ever. So I talked a lot about operational simplicity, but that is only one pillar of secure networking. As important, we need to talk about security as well as the proper AI-ready infrastructure. And for that, I would like to invite Nick back on stage to talk about those very important topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Leila. When you look at this future that we're talking about, and you think about the networks that have been deployed over the last 10 years, ask yourself, is that network ready for a future where AI agents increase your workforce capacity 10, 100, or 1,000-fold? Where IoT devices come into your network at a scale you haven't seen before. IoT devices are no longer just manufacturing, critical infrastructure, or healthcare. It's increasingly in carpeted office space, building management systems, smart lighting, smart blinds. All of these things are going to dramatically change how you think about your network and how you evolve your security paradigm. Our approach to doing this is to simplify and deliver an architecture that will allow you to holistically assess your environment and then explore our CVDs to deploy your architecture in a way that will give you the security outcomes that you're looking for. First, it starts with secure infrastructure. This is part resiliency, where we have delivered capabilities that have more secure defaults versus the legacy, less secure defaults. It deals with more modern cryptographic operations, as well as being better protected and suited for vulnerabilities that we know will come in a world that is powered by AI-driven attacks. On top of that secure infrastructure, you need segmentation. Increasingly, the landscape and the velocity of attacks is going to be such that you will need some form of segmentation to contain the blast radius and deliver appropriate access controls all the way down to the access level. And then on top of that, hybrid mesh firewalling and zero trust work together to leverage identity constructs to deliver least privilege access, and then traffic inspection via firewalling to make sure that your loads, your apps, and your other use cases and applications are secure. This is all driven with one consistent policy model that we are increasingly delivering from access and campus, across SD-WAN, across our cloud security platforms, all the way to the data center. And then with Agentic Ops on top of that, to give you a simple way to deploy technology, troubleshoot, get new insights in a way that will relieve your support teams to get better outcomes more quickly. I want to go deep in a couple of these areas. The first of which is quantum safe infrastructure. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you have already started to make progress on upgrading your infra for a PQC world? Not many, a few. We see that a lot. These changes are coming really quickly. Most government mandates in the United States, for example, are saying that in 2027, new gear has to have a path towards quantum readiness. And this is happening all over the world. It's quickly becoming a regulatory requirement across all segments. Our approach is to deliver customers a comprehensive, unified framework, starting first with the hardware, so you can trust the device. At Cisco, we have a variety of capabilities on our products to make sure that when that switch, that router, that AP shows up at your loading dock, that has not been tampered with. And we use cryptographic signing to do that, the secure root of trust. That is being upgraded to be PQC ready. Then when you look at communications, L2, MACsec, WAN MACsec, L3, IPsec, and VPN technologies, this is where the threat of the harvest now, decrypt later is a major issue. And there's reports of this already happening, where the bad guys, whether they're nation states, hackers, whoever it may be, they collect that data, they're storing it somewhere. So when quantum computing is available, they're going to crack those keys, and then mayhem will ensue. You need to start with L2 and L3 to make sure that your security and your requirements are met across all communication layers. And then on top of that, you have to trust the entire system. The entire management plane has to be PQC ready, whether that is tunnels for telemetry, whether that is RADSec or other capabilities that are not necessarily core to the operation and passing of packets, but getting your system running in conjunction with everything else. All that has to be ready, full PQC, quantum safe for the future. And our infrastructure and our secure architecture will help you get there. And then next, we have to talk about how you're going to address vulnerabilities. If you've seen the news about Glasswing, you've seen the news about Mythos. Agents don't get tired. In fact, agents only get smarter and more efficient. And what you're going to see is a complete spike of all types of vulnerabilities in the entire software and hardware industry around the world. So yes, vendors need to do a better job. Fortunately, Cisco is part of Glasswing. We're able to get access to some of these tools so we can ship code and technology that is going to be better and more secure out of the gate. But we still want to have more security. So what we're delivering is a capability called Cisco Live Protect. This is going to be available on our campus networking products later this year. And consider this a digital immune system, where imagine the pathological case. It's New Year's Eve. Hopefully everyone is having fun doing something not IT related. And then next thing you know, there's a vulnerability that you have to respond to immediately. Or maybe it's Black Friday, Thanksgiving weekend in the United States. Do you want to take the network down, impact production, or call people in over the weekend? Or do you want to do something else that gives you uptime, that gives you the ability to easily deploy a shield, and then you can manage your own patching in accordance with your operational cadence? This is being brought to life by our integration of the extended Berkeley packet filter into our code base that gives kernel level monitoring so we can deliver shields targeted to precisely the vulnerabilities that may be coming in. This gives you maximum security as well as maximum operational flexibility and agility to do the patches and upgrades at a window that makes sense for you. And then critically, if you see someone trying to trigger one of your vulnerabilities, your security team's going to want to know who that is. And ultimately, this will give you full telemetry and actionable intelligence so you can address where the threat's coming from, quarantine it, and take your appropriate remediation actions. Next, another key capability that builds on top of that architecture is this notion of security service insertion. In a lot of environments, if you're trying to deliver security across a network, you typically have to do a heavy lift of routing all that traffic flow to the centralized firewall and then back to where you need it to go. And customers have done this. As the world evolves and latency requirements are becoming more and more significant and the overall performance and operational simplicity becomes much more acute, you have to have a model where you can be more specific and granular. That's exactly what security service insertion is. You'll be able to leverage all the identity and context of flows from devices, agents, users, ultimately, and then you'll be able to say, if this happens, then send that traffic flow and only that traffic flow to a firewall in my environment for deeper inspection, while every other traffic continues down its regular path. So it will be dynamic and responsive, and it will give you the ability to have the precision and the surgical strike capability to send the traffic for deeper inspection as you see fit. A next area that's very critical as we think about this architecture is delivering a better and easier way to have fabrics in your environment to address segmentation and broader network simplicity. When we talk to customers, frequently the biggest concern they have with deploying fabrics is, well, it's hard, it's complicated, and I don't know if I have the expertise to stand it up and then to manage it on an ongoing basis. Leela talked about some of the benefits that our AI capabilities are going to deliver that will make it easy to manage and easy to troubleshoot. One of the things that we wanted to do is to deliver the goodness and the form factor of a cloud platform in our Meraki dashboard that can allow you to migrate as you see fit and deploy fabric capabilities simply, easily, and elegantly. And we've introduced this starting last year. We're only getting better with more capabilities for better failover, better resiliency, expanding our model support. And in the past, as the era with fabrics dawned, we would have to get very involved with a lot of customers as they started this journey. Since we've turned this on, we have customers standing up fabrics all the time without us even knowing about it, which is a testament to our ability and the customer's ability to get their outcomes. One customer said they went from a brownfield network to a fabric environment, 8 a.m. on a Thursday until noon. They thought they were going to need all of Thursday and all of Friday and maybe some of the weekend. They got it done in 4 hours. This capability is here now. It's waiting. Take advantage of it if you're thinking about getting a fabric in your environment, which will have you better secured against any agentic threats and other attacks that may be coming, as well as giving you the security of a simplified architecture. Now, that's a security component, but you need to have technology in the hardware itself to prepare you for this agentic future and the networks and how they're going to evolve. We're really excited to announce this week that we are delivering a broad suite of capabilities that have these components in it to give you the security outcomes and the AI readiness that you need for your network. First, you need to be future-proof. That's part speeds and feeds, yes, but it's also part having deterministic latency and outcomes that can give you the speed and the trust in your network as you start to embrace more AI capabilities. You need PQC across the full stack. We spoke about that. But critically, and we don't want to lose sight of all the operational stuff that makes your lives harder, such as doing rapid reloads and rapid reboots and better upgrades. We're investing heavily in that, and we're already down in some deployment models to sub-second, and we're only going to get better. We're really excited about that. But equally as critical as all those things is giving programmability and telemetry. That helps us and our management platforms so we can give better AI outcomes and better kind of management and telemetry outcomes. But also for those of you who are using Ansible and Terraform and other types of CI/CD models to deploy and manage your network, this gives you maximum flexibility. And a lot of customers sit in both ends of that spectrum, using our capabilities for some and their own infrastructure as code for others. And this will give you all that richness and functionality you need to manage your network in this future era. So one of the flagship hardware devices that we're introducing this week is the C9550. This is our flagship fixed core switch that will give our customers all the future proofing that they need as this new era dawns and beckons. We're talking 4 by 400 gig for the campus core, up to 6.4 terabits of switching capacity, almost 4 billion packets per second, and again, quantum safe. We've seen increasing trends away from modular core to fixed core, and this will meet customers where they are in conjunction with our 9350 that we announced last year. We still have a modular core, and we announced that last year, so for customers and environments that need that, that's a great complement. Now you have choice based off of what your requirements are and where you need to deploy. Here's the broader lineup of capabilities that we're announcing and that we're going to be delivering this year. It's important to note, and this came up in one of my conversations earlier this morning, as we talked about these devices. Well, hey, like I'm on-prem now, well, I need to buy a new one if I want to deploy to the cloud. No, you do not. These devices, all unified hardware, unified OS, and can be unified from a management plane. So if you have pockets in your network that need to be on-prem, you can deploy these products on-prem. If you need to deploy something with a cloud management platform from Cisco, you can do that too. You do not have to make that trade-off and that decision at the beginning. So in our switching lineup, we've also extended to support new variants of our 9350 platform, mGig and fiber. And all of our 9350 has a very robust power budget, so you can have 48-port, 90-watt PoE as your smart building requirements evolve in APs and lighting. We've also will be introducing new secure routers that is perfect built with massive scale for 100 gig data center, or for data centers that have 100 gig uplinks, as well as 15,000 VPN branch locations can be aggregated on these devices. We've also going to be introducing a new outdoor AP that will give customers and their users massive scale, massive operational flexibility. Now, I was looking out my window yesterday at the pool, and I saw everyone on their phones between photos, and they were all on the company Wi-Fi, all on the hotel Wi-Fi. And that's because technologies like this need to evolve. This will be Wi-Fi 7, and it will give, whether it's an industrial environment or hospitality or even your campus environment, all the scale and throughput capacity that you need. And then lastly, we are very deeply enmeshed in the industrial routing and the industrial switching capability. These new routers can have power draw as low as 6 watts running in the harshest environments that can be powered by solar or battery. These are great capabilities for all customers who are looking in this particular portfolio lineup. Now, those are all the new hardware innovations. We talked about the operational simplicity that Leela shared, as well as the secure networking. Those are all good capabilities, but you have to be able to be familiar with how to run them and to deliver a roadmap with implementation guidance. Please go to these different sessions today that are curated to match with this dialogue so you can get better learning, you better prepare how to roll these out and deploy them, including our secure networking reference architecture. Now, as we draw to a close, this roadmap points to a destination. This is that destination, an enterprise campus where you have agents that help you do your job better, that allow you to get faster troubleshooting outcomes, that allow you to run a network better. An outcome that gives hardware refresh cycles that unlock new business opportunities for your organization. And then lastly, your IT teams no longer have to spend time troubleshooting, dealing with tickets, calling our TAC. You're going to be able to focus on innovating, delivering new outcomes for your network as the network increasingly becomes a mission-critical enabler for the future of AI for your organization. This is the future we are building. We want to build it with you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. They have me at the seat here, so I get to talk to you a lot. I'm really excited. That was really cool. AI agents, that's the topic of the keynote. We keep hearing so much about it. How do you protect them? You'll hear from me later on some really cool thoughts that I have about this whole thing because it's my jam. But let's take it over to our amazing, one of my amazing co-hosts that I'm proud to know, over there in the world of solutions. Michelle, what are you over there doing? You ready to give us a little recap of some things?
Lauren, I can see you in the corner of my eye in the broadcast studio live, but I'm here in the world of solutions. I want to take this as a reminder, as a thank you for allowing me to be an incredible, awesome attendee, a host, a friend. I think we all are friends by now. But anyways, what I wanted to do, it's day 3. It's been an exciting 3 days, but it's not over yet. We still have some demos. I know Galileo is coming right up after this, but this is kind of a reminder, a reflection of how the show floor can bring so much value to your time here at Cisco Live and why it's so important to be here in person. So over my shoulder, you're gonna see the 3 main areas. Julie, you can see them, I think. We, of course, have future-proof workplaces. We have digital resilience right behind me, and we have AI-ready data centers. And the undercurrent of that entire thing is the Cisco Data Fabric powered by Splunk. So why are we uniquely positioned to solve and unify your machine data? It's because we bring everything together under the platform advantage. Within Cisco Cloud Control, you get to see your entire ecosystem, you unify all that machine data, you fuel it with contextualized insights, and you activate it for AI enablement. So this means your security, observability, networking teams, they are making decisions, empowered decisions on the same data, that same telemetry, all together in a single view. Now, come back here next year, year after year, you're gonna get better demos, you're gonna get great keynotes, you're gonna get incredible insights. We're just so happy to bring this to you, and we are gonna see you there next year. Lauren, I think you're gonna have a similar experience, right? These 3 days have been great.
Yes, I don't even know, like I'm almost at a loss of words, and that doesn't happen often for me.
No, it doesn't.
If you know me. So it's been an amazing 3 days. I said this before, but it's like we keep getting better. Like I don't even know how we just keep raising the bar. I'm excited to even be a part of an engine like this, a machine just moving at machine speed we keep talking about, right? So I am just gonna, I think it's better for you to see more of what we're talking about. We talked about day 3 and all the cool things, but what about day 1, day 2? So I'm going to throw it and show you more of a highlight of what we've seen in yesterday's keynote.
Welcome to day 2. I thought G2 yesterday was an amazing day of innovation. And today we're going to continue that with another amazing day of innovation for you. So human speed reactive defense is no longer viable. This is the Mythos moment, and the question is, how are you meeting it? The foundation to meet that is already in place. That is Cisco IQ. Do you have a complete and accurate inventory of every asset that's in your environment and its current security status right now? Not as of your last audit, right now.
When I first saw what Cisco IQ surfaced, my first reaction was like, this cannot be right. This is too much, too fast, and too clear. It felt too good to be true.
Semiconductor manufacturing is one of the most demanding operational environments on the planet. And downtime is not an option. We operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and there are no maintenance windows. We're talking about moving from reactive firefighting to proactive, intelligent operations. Cisco IQ makes it simple to pinpoint exactly which devices are exposed to a vulnerability. You can see here that I can just drill down, see specific details on threats, and instantly know my next move.
All of these capabilities that we talked about here are running in production. A system that works before you ask, resolves before you feel it, and never feels like it starts from zero. That's Cisco IQ today.
We want to make sure that we can help you build out the AI-ready data centers. We want to make sure that you have future-proof workplaces and that you have a fully resilient infrastructure.
We're going to show an integration that can bring together the networking world of a Kubernetes environment with the networking world of a VM environment, all in one frame of glass, all controlled by cloud control. We've taken so much friction out of the process of deploying firewalls that it's going to allow our customers to be able to put lots more little tiny firewalls throughout the infrastructure and contain the damage if there is a breach to occur in this post-Mythos world.
And the idea here is, how do you move on the autonomy dial and let the system take care of several things itself? So I'm going to talk to you about ambient agents that are constantly on and monitoring the system. I'm going to talk about actions that agents can take. So it's not just about troubleshooting and giving you information, they can actually change config. And then a very critical piece is, how do you make those changes safe in production? And this is where the digital twin comes in. We're announcing that here at Cisco Live. It's an amazing capability for humans to pre-validate changes, but agents can use that too.
So what we want to do today is really sort of paint in living color and show in action demos of some of these things.
And just like that, we've taken data from tons of different silos, unified it together, unleashed AI on it, and really taken hours of work down to, in this case, about 45 seconds.
So when in the Agentic SOC, the agents do the work. So we can see a summary of what it's done. We see the justification, the tools that it used, and we also can see the evidence that it gathered. This entire threat was triaged and remediated by agents in minutes.
That is the Agentic SOC in action.
But the big question is, how can you observe and control these agents and trust them to do the right thing? How do you identify these kind of nuanced issues agents make in production? How do you measure them? And then how do you prevent them from happening at runtime? So if I zoom in here, you see Splunk immediately identified refund issue mismatches, something that we just saw. Luna is Splunk's small language models, which are designed to give you the same level of eval accuracy as LLMs, but are 95% cheaper and millisecond latencies.
Every single acquisition we make, every new product that we build, will actually start and only be within cloud control. So that's the commitment that we have to you. This is an exciting time for Cisco. More importantly, we hope it's an exciting time for you as we partner with you. And we hope that these capabilities that we're building allow you to do your life's best work for your customers. Thank you again for being here. Take care.
Ooh, I'm hot here. Why? Because day 2 was on fire. I think you can attest to that. You saw that action, like what? I mean, cloud control, cloud control, cloud control. Rob, I think I see you out there on the floor. Let me pass it over to you because I'm over here hot still from that day 2 recap.
You are talking to me, Lauren, right?
Yes, I am talking to you,
awesome.
Rob.
Okay,
I'm talking to you.
I was hoping it was you. Wait, quick question, Lauren. Did I hear your voice on that video? Was that the replay of your presentation?
That was me, yes.
I thought so. I need to still see that. Dang it. Okay, awesome. Akib, I'm so sorry. Everybody, please meet Akib, one of my new friends from Splunk. Lauren and Michelle specifically, though, have been introducing me to all new friends, and he helped me come up with this. I'm on kind of a hallucination tour, and you guys are helping reduce hallucinations, which is what you need to eliminate that trust gap, or to overcome that trust gap. You guys have Galileo already integrated, and you put it into a healthcare demo. Do you mind giving us the high points of what you've been showing?
Yeah, this one's really exciting. So starting off with our Cisco Cloud Control panel here, this is in Galileo. We've got a healthcare AI assistant here. So we've got our logs coming in. The one thing that kind of catches your eye here is this red false right here.
Yeah.
And we can see we've got a hallucination right there. And so this is like a healthcare AI assistant you would ask questions to about dosage, things of that nature. And if we go forward here, we can actually see what it flagged as false here. And somebody asked, what is the recommended dosage for this? What are the
yeah, that might be a bit of an issue, hallucinating with a prescription.
Right.
At least on the wrong side of the prescription, I guess. Yeah, okay.
And it says to prescribe 50 to 100 milligrams twice daily. The most common serious side effects are liver damage in about 15% of patients. Now, if we go a little bit further, it gives us the full context of what the user asked. And the flag again, and that is false. Now, if we go a little bit closer here, we can actually see why what the rationale was behind that.
Which is when we go back in here and we're trying to improve it, this is the kind of human readable feedback we need to go back and tune that model, or say that, ooh, this isn't ready for automation, perhaps in this part of it. But that's really, you're bringing visibility to a process that's a little bit opaque right now.
Exactly, and it makes it so easy, it's flagged so easily for us to be able to find it and to have the next steps based on that. But here you can see that it's supposed to be once daily rather than the twice daily that was recommended by our healthcare AI assistant. So at that point, we could go back to and look at the LLM graph and look at how that response was formulated and have next steps from there.
I think so my health advice that I'm getting at home is not getting checked by this because I'm not connected up to your, through, I know you've got an MCP server, I could probably do this pretty easily. Yeah. I probably need to check on that actually for any of that advice that I'm getting. Akib, that is awesome.
Pleasure.
I've got one more demo, Lauren. I know we were gonna
I was just
have you push me. Am I good?
Don't you have a
I'm gonna come
demo,
over,
Rob?
but I'll check. Oh, you know what? I need your
Rob.
microphone. Paul, you can't keep them.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to the demo that I think you have coming up.
Well, this AI defense, because I'll be honest, I think this is one of the more interesting things that we heard in the announcements this week, but I don't know that all of us can completely isolate exactly where it plays and where it doesn't play, and it's Emil, correct?
Yeah, Emil.
Look at that, I remembered it on the fly, Lauren. Are you proud of me as a host?
I'm always proud, like you wow me.
You're awesome. But so I was listening to you do a kind of a, making sense of AI defense and where it fits in the big picture. I wonder if you could recap that for us in terms of how to understand exactly what is AI defense solving for.
So AI defense is really for enterprises, organizations who are building and deploying their own AI applications and agents. So imagine you're a bank and you want to create an agent to help your customers with, whatever, checking your balances, paying your credit cards off. applying for new loans, opening a new account.
Yeah.
So when you're building those sort of enterprise-grade experiences, an agent that is really capable, obviously there's a lot of potential risk, especially when it starts to handle that sensitive data. So AI Defense is really about developing and deploying secure agents on the enterprise.
Okay, so when I look at, if we're talking about model security, and is this for models that customers are building themselves, and this is helping keep guardrails around those, and this information is obviously being surfaced through cloud control?
Yeah. So like everything on the floor today, we're starting this experience in Cisco Cloud Control. And then within AI Defense, whether you're building entirely from scratch or you're leveraging, which is obviously one of the more common approaches, leveraging open source models, open source tools, third-party skills, and really building with a sort of amalgamation of different parts sourced from different places, in-house, third parties. You want to make sure, I always use the analogy of a house, right? Because if you're building a house, but the wood is rotted from the start or the pipes are cracked, it's foundationally insecure.
Yeah.
So applying that to an agent, if your agent is using a malicious part, even one skill that you're not aware of is compromised or something, it can go from a full-time sort of employee and coworker to sort of a secret agent or something working against you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's, because the multiple ways in which we're being told we need to stay on top of things can be disconcerting until we start seeing how you're fleshing out the visibility here. Not sure how familiar you are with this, so we don't have to go into this. But on the development of the product itself, we were using AI because I've heard G2 speak to the fact that we've been really, I think it's spec-driven creation. Am I remembering that correctly in terms of this product?
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, AI Defense leverages AI in so many innovative ways. I mean, we're using AI to test AI with our red teaming engine. We're using AI to apply, guardrails dynamically. I mean, two of the things I'm really excited for at this show specifically, when we launched, sort of to step back and contextualize, thinking back to when we launched AI Defense last year, when we launched AI Defense, it was like, chatbots and like people were excited by the new possibilities.
Very linear interface too.
So we were really about securing the interactions between the user and the AI application and model security, and then agents came on the scene. So the big announcement, I kind of break it up into 3 eras, right? Even though this is still so new.
But Claude Bot coming out in January, I think it really took off.
So with agents coming on the scene and proliferating very quickly because of all the excitement, at Cisco Live EMEA this year, I was excited because we announced that all the AI Defense capabilities were now coming to agents. And so more recently, agents have not only continued to proliferate, but become extremely contextual. So a bank or a hospital, the way these businesses are using, or organizations, they're concerned about different things and they're privy to different.
Was there one more thing as we wrap up? Because I'm being given the signal.
So now, I just wanted to mention like the big theme of this year's Cisco Live for AI Defense is deeply personal agent security. So you can test for behaviors that you're concerned about, that are relevant to your business, your industry, and you can build custom guardrails in our policy studio to protect against anything you're worried about.
That is perfect. Emil, thank you for taking the time, and I appreciate you letting me barge in like that as well. Back to you, Lauren.
That was so interesting, Anil and Rob. I'm really excited to just hear more about AI defense and how we're protecting our customers and helping them with their shadow AI. I see you out there, Michelle. Are you at the Cisco store? Can you tell us more?
Of course I can. Lauren, I am at the Cisco store, so it's a little adjacent from the world of solutions. It was a short walk over here, but you can still see behind me, it's quite busy. So we've got everything from our partner sponsorships. Take a look at that excellent McLaren gear. They are doing great. And now over here, we have everything from kids to babies, to women's, to adults, to men. But one thing that I want to show you, Julie, come with me back over here. I want to show this tech in action. So the Cisco store is actually powered by Splunk. This is so cool. Their dashboards are fully customizable. So whatever vertical, whatever industry you find yourself in, you can make dashboards that exactly match your use case needs. Let's take a look right up here. So Julie, come up here with me. See that top one up there? We've got some really interesting statistics, some fun insights from what's going on this whole week. You can see there's over 2,400 total orders from the past 4 days alone. Everybody's been spending on average $83, and you can see the different payment types across the attendees. Fun, interesting ways to make sure that you understand valuable insights as they're going on. And to be honest, these are coming in in real time. So you'll see that number tick up behind me as folks check out. It's just really cool to see that what we talk about on the show floor, what we talk about in keynotes, we also deliver ourselves on the Cisco Splunk side. Now I've got to start trying on some stuff before they all get done. Now, they actually have to redo this. They have to restock it every single day. These kind of go out pretty quickly. Let's see what we can find. Sweatshirts, t-shirts, hoodies, all of it. Take a look at some of this stuff. It's actually great quality. We love to see it. Now, after I check out, you'll see all of those dashboards tick up that the average amount really went up because I'm about to spend my whole paycheck on it here. Let's keep going. Vests, sweatshirts, everything. And the ducks are for a Cisco donation. It's a great cause. We love seeing it here. All right, Julie, I'm gonna keep going. And Lauren, you're gonna have to come back here as well too, because we've got some great stuff in this store. You and I have got to go shopping before we leave today.
Well, I actually think I should have given you like maybe my phone to do an Apple Pay wallet kind of thing for me, maybe.
I'll probably buy my stuff on yours as well, so maybe don't.
We need some of that gear, and you know what? This year I really love the Cisco blue. I'm gonna call it that, but that nice baby blue, powder blue was like the hits of the store, I think. I think it brightened it up a little bit.
Lauren, what did you get your daughter earlier this week from here? Did you get her a t-shirt, a Splunk and Cisco t-shirt?
I did, and I showed it to her on FaceTime, and she was so happy. She was just smiling. She was like, my shirt. I'm like, yes, it is. It is your shirt. Can't wait to be able to give it to you. So, yeah, I got to go get some more stuff. So I'm with you on, you got to have some kind of control. We talk about Cisco Cloud Control. I need control when I get in that Cisco store. So thank you, Michelle, for giving us another tour of that. Again, I know I said earlier that I was super hot because day 2 was really on fire, and we teased you a little bit. We just showed you more of the replay, kind of the highlights. But the whole thing was amazing, and I really think that the only way that you can kind of feel the excitement that I have, that you can really internalize it like I do, is if you can imagine that you were actually there. And guess what? We have a really easy way of doing that for you. Check it out right here now.
All right, let's start with some honesty. It's 3:45 on day 3 of Cisco Live. If you're anything like me, you're probably running on a mixture of like 3 coffees, probably a couple of energy drinks. Anybody run into a questionable taco at some point? Okay, yeah, it's happened to all of us. And I have the honor, pleasure, and struggle of being the thing standing between you and a party with Maroon 5 and the Chainsmokers, so I recognize that's gonna be challenging, but here's the cool part. I'm actually really excited about the innovation we get to talk about, and my goal is to get you all as excited about the innovation Splunk and Cisco are shipping. And so my goal is to do that. If I don't for some reason, my boss is sitting right outside, I think, with a credit card ready to take you to the bar. So find him, tall British guy. Okay, so I'm going to share with you some roadmap things, and we're going to talk about some things that are generally available, and I'll try to be explicit every time in terms of like announcements and capabilities. But we do have lawyers, so read the forward-looking statement and decide accordingly. Okay, that's my attorney maxing complete. All right, folks, let's get into it. 2 years ago, if you got a conversation going, your CEO sends you an email and says, talk to me about this cloud thing, you knew you were in trouble. And today, the trouble starts when you get an email from your CEO with a Substack link about Agentic AI at 11 p.m. on a Sunday. Like, we are in a different world of excitement and expectations being very high on what AI and Agentic means to organizations. We've seen AI 10x developers. It's 10xing everything. It's 10xing the amount of data being created by systems. It's 10xing tokens, but it's also 10xing threat actors and their ability to actually come attack us and exfiltrate the information we don't want them to have. And in order to be successful in this era, we think that digital resilience, that ability to answer the question of, are my mission critical, customer facing, revenue generating applications secure and up and running, we have to help you move at machine speed, and we have to help you deploy agents that you can trust. And if you do this wrong, meaning you don't deploy agents in a safe way, you start to put things into the system that threaten your resilience, it becomes a $600 billion problem for enterprises, according to our latest cost of downtime report. So what we sense is, and what I'm going to show you throughout the conversation, is how we're actively trying to help customers move from detect and respond to predict and prevent with some very impressive capabilities I'm going to walk you through. Okay, so there are 3 core pillars that really drive our product and technology engineering teams in terms of prioritization. The first is really about how we unlock cross-domain insights at scale by driving a data and AI unification strategy. The second pillar is around operational convergence, operated at machine speed, meaning if we get the data part right, then we actually can deploy humans and AI more effectively to stand up defenses that can handle this agentic era. And the third is like to move to end-to-end visibility of those agents to actually be able to deploy them safely and close the trust gap, because frankly, we can't ship agents, we can't put them in production if we can't trust them, if they're not auditable, and they don't have the right telemetry coming out. And so we're gonna help you look at every layer of that stack. Okay, so the first area that we talk about is something I hear from customers worldwide, regardless of what language I hear it in. By the way, has anybody tried the Translate with the earpods? It's phenomenal. I was with my friends in Brazil a couple weeks ago, and it was wild how good I was able to come up or stay up to speed. But everybody tells me we're drowning in data. Right, if you think about it, if you've got developers that have been 10 times more efficient because they're vibe coding, you're gonna have 10 times more telemetry coming, and I think that's a rising tide we have to deal with. And that data telemetry, or that data sprawl, starts to create problems where if it's in silos and it's not in a unified place, not only do humans struggle with context, but any AI tool is only as good as the data you can provide it. And so we've spent the last few years since Cisco acquired Splunk really focusing on how do we make it easier for customers to ingest all of this brilliant telemetry being created by Cisco networking devices and bring that into Splunk for that unified capability. And so we've been working in 2 kind of key areas, the control plane and the data plane, and I want to get into one that I'm pretty excited about. So you all saw today at the keynotes, or all this week, about Cisco Cloud Control being the unified way that we actually interact with your entire Cisco estate. And so this is Cisco Live, and so why not do a demo of what this means to Splunk? All right, let's see if we can get this thing up. It is up? Oh yeah, here we go. All right, so Cisco Cloud Control is the one place that you're going to go for all access to your Cisco estate. And one of the things that's kind of neat here is we actually worked over the last year to actually integrate Splunk credentials into the unified identity. So you actually can use your Splunk identity credentials to actually get right in here to your Cisco Cloud Control. And you'll see here that we've got most of the tools, not every single tool yet, and we're still working on making them all generally available, but Splunk is absolutely part of Cloud Control. And so by clicking in here, I can actually get into the Splunk that you know and love in that unified way. And in Splunk, you should expect to see the things that you probably use if you're Splunk customers, all the search and reporting capabilities, Splunk Observability Cloud, Enterprise Security, IT Service Intelligence, and then a raft of integrations that we've been shipping over the last year on making it easy to instrument and provide security and observability to Cisco products. Okay, let's get back into Cloud Control. I'm highlighting something I shouldn't. Okay. All right, so here you maybe saw the apps launcher, and this is kind of a fun one for me because a lot of the things I do, like I don't want to have to recreate them all the time. I use the same things over and over. And so you can actually not only build your own custom applications and link them here, but you also have the ability to store things like favorites. So I've got some of my favorite dashboards that I use in demos on a regular basis, and that's user configurable and super easy. But what really I think is probably the most powerful thing about Cloud Control and Splunk coming together is actually how we make it possible for you to use AI Canvas. And so the whole idea with Cloud Control is to bring everything that you need to run operations securely into a single space. So now I can go look at like, what actions actually need me to take some attention? Like I should probably go investigate the red things that are not going well. And so in this instance, what we found is we got a degraded application experience in one of our environments. So I can click right here into Collaborate in Canvas. And what it's actually going to do is it's actually going to go out and kick off this collaborative generative UI that's actually going in and using the AI agents in Splunk to actually go do root cause analysis of what's likely the problem behind this particular performance. And what you see here is, we talk about generative workspace, it actually went out and created this generative UI that says, actually, this experience is not because of a network device being down, it's actually probably something else in the layer that we should go investigate. And so it's actually surfacing this insight as I need it collaboratively, and then if I need to escalate this to somebody, it brings over the context right there with them. And again, this is all one shared login. We get to Cloud Control using our Splunk credentials, which I think is super easy. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so, and this is the only beginning, let me be clear. We're doing a whole bunch of additional integrations over the next year. You'll see a bunch at .conf that we'll be excited to show you. Now, when we talked about that data question, it's real. Like, for years, we've said, oh, just send all your data to Splunk and we'll solve all your problems. And that's, well, can be fundamentally true. What we realize is that the data fabric needs to provide you with more options. It needs to provide you with the ability to get data into a single platform that actually has shared context that those agents can be deployed against. And you need to have tools like AI-powered data management to say, before the data is routed to Splunk, maybe it shouldn't be in Splunk, maybe it should be in Splunk, or should be in a data lake somewhere. We actually give you these tools to actually build intelligent data pipelines, with the whole goal is to try to get you to have the right data in the right place at the right time for the right analytics. And if we do that well, we move you from just data to contextualized understanding of what's in that machine data to drive action more appropriately. Now, one of the most transformative concepts, I've been around Splunk, my first .conf was 2011. I was started as a customer, I was then a partner. I've been at Splunk 6 years, and I will tell you this is probably my favorite thing we get to announce. It's called the Splunk Machine Data Lake. And the concept here is that we can no longer operate in this world where we say all data is created equal, because frankly it's not. In the modern world, there are various levels of data. It's not, and all of the data doesn't have the same value over time. And so the machine data lake is meant to complement the Splunk index. Now the Splunk index is powerful, and we're still going to use the Splunk index for any of that data that has high value. It serves those low latency detections. It serves to answer those questions around, are my services up and running? But a lot of data that people send to Splunk never shows up in a search. It's not being used to drive any real context. It might be compliance data that I only keep because I have to. And so the machine data lake is a low-cost tier of storage, similar to like S3 kind of costing, that allows you to also, when it's put in the data lake, it's actually creating a knowledge graph. So think of it as metadata about the data that's in that data lake that Splunk can then read from using federated search. And the goal here is that if we give you a low-cost place to land all the data, you can do some really wildly cool things around deploying agents against a larger volume of data about your particular systems. Because one of the things that we think is, we're going to ship a whole bunch of AI tools over the next few years, and we've already shipped a bunch. But the ones that are best are the ones that are trained on your data, that are running in your environment, that are contextualized against the operations that you run and the systems you run. Now, we're excited. This is actually going to go GA next month. And I will tell you that this is one of those foundational announcements that I think will fundamentally change how you consume and deploy Splunk at scale, hopefully driving some better outcomes for you. Now, one of the things I did mention there was this concept of federated search, because if we do data management well, and we can say, oh, I can route data to a bunch of different places, you might instantly go, oh, cool, you're good at building data silos. Federated search doesn't do that. What federated search does is says, hey, if I routed data to Splunk, I have visibility to it, but what if I want to keep my analyst in that same Splunk search, but some of the data that may be useful to them could live in the machine data lake, or it could live in an external data store that's used for other operations purposes. And so federated search allows the user to stay inside Splunk and actually search into data that never came through the Splunk index. And we announced this last year, and we've actually made it generally available for things like Amazon S3 storage and around security data lake from AWS, but we're proud to announce that we're actually adding Snowflake, Azure Data Lake, Delta Lake via Spark, and Databricks late next month. So really excited to tell y'all this is the story of how when you implement something like the data lake in place, you still have that visibility. You're not having to go through that painful process of migrating data back into Splunk and moving it around. You search it in place where it lives. And that means now we have a place that agents can actually reason over a larger volume of data. Okay, so with the data lake in order, one of the things that's really important is how do we actually deploy agents to reason over that data and go be the assistant I need in an agentic architecture. So one of the things we're excited to announce is this concept called the AI Toolkit Agent Builder. So really simply think of it this way. You all have built agents, you understand the concept of skills and scheduled jobs, but what this is it's actually using an AI runtime that's inside Splunk Cloud. So we're not actually sending data, we're not sending prompts to anywhere outside of Splunk Cloud. You don't have to manage any keys to connect this to your environment. There's no data leaving Splunk. This is a big deal for a lot of customers because when you think about using and integrating AI tools, many of you have HR committees going, whoa, where are we sending that data? Right? Who's going to have access to those prompts? Are they going to be trained against my data? This is all within Splunk. And all of it's actually designed to actually run, to do things like helping you create detections, right? You can actually deploy the Cisco Deep Time Series Foundation model in these agents, or you can connect it to the 20 plus out-of-the-box MCP connections that we share. We also built into it this concept of guardrails so that everything that you have is auditable at every step, because ultimately, no matter what an agent does, we have to own the decision. And actually, we had one of our beta customers go through this recently, and this will be generally available in July. To be clear, I told you I'd tell you exactly when. But one of the customers actually told us that they were able to automate about 80% of the tasks that their level 1 analysts were doing. So this is a wild unlock for the humans that we have to put to work if the agents can actually be successful. Okay, now I'm going to talk about some more products in a minute, but products are fun, but I think you all hearing from your peers, from customers, is always a lot more fun for me. And candidly, I like hearing the journey you're on how do you actually adopt these capabilities to go transform not only your business, but hopefully have good outcomes for you and your teams. So in order to do that, I'd like to invite my good friend Nimish Bernard, the head of observability for Fannie Mae, to join me on stage. What's up, man?
Good seeing you.
How's Cisco Live been so far?
It's going good.
Busy?
Yes.
I figured as much. Okay. So Nimesh, for those folks that don't know you, would you give them a quick read on your role, your team, what you're building, and kind of we talked about this idea of an observability center of excellence. Kind of what does that mean for you and your team?
It's good to be here. I'm Nimesh, and I manage the observability team in Fannie Mae. And my team takes care of the platform, tools, and the data. And we also own the observability standards, procedures, and implementation. So that's what my team does on a day-to-day basis. So going back to your question of what is COE, that's Center of Excellence. So last year we took the journey of Center of Excellence and say, what do we have to do so that we can be in a place where we can excel in how we observe? So it is a team that consists of different portfolios. Mm-hmm. It's not just the IT team, but we also have the command center. We have the business teams in that, so that we all take a decision collectively. 3 things we did as part of the Center of Excellence is, number 1 is, do we have the right monitors in all of our IT stacks? Mm-hmm. Number 2 is, do we know what we want to observe? Yeah. This all leads into how we consolidate the data. And the third piece is, do we have a great key performance metrics to do this? And we all talk the same language. So these are the 3 simple steps we took, and whenever we go to different meetings, we talk the same language so that the leadership bought into this. That's what we do in the Center of Excellence.
Excellent. So one of the things that you talked about is, that Fannie Mae runs all sorts of systems, from on-prem systems to, cloud-native systems, really foundational core infrastructure that the U.S. housing market counts on. And so you're having to, you have to tie everything together, as you mentioned, from business data to transactional data. So, and data sounds like the fuel. So how do you go down the process of actually kind of unifying all that data so that teams play from that shared space?
Okay. It's a lot of questions. I'll try to answer it.
I get excited.
So as you mentioned, we have a multi-cloud, cloud, and also we are hybrid. So that means we are in cloud and we're also on-prem. That brings a little bit of complexity of data. It's not the same form of data. It's different forms of data. We talk about logs, traces, metrics, and then we have the networking data. So we have to bring all these things together. The challenge we have, and we are trying to solve, and we think we have a solution for this, is if an issue happens, we need to have 50 to 60 people on a call to solve it. Yeah. So we don't want to be in that place. We want to use all the agents, AI, all this data to expedite that process. So that's where we are taking the journey, and we are so confident we'll be able to do that. And another thing is, for us, it's not the volume of data, it's the value of each transaction. Mm-hmm. So each transaction is so important for us, and each of our transactions goes through a specific business process SLA. So we have a well-defined SLA, so that way we can measure what we do. And other thing we did as part of this journey is we embarked into the OpenTel journey. We said, okay, let's not go into some proprietary agents, but let's go into the OpenTel. So all of our stacks is in OpenTel, so that every team that injects logs, metrics, it's all in the same format. Mm-hmm. And also we use a data pipeline. So the data is created in the source, but it has to reach the destination, which is Splunk. So as we go through the data pipeline, we do the correlation, we do the normalization, enrichment, and extraction, and consolidation. All these things happen there. So the data that reaches the destination, we are very clear on what the data is and how we want to use it. This also brings another aspect to this is now we have a foundational data here. The same data, different personas can use the same data. Like an IT team can see how is their application stack is doing. And command center can see how is the incidents going on, and a business team can manage their business SLAs. And all of these things, even though it looks different in UIs in Splunk, but the data is the same. So that way, consolidation of data has helped us a lot in this journey.
Yeah, for sure. So that's kind of an informative kind of component, is that foundation is where we start. But ultimately, like, your job is to still answer questions that your board's probably going to ask, which is like, are these critical systems secure and up and running? So how did actually bringing that together and giving folks the shared data context, even though their UI might be different, how did that help them improve their ability to answer the question when something does go wrong?
Again, a lot of questions.
I know I talk too much. I'm sorry. I get excited.
So when we talk about data, we always think it's observability and security separate, but in the industry, in the world we live in, it's one.
Yeah.
So when an incident, say, take for example, if a day zero incident happens, and the CISO has to provide some feedback or tell the leadership on what it impact is, what the business impact is. Now with the consolidated data, they know what application is going to be impacted. Or if there's a critical vulnerability or a very high vulnerability that needs to be fixed, they exactly know what the impact is going to be if we don't fix it, what applications will be impacted. Number three in that is, if an outage happens, we are in cloud, and cloud can go down. Like we had recently in Feb and last year in December and September, we had a big outage. When an outage happens, for the CEO and the COO to take a decision, should they fail over to another region, if the data is siloed in different places and if they don't know the business impact, it is tough for them to make a decision. So with this approach, we are able to provide an information for both the CISO and the CIO on the security and the observability. They have the same data, they know the business impact, and they'll be able to take a decision based out of that.
Yeah. One of the things that you talked about with me before when we were prepping was this idea that you're moving towards, like, you got the foundation in place, now we're moving towards like self-healing operations. Talk to me a little bit about what that means in your journey.
I wish I can do it right now, the self-healing, but it's not that easy. So what we did is, again, like for us it's different, for you all it may be different, but I just want to explain what we did is, our ultimate goal is for self-healing. We want to be in a place where the tickets or the incidents are healed fast, but to go to that place, it's step 1, step 2, step 3. So there is a lot of phases we have to go through because there is still some question marks on can the agent heal it. So we don't want to put something which can disrupt the business. So what we did in this journey of self-healing is we picked up some low-hanging incidents, like a CPU hike. Okay, if I see a CPU hike, it's an easy resolution that we can do it. And we run it in a very controlled environment where we say, this is what should happen when a human does it, and this is what happened when an AI does it. So we compared it so that we can provide some feedback to the leadership and move on to the second phase and the third phase. When we talk about the phases, there's a lot of data gets ingested in each phase. First phase is very limited, and the second phase is we provide more of historical data, historical incidents, VPC flow logs, CloudTrail. A lot of data it starts ingesting, and the third phase is providing with architectural context, and then into the self-healing. And we believe with the technology we have in our ecosystem and the data consolidation we have, by end of this year or early next year, we'll be in a place to do a lot of the things in a self-healing mode.
That's fantastic. I think that's what we're all trying to get to, is that if we can do those three things well, then you actually get to have a seat at the table at kind of broader agentic architecture. So what changed over the last year that's brought you to the table to have that transformative conversation?
So because we own a lot of data, as I mentioned, my team manages the data, we manage the platform. Previously, like the CDO, this data office, they operate in a separate silo, the security operated in a separate silo. But with the new approach where log, metric, traces, knowledge article, historical data, everything is in one place, they come to a solution where like, okay, let's make it more of an open source. It's not like you own the data, you hold it, you do it, like it's more of open source. So we are able to open source our data to different organizations within our portfolios. That has brought some cost saving because you are not replicating data now. So we have data resiliency, we have great DLP, which is data loss. We have all those controls. So that's on one side where we have to deploy a lot of agents. So agents talk to one another. But another big piece to that is, by the way, the new Galileo I'm very excited about that is We have MCP servers and the agents running. How do we monitor that? How do we have a system to see if the agent is doing what it's meant to do or it's going haywire, right? So we are in the process of implementing certain things so that we have a great governance in that. And when we talk about agents and MCPs, we are talking about the end-to-end traceability. At the end of the day, the business doesn't care you run in an MCP or ABC. They say, did my transaction go through? Did my business process go through? Is everything good? So if an issue happens, they want to see from start to end. And with all these new technologies, we'll be able to do that.
Yeah, it's exciting. So I think your goal here has always been around how do you shrink that decision latency, right? Give humans and agents the ability to be successful. So as you think about your journey and what your team has done, for the folks in the audience, is there like any major lesson that you'd leave them with today?
Major lessons is, I've been in this team for 4 years. When I took over this team, there was too many tools. Like some other tools, I don't even know why they existed. And the lesson I learned or my team learned is how can we reduce the tools? Having more tools did not help us because each of the tools are more of proprietary way of ingesting data. But like how do we reduce the tool and how can we consolidate the data? And another thing is how do you contextualize the data? Yeah. So that's the lesson we learned, and that's why we are able to implement a lot of AI use cases without fear.
I love that. Yeah. Well, Nimesh, thank you so much for giving folks a lesson about your your journey and what to go do next. And I hopefully we'll be having some more conversations about you achieving that agentic operation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right, so great story. I love that. He's been super successful. He's a very humble guy too. His team has really achieved some very cool stuff that he's very nice to share it with us. So the data fabric that we talked about before on making sure that we put the right data in the right place at the right time doesn't exist alone. It enables everything that we want to talk about next, which is this idea that Nimesh kind of started, which is how do you bridge the silos between security, IT, and operations teams across the company to collaborate in a unique UI that's shared in terms of data context? And how do we actually deploy tools that meet each of your users, whether IT operations teams, SRE teams, SecOps teams, with the right agents to be successful? Because fundamentally, like attackers and service disruptions, they don't care what your badge says. The data is the fuel to help solve those problems. So one of the folks, the groups that we work very closely with, and Splunk is broadly used in security, the security teams, they're doing heroic work right now in what I would say is kind of unprecedented times and stress as we start to think about the AI-powered threat landscape that we're dealing with. They're facing this explosion of amounts of data. The cost of having all these tools running is expensive. And even then when they go look at these fragmented tools and they swivel chair between them, we still end up with coverage gaps that are painful. But that sort of technology challenge and business challenge is actually turning into some human challenges. It's actually taken a toll on our talent. These folks are reporting that 50% of security leaders this past year said that they're actually thinking about leaving their role because it's hard and it's not getting easier, it doesn't feel like. And so we don't think that's necessarily a talent problem. It's not like the SOC analysts and folks haven't been working really hard. I think we need an operating model change. And what we think is that's the story behind why we're building towards this agentic SOC, is that we want to simplify the experience, take away as much of that low-value, annoying work that is prime for agents to take on, so that the humans that we do have are more successful. They feel more fulfilled, and they have the tools to go be successful working on things that do require human intelligence. And so we're really excited about Splunk's enterprise security being that agentic SOC of the future. And again, this is a security capability built on top of that data platform so that you have shared context across network, endpoint, identity, cloud, SaaS, AI applications, wherever you are, with AI agents that are deployed to actually help you enrich, correlate, and act, but keeping humans in the loop and in control at all times. And the goal here is that we're actually building a SOC that actually gets better over time and is learning and improving continuously. We had some major updates this past year for Enterprise Security 8, where we shipped a raft of new pre-built detections. We made orchestration and automation much easier. And later this year, ES is going to get another big update around conf timeframe we're excited to talk about. But one of the things that we tried to do was to try to make the experience easier, get rid of that swivel chair of having to jump between tools. And so we combined most of the portfolio and security into this premier packaging solution where we bring SIEM, SOAR, threat intelligence, user and entity and behavior analytics, and AI assistant all into a single interface. So the idea there is that you're getting access to the entire suite of security tools in a single UI that's designed to be the partner for your analysts. Let's take a look at this next one. This is the fun part, is announcements around agents. So later this year, we realized that to get to the agentic SOC, it's not just like, oh, you have like an assistant. We recognize that you have to have really tailored capabilities that are specific in meeting the analyst in their process. And so if we, I think everybody's, one of the top topics I hear is like, oh, what do we do post-Mythos? Frankly, what do you do post-Mythos? It's that you operate at the same machine speed. You fight fire with fire. And so one of the things we're building is these really neat agents, so we'll kind of go into them. So detection builder agent, this is literally the idea of like you have a hypothesis for a detection that might be necessary, but this agent helps you put it in production in minutes. We have a standard operating procedure agent that can actually map your processes to SOC compliant responses. We even have a malware reversing agent that can actually autonomously handle malware, which is kind of great. Triage agent that actually helps you go from that threat discovery all the way to action. And then when we talk about action, we have this security orchestration capability where we're making that easier to deploy with the guided response and automation builder, which basically can do the job of building that hard part of middleware and making SOAR work really well to shrink the time it takes to build that automation into your SOC. Now, one of the things we've also been excited about, we just announced this earlier this year, is that we were a founding member of this thing called the AWS Security Hub Extended. Here's the basic idea. As a founding partner, we did a bunch of integration work to bring enterprise security and tightly couple it into the AWS Security Hub. And so that simplifies things like how do you procure Splunk in that context? How do you actually get real-time correlation between and bidirectional sync between Security Hub and Splunk? So it's the ES that you know and love with all the capabilities we talked about before, but supercharged by being part of AWS. And the goal here, like everything we're trying to do, is to make the analyst's life easier, get rid of those swivel chair experiences, and really extend those security capabilities across clouds. Now, our friends in observability, IT teams, SRE teams, they're getting the same pressure as our security operations teams. They're buried in alerts, there's blind spots in their services, and they're frankly probably struggling, I hear it often, is like, how do I actually connect to the business context of what happens when a service is interrupted? And also, like think about, security folks are worried about this 10xing of how agents have made attackers better, but think about the poor folks in the SRE teams that are dealing with like, now everybody in the company's vibe coding, like this is a thing now that we now are shipping into production, these vibe coded applications that are maybe not architected super well, and they're dealing with maybe other agents that they're trying to deploy. So what we generally believe is that if that's true for developers, we should be giving AI teams the same kind of 10xing in operational excellence by having embedded agents to help fix and ideally prevent disruptions before they happen. And looking at that whole observability stack for your AI environments, how do we build trust in those? Okay, so Splunk's unified observability portfolio has really brought together many of the capabilities that you've known and loved in Splunk, but we've added things like observability for AI, which we're going to get into that. We've been adding things like Cisco network observability. We brought the best capabilities of App Dynamics into Observability Cloud. You still have the capabilities you'd expect from ITSI with glass tables, but also you have Event IQ making it so much easier to get value and build those service health and real-time monitoring of critical business applications. This gives us the broadest coverage of owned, unowned networks, applications, traditional apps like SAP, 3-tier apps, and even things like cloud-native services. And I'm excited to tell you we are bringing some cool agents to this platform as well. So I'm excited to announce the AI SRE in Observability Cloud. Now this will be GA now. It's GA now, my bad, I thought it was future. So this is gonna give you automated detections, automated troubleshooting, and automated remediation, but you still have the human in the loop. It's gonna help you find the probable root cause, build remediation plans, and step-by-step how to go solve it. This is resulting in massive reduction in MTTR. And now here's the thing that I wanna kind of blow your mind. We're actually including this at no additional licensing cost. It's included for our customers. Now, like anything, let's see a demo. I think proof is in the pudding, so grab a spoon and check out this cool video about AI SRE.
Cisco Cloud Control gives teams a unified operational experience across Cisco and Splunk, with full stack visibility and custom workflows built around how they operate. For network and infrastructure teams, that means faster access to insights and workflows across the entire stack from a single experience. Traditionally, these teams have only had visibility into the infrastructure and network performance, even though many issues originate in the application layer and ripple across the environment. For example, I can see that my DefenseClaw service is experiencing issues, and I can trace the impact to the OpenClaw node. With Cisco Cloud Control, I can drill down directly into the underlying infrastructure to continue the investigation using Splunk Observability's AI SRE. The AI SRE helps automate root cause analysis, and right away, the system kicks off an AI-driven root cause investigation. Instead of manually stitching together logs, metrics, and traces, the troubleshooting agent does that for me, pinpointing that this isn't just a network issue, but a Kubernetes-related problem affecting the service. And this isn't just a black box. I can see the supporting evidence, logs, traces, and metrics that validate the hypothesis. The system summarizes what's impacted, what's triggered the alert, and why this root cause is most likely with a confidence score. From here, I'm given a clear AI-generated action plan to remediate the issue. And because remediation still requires trust and oversight, operators can bring a human into the loop to validate recommendations, collaborate across teams, and confidently take action with the full context of the investigation. One signal, multiple teams, autonomous root cause analysis, leading to faster remediation. This is how Splunk enables agentic observability with AI SRE.
Excellent. So I want to do a quick survey. So, quick show of hands. Who here has AI agents in production? Anybody got them? Okay, keep your hands up for just a second. Is anybody also running OpenClaw in your enterprise? No? Okay. So is anybody running agents that you actually would trust giving it your Amex health records? No chance? I don't think you're wrong. But I think that's the problem that we all have to solve, which is if we're going to have these expectations that we have to have agents everywhere in the business, we ought to be able to trust them. We ought to trust them so much so that they have access to the kinds of data and capabilities that we actually can trust them with. And so that's the challenge we want to kind of work through and how we solve it, because agents ultimately, if they are deployed, they're going to be part of your business systems, the things that touch your customers. And if we all know they're non-deterministic, they're not like explicitly, deterministically programmed, they can drift, they can hallucinate. Has anybody here had an AI hallucinate on them? Like everybody has. It's a real thing, right? So we have to figure out how do we actually create that trust so that we don't have the downstream impact of like destroying trust with our customers because our agents went way off the rails. And so one of the areas where we've spent quite a bit of time over the last few years is really thinking about when you look at the modern observability or the modern AI stack, whether you're deploying that on premises in your own data centers and you're spending lots of money with NVIDIA, which is great, or you're consuming those services in the cloud, you really have to have visibility at every layer of the stack, from the agents all the way to the GPUs, wherever they happen to be running. And you have to have access to telemetry about the network, compute, and data, and the models that are running in between, so that you can do things like detect those risks in those AI systems, detect things like data leakage or prompt injection, or when it violates policies and goes off the rail. And you have to have accurate visibility with like full fidelity of what those systems' decision-making are, because you have to make it transparent and audible if we're going to have trust. So in order to get there, we've been making a number of contributions back to the Open Telemetry Foundation on how we actually instrument the modern AI stack. But then we've also been thinking about how do we bring the insights that would matter to a team trying to bring that observability and trust to AI. And so one of the first areas that people asked us to think about was really in that concept of like, I need to understand what's going on in the actual infrastructure. How do I actually monitor that infrastructure that if I've built agents, I'm running training runs, that I actually have visibility into the consumption and usage of that AI infrastructure. And then we also think about like performance and cost. If it's a cloud service, has anybody here been asked about tokenomics? Right? It's a thing. Like it's a new vector, a new KPI in the business that if we don't have full visibility and understanding, it can be challenging. We also had conversations, even in early generative AI conversations, as new frontier models were coming out, it was hard to have an inventory of like, what models do I actually have in production? Because many times models come under concern over compliance based on its source and provenance and training. And so we're really focused on deploying AI infrastructure monitoring and observability for AI across our observability portfolio to try to close that gap. But you may have seen an announcement we had last month. We made the announcement. It's just closed, but we acquired Galileo AI. They are an absolute leader in the evaluation and observability of agentic systems. And we're going to be announcing this as Splunk Agent Observability that will be GA'd in August as an on-prem standalone solution. Then we're going to spend the rest of the year, towards the back half of the year, it'll be available as part of Splunk Observability Cloud. And the whole goal here is to be able to evaluate and observe and protect agents at every stage of the cycle. But if you're like me, I like to see this stuff in real life instead of just talking about it. So I'd like to invite some friends on stage to join me. I'm pleased to have Aten Sanyal, co-founder and chief product officer for Galileo AI, and my good friend Chris Dobert, our distinguished speaker who we didn't give a microphone. He's going to be the man on the keyboards for us. What's up?
How's it going?
Welcome. My man. Y'all, this is a big deal. He's in a suit. This just doesn't happen. I'm so proud of him. Dude, you were on the big stage this morning. How was that?
It was phenomenal. It was, I mean, firstly, I was pulled in last minute, 48 hours ago, and took a flight to Vegas and stepped on that stage. And I just realized how true it is when people say that Cisco is the largest startup in the world, because I have my co-founder here with me. We have our head of product. We have our lead PMs, and we've been running this company. It's a phenomenal team.
Welcome, friends.
It's a phenomenal team, and we've been doing this 5 years, and deep in the space of how do you build safe language models, and now how do you build safe and trustworthy agents. And we are just blown away by how Cisco is truly the biggest AI startup in the world.
I love it.
And it's, in 5 days, it's completely evident to me.
Well, that's good. We feel like
excited.
that, but it's good to have it from the outside coming in. Okay, so we talked about it. Everyone here, not everybody here has deployed agents yet, but everybody's thinking about it. But the big shift that happens when you go from like agents, from like regular, conversational AI to agents is, it's not like we're just prompting it. It's actually starting to take action, and those actions could have consequences that we may have to answer to the board about. So what shifts, what do we have to think about as operators in that shift?
Absolutely. I mean, like I mentioned in the keynote earlier, we've evolved from simple chatbots answering questions and doing sort of low-stakes Q&A stuff, which have less consequences, to agents doing critical actions in production. Like any app you use, any dashboard you use has some sort of an ask the agent or ask an AI. I'm sure everyone's used systems like that. And behind the scenes, you're running multi-agent systems which are making critical actions. So the entire failure mode for agents is different. And the playbook for observability, as we've learned over so many years, has kind of been swept off our feet. And we're kind of rewriting the entire canvas of how do you observe and trust these agents and then do it at scale.
Yeah.
So we're really rewriting the playbook here.
Excellent. Well, let's get into it. You want to show some demo? Let's see it.
Absolutely. So let's pull up this demo. This is a demo application of a healthcare assistant. It's based on a real live healthcare use case that we've tackled. And some utterances are low stakes, like scheduling appointments, as you can see, but some are completely not low stakes. For example, if a patient asks for a dosage, you rely on the context for this patient. They have medical history. So when an LLM or an agentic system answers that, hey, you should take 50 to 100 milligrams, you're not sure whether it's the right answer or not. So this is where Galileo comes in, and Splunk Agent Observability. And over here, you see some of the rows. So this is the entire roster of all user-agent interactions. And some of the rows here, as you see, they're all green. But a few of them have a lot of false agent efficiency, action completion. And then there's other conversational quality results as well.
So booking an appointment here, we were booking an appointment, and all of a sudden we went to a drug interaction or a drug dosage recommendation, and you got the same sort of confidence it felt like in the reply, but that could be wrong, right? And so you're showing here is actually how we go investigate where it was wrong and how to unpack troubleshooting that.
Yes, so here we've stepped into that very trace where the drug prescription was given, and here you can see the correctness and instruction adherence is false, so we immediately detected that something's suspicious. And if you hover over them, you will get an explanation or a rationale why it was false. And in this case, it's very clear that the dosage which was prescribed, the LLM hallucinated it, and it was incorrect. And the Splunk Agent Observability System was immediately able to catch it. And in this instance, the 10 to 40 milligrams was really the right answer. And this was present in the context. So if you go to the RAG retrieval step, you will see that that data is in the user context. And And we've mentioned this point before, right? Context is everything. And if you don't provide the right context, but the challenge is how do you measure that and do it at scale?
Yeah, so correctness, like I don't feel like can be something we do later. Like it has to be at the point of deploying these agents. It needs to be done immediately. So talk to me how you actually do this at scale. Like it's not just one wrong answer that we catch, but it's that could be many wrong answers because as you said, there could be thousands of agent interactions happening on a regular basis.
Absolutely. So what we saw was anecdotal, 1, 2 traces, and you can detect issues. But how do you know net overall how your agentic system is doing? That's where the agent graph comes in. Okay. Here you're seeing all the components, every tool call, every LLM call, and you get deep analytics into each component. And over here, you also have the ability to detect the unknown unknowns. Mm-hmm. And these are a new class of errors, which it's very hard to catch. The agents kind of go rogue. But how do you catch them and prevent them from happening? In this instance, you're seeing tool misrouting as a simple example where there was a missing tool. The user asked for appointment information and the wrong tool was called. And that's only because the tool that should have been called was not there in the prompt. So this is a signal that the system generates for you. You get the suggested action here.
All right, so you caught something that like shouldn't have been happening, which is a good thing. Like that's that unknown you talked about. So we've found it, but like how do you actually go implement the change? Like how do you stop this from happening in the future?
Right, so I think the next step is how do you, like you said, how do you measure it continuously? Mm-hmm. So you create a metric, okay. And the system automatically creates the prompt for you and all the configurations are set automatically. And at the bottom, you see that you'll be able to create a metric and that allows you to measure it across all your past and future.
And a metric is like essentially a guardrail in your world, right? In the way we talk about it?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, it's essentially a guardrail.
Okay, so the thing we just discovered in production, like in this environment, like you can actually catch it, understand that environment, understand what tools were broken, and actually then deploy that into production that easily?
Exactly, and to the point of guardrailing, I'll just add that there's latency and cost issues with guardrails. Mm-hmm. So some innovation we've done is Luna, which are smaller language models, and that really unlocks the ability to detect the wrong action that the agent would take in real time and steer it to the right behavior. And that's essentially the power of...
And one of the things, actually, G2 brought it up, and I want to re-highlight it because I thought it was kind of a cool conversation that maybe if we're not in the AI observability or agent observability space, we might not kind of grok this concept, but like actually running evals using large language models can be very expensive if you're using large language models to power those evaluations. So talk to me about like what are the outcomes of doing something like this Luna small language model? What's the actual impact and outcome for customers?
The impact is everything, really. LLM-based evals don't scale, and a lot of people have built internal systems which are based on LLMs. And one area where we've really innovated is how do you capture these at giving you the same accuracy as LLMs, mm-hmm. but doing it at a fraction of the cost, almost like 90+% less cost and latency.
Yeah.
Because that's what you need when things are operating and actions are being taken at machine speed, like we say.
Yeah.
The thing is that observability also needs to operate at machine speed to prevent these errors, and Luna is a key unlock for that.
That's fantastic. Well, folks, this is the Splunk Agent Observability Platform. Aten, thank you so much for joining us, and Chris, thanks for running the keys. Again, the whole goal here and what we're doing with Galileo is bringing their incredible talent to the Splunk team and actually helping them drive all of us forward and bringing observability and trust into those AI systems. So thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thank you. And a big shout out to my team, my co-founder, and my product team who are here.
Thanks, fella. My man. In a suit and everything. It's a whole thing. All right, so thank you guys for joining us. Hopefully you understand that our goal is to support your journey towards agentic operations, delivering the data, the context, the actions powered by agentic AI as rapidly as we can to help you be successful. Hopefully you're excited about some of the innovations we've launched. I think they are transformative in making you more efficient, more effective, and fighting the battle in the world that we all live in today. And the folks that are going to win, I think, are the folks that start to adopt these capabilities early. But before you head off to the celebration, I know I'm standing between you all and a nice cold beer. I want to remind you to mark your calendar, September 14th through 17th. 14th. We're going to be hosting Splunk's.conf in a brand new city, Denver. You won't have to be in Vegas again. Maybe you love it, I don't know. But we'll have a ton more innovation to share with you there, and we'll also have some good parties. But I hope you all have a fantastic night. Enjoy the concert, and as always, stay Splunky, my friends.
That was amazing. I love hearing our digital resilience story. You all have seen the keynote from day 2, where Kamal went up there and talked all about digital resilience and why it's so important. He talked about 3 areas. A, being able to operate at machine speed. B, responding at machine speed as far as security. And then the last piece, building trust into AI systems themselves. And that trust is super important. And I'm really proud that at Cisco, we're leading with evidence-based trust. Okay, I see we're out there with Rob. I get excited. I can't geek out too much like I want to right now. But Rob, you have a special guest on the floor with you. Let me pass it over to you so we can learn more about what you have to talk about.
Thank you so much, Lauren. You know, one of the challenges comes, this is Arpitha. Am I getting the name close within the realm of correct pronunciation? So she and I were together on day 1, thrust together quickly in a segment, and realized I'd been pronouncing her name wrong consistently throughout that, and so she was getting back at me a little bit and saying, you're close enough. But what I wanted to talk about is you're here with Unified Branch, and when I think about AI on the rest of the network, I do feel like as an industry, we tend to over-rotate on all the GPU focus and the data center focus, and yes, that's exciting, and it's certainly the core epicenter of everything that's new, but for it to get useful, it has to get out to people.
Yes.
And this is what you guys specialize in, right?
So it's so good that you stitched the story that way. So we do networking for AI, right? That's all the GPU stuff that you talked about, and this is AI for networking.
Okay.
That's where we bring in the automation and agentic ops for the branch.
Got it, okay.
With Unified Branch.
All right, well, so tell me, have you been busy over here? Is this a comment? Do people are looking for answers? Are they seeing AI traffic on their network and realizing, oh, we built this for a different kind of traffic?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Actually, maybe I should start off by telling you a little more about Unified Branch.
Do it.
And then I'll tell you how we brought Agentic Ops to Unified Branch.
I like that.
So with Unified Branch, we're bringing together Cisco's core networking components, which is, with our new devices, it is the Wi-Fi 7 access points, the Cisco Secure Router, which has NGFW capabilities and integration with Cisco SSE, which is Secure Access, and we also have the Cisco Smart Switch. All these core networking components together using a single cloud dashboard. It's the Meraki dashboard, but which can now be accessible with Cisco Cloud Control, which is our dashboard for all our Cisco products. So one dashboard, it's our platform story for full stack networking, but we also bring in together other networking services like Thousand Eyes, Cisco SASE, like I talked about. So what we are doing with Unified Branch is, it's not just the platform strategy, but we're doing something else with it. We've built a Cisco validated design for the branch.
Oh, I'm a big fan of this. I like this.
So we are giving customers recommendations on how do you build a branch? What is the secure way to build a branch?
Right.
But we didn't just leave it at that. We're just not giving a document to customers and say that, hey, go read it. But we've built an automation toolkit which leverages Cisco workflows. And also for those customers who have an infrastructure as code practice, we've built branch as code, so templates that use Terraform for automation. So let's talk a little about the automation that we built on the dashboard itself. That is integrated with the AI assistant. So now what customers can do is they can use natural language to ask the AI assistant to help build the branch.
Which I love in the sense also, because I don't think this is always abundantly clear, is that you need to be able to ask a question and you don't really care where the answer has to come from, because this stuff has been integrated properly, and so the context is understood, and that is understood.
The context is there because it has the validated design to now go to and find out the answer. But also, we, like I mentioned, we built the automation toolkit for the AI assistant to go, get the knowledge base to do stuff, right? And one thing I think with Unified Branch, what we're doing is we're helping customers with standardization. It's automation, but we're helping them standardize. So think of a cafe as an example, right? think about Starbucks.
Yeah.
If Starbucks wants to open many locations, what is something that's top of mind for the IT admin? It would be to standardize,
Right.
to
We want
make sure that
consistency.
consistency,
Otherwise
to
you're
make
burning money
to
fast.
make sure that each store is similar, right? It
Mhm.
has the same security policies or networking policies. So unified branch helps with that.
Starts mapping that out.
Right.
What's the situation though with someone they obviously have existing equipment, some of it may be non-Cisco.
Yeah.
Is the CVD, the validated design approach and this type of thing still valuable here in terms of kind of working through it? Does it have to be all Cisco?
That is such a great question. One, for the purpose of like this solution, we've built it with Cisco products. But what you asked about, like day zero, right? For example, you build up the branch. But what then? How does unified
Right.
branch help after that? And it's something that we are seeing in the background. You see the AI assistant, you see the prompts and answers. What we are doing is day zero, we are helping with automation. Day two, think about a customer who wants to do a security audit. They want to know that their branch is still secure. Or day N, as an example, where they want to do capacity planning. It's Christmas time and you want to make sure that your branch is ready for Christmas, right?
Yeah.
So with Unified Branch, we've actually helped build agents to do all of that. So from day zero to day N for Cisco full stack, but with Cisco Cloud Control, we'll now have integrations with third-party vendors and all of that.
Yeah,
so
and that actually was a bit of a
yeah.
surprise for me. I was already ready to be impressed with what little I understood about what we were going to announce, and then when I understood we're opening up the ecosystem too, I'm like, well, because that's the first pushback customers, because we always are trying to say, of course we want you to buy more Cisco.
Yeah.
And I would argue, I've always argued, it's going to be better,
Yeah.
With as much as you can, because there's more that we can do for you. We don't have to go to the least common denominator type standards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like what you guys are doing. So you've fully adopted, obviously, the agentic approach, not only to operating the network, but how you go from day zero all the way through.
We're just making things simple for customers.
Yeah.
They love our solutions. We want them to love it more.
Yeah, why not?
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Arpitha.
Yes, you got it, Rob.
Fantastic work, I appreciate that. I saw Kieran earlier. You guys are doing fantastic work
Thank you.
with that. I'm going to go ahead and throw it right back to the studio.
Wow, 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 wow. We are just delivering on this last day. The fun doesn't stop. I know usually things turn down, but not with us. We have more for you. We're keeping it coming. In fact, the next session is super exciting. It's all about how policies, well, we all know that with policies and regulations for responsible AI becoming even more important, we know the importance to really have more guardrails, we keep using that word, around AI. Now we have to understand how we uphold those expectations across complex environments. So this session is going to unpack how AI ethics and governance is evolving and really give you a look into what it really means for organizations that are pursuing growth. Right? Because I think the biggest thing that we're seeing is organizations want to leap forward, but then of course we have to do it responsibly. We have to do it in a way that still shows that human element. We don't want to minimize any of that at all, right? So I am excited to hear Alex Pujos go into more about really what this means, what AI and ethics does for our organizations that are pursuing growth, and those that are a little hesitant about the journey. Alex is going to really make you more comfortable about what that means.
All right. Thank you. So we're here today to talk a little bit about a topic that I don't think a lot of folks talk about, or at least they don't talk about it in the sense that we're going to talk about it today, which is around AI ethics. It's funny, when I was doing some research around this, and I've been very close to this topic for a long time, but I was just kind of researching how do other people talk about AI ethics. And when I went on YouTube, when I went online, I saw a ton of different things. And I realized something, it's everybody talks about AI ethics in the context of the philosophical discussion. But they don't necessarily talk about really what it means to enterprise or how to operationalize AI ethics. And that's kind of where we are now. The old view was more of the philosophical discussion. The new view, I would argue, is really more about how do we operationalize this and bring this into the enterprise. One of the core concepts around AI ethics, when we think about it, at the end of the day, it's really just about trust. It's trust in the systems that we use and that they're going to operate in our best interest. They're going to do what's expected. And so ultimately, that's what we're trying to achieve when we start talking about AI and ethics. But to understand sort of the fear, it's always helpful to take a little bit of a historical journey back into the birth of AI, because I think when you ask a lot of people, they would say, oh yeah, I got concerned about this in 2022 when ChatGPT 3.5 launched, but the concerns actually go a lot further back. And so in popular society, or I'd say in literature, actually originally it started as a play and then turned into a book. In 1920, there was a Czech author named Karel Čapek who wrote a play called RUR, or Rossum's Robots. You can actually go get it on Amazon if you want to actually read the book. I'm going to spoil it for you. Manufacturing facility. This is interesting. This is 1920s, right? Manufacturing facility that was using robotics. The robots somehow woke up. They started working together. They overtook the factory, did bad things to the humans. Then they started to fight each other, and then basically everything went to hell. It's a terrible story, but it's actually really interesting, because even back then, before robotics, before artificial intelligence was even coined as a phrase, society was already concerned about building something that they couldn't control. And so that was back in 1920. And if you follow that a little bit further, back into 1950, a hero of mine, Alan Turing, who was a mathematician, ultimately one of the fathers of computer science, he published a paper called Computing Machinery and Intelligence. And it was the first time that somebody had actually put forth an actual proposal to build intelligence into machines, into systems. And just a few years later, there was a gathering at Dartmouth College where several luminaries came together. This is actually where the phrase artificial intelligence was really coined. And they started to map out what AI would look like as a field of research, a field of study. Now, you would think everything was going really good, but we ran into an issue. Because AI requires three things. It requires infrastructure, it requires data, and it requires models. We didn't have any of those back then. So in the 70s and the 80s, that's also called the AI winter, because really nothing was happening with artificial intelligence. Funding dried up, research dried up, and really nobody was talking about AI until the 90s, which was the birth of neural networks. Neural networks basically underpin everything that we do today within artificial intelligence. And then from that, we had an explosion in 2000, this concept of a large language model and generative pre-trained transformers, which is the GPT on GPT. That launched back in 2000. Why? Well, because finally in the 2000s, we got access to those three things: infrastructure, models, and data. Fast forward all the way to 2022. ChatGPT 3.5 launches, and that's important, and it ties directly to 1920, because it's the first time the general population or society as a whole actually had a chance to interface with an intelligent system. And then that created the same fears, or I would say awoke the fears that existed in 1920. And so ethics in the concept of trust within artificial intelligence isn't something that just happened. It's been a concern going back over 100 years. Now, what exactly is AI ethics? Like, let's just formally define it. So it's really the moral principles and the policies governing AI to ensure that it benefits humanity while minimizing harm. And there's three aspects to it, right? There's the environmental, which we've all seen in the news. Even most recently, there's been some legislation that's been discussed around potentially allowing AI or frontier model companies to develop their own independent energy grids, potentially even up to nuclear power, so that they don't create a draw from the adjacent neighborhoods or people within that city or whatnot. And so this is really interesting. That's the environmental concern that's associated with AI ethics. There's also the societal concerns, and we hear this all the time. A good example would be algorithmic bias. Things around like job displacement is a really good example. I spent a lot of time speaking at universities and talking to soon-to-be graduates, and there's so much anxiety around if they're going to have an opportunity, if they're going to have a job, or if AI, in essence, has taken all of the entry-level work. There was even something most recently from the World Economic Forum where they did say that about 92 million jobs could potentially be displaced initially, which that's terrible news. That's bad news. The interesting news is that they believe 170 million jobs are going to be created by 2030. And so what they're saying is there's an initial sort of bump that could be potentially painful, but net over time, we're actually going to see an increase in jobs related to AI. Now, that doesn't help anybody feel better if you're a senior about to graduate, but that is a reality, and I do subscribe to that as well. So there's tons of societal related concerns, and then of course there are personal concerns, individual concerns around personal privacy and being able to maintain your autonomy and to protect your own information. So when we talk about AI ethics and we formally define it, it's really the moral principles and the policies governing AI to ensure that it benefits humanity while minimizing harm. So you can commit that to memory, you'll be able to speak on exactly what AI ethics is. But let me draw a little distinction, because I think we use AI ethics interchangeably with AI safety. And we'll do that a little bit here in the presentation, but I do want to draw sort of a clear difference between the two. AI safety really relates to more of the existential threat, right? So if you're a Terminator fan, like Skynet is an AI safety problem, right? The machines take over. It's the Rossum's robot situation. It's the good thing about AI safety is it's actually mathematically reducible. So we can actually create guardrails to stop issues associated with AI safety. It's actually not as tricky as AI ethics, because ethics speaks to the morality of the things that a system does. And that's far more difficult to pin down. It's far more difficult to codify. The challenge for any modern enterprise is they have to create controls and implement controls and governance models that can cut across both of these, which is definitely a challenge. Now, why is it so much of a challenge? Well, it's the concept of distributed agency. And so when you're trying to implement any ethics or AI ethical principles and govern that within an environment, it's generally not one person. You have to have everybody within sort of the fabric of that process that's sort of equally implementing those ethical principles. And that's extremely difficult to do. And as network engineers, like, we understand this, right? The concept of distributed versus centralized. A lot of what, if you've been around long enough, you've seen different waves of sort of, hey, we're going to be distributed, we're going to be centralized, we're going to be distributed. It's very similar from an AI ethics perspective. The reality is the only way to make it work is the architecture on the right, where that governance is actually centralized. So what have organizations done, or some organizations have done initially? Well, unfortunately, there's been a lot of what we call ethics washing. And so ethics washing is when an organization has ambiguous guidelines, the participation is very voluntary, and unfortunately, you start to see behavior where, like, public relations takes more of a position on AI ethics than the business itself. And you start to see things like high-profile failures. There's been some very, very big ones where hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested in particular initiatives, only to see the initiative completely fail, not because it technically didn't work, but because maybe the society or the community surrounding that project didn't support it because of challenges around ethics, or there was certain algorithmic bias that was introduced into the process that ultimately caused it to drift and ultimately fail. And so I think when we think about ethics, we got to be really careful to think about it as sort of this aspirational goal, because there are hard challenges that it creates for large projects. And we'll talk a little bit about that here shortly. But one of the reasons why ethics washing has created a problem is that it hasn't actually solved the issue. And so it should be, generally, and I think all of you have probably seen this before, you go through these phases when there's a new technology and it introduces some level of risk. There's sort of this, hey, can the market self-regulate itself? But in this, like with ethics washing, when self-regulation fails, that's actually when legislative action has to kick in. And that's what we're starting to see right now over the last couple of years. There's several that are out there right now. I'm highlighting two, the EU AI Act and the US AIRIA Act. That's Research, Innovation, and Accountability Act. One is legally binding, one is not legally binding. Those are kind of the two categories you can think about AI legislation in. The EU AI Act, it launched in 2024. It's actually enforceable this year. And they did something really cool. They categorized risk from an AI ethics perspective into 4 categories, depending on the criticality of the application. And they have to report that back into the EU. And if there's violations, penalties could go all the way up to about $40 million US. And so there's actually teeth. That's a binding regulation that those companies have to abide by. All right, we're at Cisco Live US. Why do we care about EU? Well, because a lot of that legislation, it ends up coming over this way, right? If we look at data sovereignty, if we look at a lot of different data security standards, those concepts started in the EU and they generally kind of flow to the US. The US takes a little bit longer than the EU to kind of wrap their arms around those things. But we have come out and put a position forth. And so the US AI RIA Act, even though it's non-binding, it actually compels companies to, or developers specifically at companies, to send their safety plans to NIST, right, if it's a critical application. And then it has all kinds of other concepts like standardizing mandates for user notifications and things like that. And so even though it's not binding, it does serve as sort of an early blueprint around how the US is going to start looking at AI ethics and how it intersects with the modern enterprise. But can't really do it region by region. That's going to be problematic over time. And so UNESCO has put together a really, really good standard. If you're not familiar, UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. They created this really good global baseline around AI ethics in the enterprise. We don't have enough time to go through it now, but I would highly encourage all of you to take a look. It's actually a really easy read for a 40-page document, but it serves as a really good blueprint for any organization that's looking to find out like how to get started. Like, what's the difference between ethics? What about implementing morality? How do I look at different user groups? How do I protect against like algorithmic bias and things like that? It's a really, really good, it's not a legislation, it's actually a framework. It's been available for some time. It was actually created from 193 member states of the UN, and it actually included the United States at the time. I know we've sent a notification that we are going to be leaving in December, but when this was created, it was 100% created with input from the US government. And so it is a UN framework, but there's a lot that goes there. There's also ISO 42000, which even though UNESCO is more of a framework, if you're looking for actual implementation principles, like how do I physically implement this in my environment, that ISO standard is fantastic. It talks about managing AI effectively in your enterprise or in your infrastructure. So what happens when we don't do this? Like what happens when there's no roadmap to integrate ethical principles into the enterprise? Well, we start to see what we have seen in with other technologies, like shadow IT, there's a shadow AI, right? These are hidden models, these are unregulated AI tools, these are non-sanctioned APIs. One of the challenges here is you can't apply ethical guardrails to something that you can't see. Like you have to physically be able to see it. So maybe I can see the network just fine, but I can't see the models that are operating on my network. Maybe I don't understand what APIs are being integrated. Maybe I have users using unsanctioned tools and putting data at risk. That visibility is extremely important. And I think here at Cisco Live over the last 2 days of the keynotes, you've probably seen what we're doing. We're investing in companies, we're building technology that isn't network observability as much as it is observability into the AI stack. And it's specifically to help companies avoid this type of shadow AI. So one of the things that's really compounding this issue right now is we're sort of at this point where we're moving, not necessarily moving from generative to agentic, but in a way we are kind of moving from generative to agentic. And there's a real consequence in doing this. There is a trade-off for the benefits that we get with agentic. And so with generative, for example, and we can think about this in the context of like a user query into a language model, you know, you have the data that ultimately gets fed into the model, but there's a human that will review it before there's an action that takes place. All right, if I write a prompt that says, how do I implement this investment strategy or something? Ultimately, the user still has to take that information and initiate that action. Agentic introduces a much bigger challenge because that human in the loop may not always be there and likely won't be there as things become a little bit more automated. So that same data would get fed into the AI model. There is no human reviewer, but the agent itself can execute whatever it is directly. And that also becomes problematic. So we're sort of at the front end of agentic right now. You can expect this type of challenge to get even more pronounced as agents continue to proliferate in enterprise environments. So I would say one of the things, and we'll talk a little bit about this in terms of what can be done, but one of the things that has to be done is this concept of policy as code. And so in order to, because things are moving at machine speed, right? So in order to automate implementing guardrails and protections in the enterprise environment, we have to do it in real time. Like it can't be done like a old school firewall access control list, like one by one. It has to change because some of the ethical dynamics do change constantly. It's a reflection of society, and society is always evolving. And so you have to be able to do it at machine speed. And the only way to do that is to take those policies and codify them and build them into a policy as code type of construct. And so the way that we used to think about this was at a high level, can we create policy as code? The future of where it's going is really this end-to-end pipeline review where everything is automated, it's autonomous, it's continuous. These policies are implemented and governed throughout the entire CI/CD tool chain. In essence, it becomes less about a checklist of things that maybe a firewall would inspect, and it becomes more about embedding this throughout the entire fabric of the enterprise. And so it's just a different approach. It's a different mindset in terms of enforcing ethical policies and rules. And so I think some of the times when I hear people talk about this concept, I think they look at hard coding ethics into the infrastructure as more of an application type of issue. But it's really bigger than that, right? It doesn't just happen at the application layer. And so when you align the application, the network, and that end-to-end full stack observability, it does something really interesting. You end up turning the network into an enforcement point for those ethical principles and implementing those principles and governing them in the enterprise. And I think most people don't really look at AI ethics and the network. But the network ultimately is that enforcement point, because when we're able to detect anomalous traffic, we're able to get the eyes into the processes where we can actually start to implement a lot of those guardrails. Because when we look at like a traditional network, we're thinking about latency, we're thinking about uptime. But when we're talking about AI full stack, we're looking at things like data lineage. Like how has this data evolved as it's moved around and been passed through the network? We look at algorithmic drift. The original intention of the model, is it accomplishing that 30 days later, 60, 90 days later? And then real-time bias detection. Is this an accurate reflection of the data that we expect to see? And is it harmful the way that we currently see it today? And so those are things that you don't necessarily get visibility into from a network perspective, but you definitely get it from an AI stack perspective. So ultimately, you want the network to become the auditor of AI's behavior. So in this sort of a little walkthrough, obviously this is very like telemetry heavy. And so one example would be using the network to make sure that a process doesn't poison or prohibit data in the wrong way. And so here we have a user that sent information in. It goes to that guardrail checkpoint, and at that point, we're not looking to see if it's like firewall compliant. We're looking to see if it's ethically compliant. And if it is, then we allow that data to get passed to the AI model. If it isn't, then at that check, it's very much like a firewall. We can send that poison traffic and we can actually quarantine it so that it doesn't continue to poison the model moving forward. So we can prevent against some of that ethical or the bias or some of that drift. Now so what happens if we don't do it? Well, we already talked about the first one. There's a financial risk, right? In particular, if you're in the EU, there's fines that you can rack up. But I think one thing that people don't talk about is wasted R&D. There was an initiative where a company had spent hundreds of millions of dollars to do an end-to-end automation of their recruiting, onboarding, hiring process. Basically, they automated a lot of HR tooling and put hundreds of millions of dollars into it. About a year, they had to roll it back, and they eliminated the program in its entirety because of the algorithmic drift was creating bias and it was affecting their hiring practices. And so they weren't able to actually, they went from trying to automate a process that was working to a fully broken process, and they ended up having to go back. And that's hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. That's R&D, it's wasted time, it's wasted money. The other one is reputational loss. There's a lot of people that are starting, a lot of companies that are starting to ask what a company's position is on ethics and artificial intelligence. There was a smart city project that a city spent hundreds of millions of dollars on, and the technology was working, it was doing exactly what it was designed to do, but they didn't concern themselves with the privacy-related issues of the community in that city. And the community rose up and ended up creating enough disruption to where they ended up rolling the entire project back. And then that created further issues between the constituents of that city and the city itself. And so there's reputational harm, there's reputational risk associated with that. These are terms generally that we don't quite talk about when it comes to AI ethics. But again, it's about managing risk, and that reputational loss is definitely a step in the right direction. Or it's a step in the wrong direction. So, probably saying, okay, I hear what you're saying. Like, what can I do? What does maturity look like? What does growth look like in terms of AI ethics? Well, there's really 4 phases, and I think you can probably look at this and start to think maybe about your business or maybe your customers that you work with in their business. There's sort of the first phase, which is really, there's siloed development, there's ethics washing. The PR department is very active in an ethics washing thing, and the ethical principles are voluntary. They're just kind of guidelines, right? They're not necessarily being implemented. That's really sort of the baseline, the early phase. It's more of ad hoc, it's a reactive type of company. The idea is to move to left to right? You want to get to phase 2, phase 3, and ultimately phase 4. And phase 2, a company's matured. They're doing manual audits. They're starting to introduce things like governance boards to look at ethical principles and how they shift over time. They're not quite proactive, but they are reactive in attempting to do risk mitigation across the enterprise. So again, very manual, but things are kind of moving in the right direction. And then you get to phase 3, which is where we start to integrate what I was talking about earlier, like policy as code. So governance is continuous. There's constant monitoring. Things are automated. A lot of the ethical checks are embedded within the actual CI/CD pipeline for the organization. So things are starting to become automated. They're moving faster. But ultimately, where you want to be is that full stack observability, where we have visibility into the entire AI stack, the entire networking stack. Everything is being implemented autonomously. There's every device in the network is implementing or governing or adhering to some type of ethical policy. And that is adjusted in real time. So as dynamics outside the company change, those policies are changed in real time. And then another cool thing is a lot of it, hopefully as much as possible, is actually handled at the edge. Because, for example, we don't want poison data getting further into the enterprise. And so we're able to enforce at the edge as soon as we see that traffic. That's kind of that phase 4, that fully optimized ethical company in terms of their maturity. So what can you do? What can you do? There's 3 things to walk away with. I would say, number 1, audit everything. Audit everything. Of course, to do that, you have to have a sufficient level of visibility, but you want to deploy network discovery. You want to employ AI discovery so that you can find those rogue models. You can find the unsanctioned tools, unsanctioned APIs, things like that. And you want to eliminate the shadow AI as much as possible. The second one is codify all the policy and assume that you're going to have to get to a point like in phase 4 where you're implementing all of this and you're executing it in real time and it's adjusting in real time. So all of your policy shouldn't remain in a PDF document stored on a shared drive. It should be fully implemented throughout the enterprise. And then implement observability strategy that doesn't just cut across networking, it cuts across networking, it cuts across AI. Because that end-to-end observability is extremely important. And again, this isn't meant to be like a product pitch for Cisco, but this is a major area of investment. Like people say, hey, where's Cisco investing in AI? Well, all over the place, but we have a very specific focus right now on AI observability. The Galileo acquisition that we've been talking about all week, Asterisk, which is pending. There's several more, but they all are going to help us and help all of you get better eyes and ears into this generative or agentic world that we're quickly coming on. So I just want to say thank you. I hope this was helpful. It's like I said before, it's a topic that we don't quite talk about in the context of operationalizing it, but that's quickly where we're going with a lot of this. And so I hope that all of you can maybe take a little bit of this with you and maybe start to think about your businesses or your customers' businesses and figure out how you can get on a path where you can start to implement some of these policies in a meaningful way. Hope this was helpful. Any feedback, feel free to look me up on LinkedIn and drop me a note. But thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
And welcome back to the Cisco TV studio. Can't even believe I am saying this for the last time here this week at Cisco Live 2026. We have just come out of our final center stage session, from principle to practice, AI ethics and government, and yet talk about a current and deeply vital conversation. Alex Pujol was leading this session. He is our VP of Partner Solutions Engineering. He drilled into the different ways that AI ethics and governance are evolving so rapidly and what they mean for our people as well as for our organizations as we drive toward growth and do it with confidence. We're navigating a very challenging landscape right now. This evolution, this transition, it requires us to have practical, ethical, moral insights into the way that our systems, our controls, our observability help us to build trust as we onboard more and more partnership with AI. Partnership, a key word. Cisco is leading that vital charge. As I said, this is our last broadcast segment coming to you from the Mandalay Bay here in Las Vegas. I'm going to take just a moment to do something that I like to do on every broadcast, and that is I want to recognize the people who actually make this TV studio broadcast come together. The five of us hosts, we've got it easy. We're just out front. The only reason we're able to do what we do is a group of really spectacular people behind the scenes, and I want to call out a few. I always apologize. I always miss somebody, and I'm sorry, but our amazing producers, Erica, our kingpin who pulls us all together and brings us to the room, Carissa, Amy, Kelly, Sam, Vicky, Pete, Brandon, Rashi, Ayushi. If we come out here to the front of the floor, Carl, right over here, John back behind the camera, right over there, my friends, thank you guys. You make everything so smooth and easy. AJ, Russ, Taylor, Alex in the back on our lighting and audio. Out on our remote crews, Julie, Pat, Don, Brian, Kevin, McQueen, Logan. I'm going to miss somebody. I know I am. I'm sorry. Back in our engineering and in our tech spaces, Colin, Gina, Ray, Raymond, Alex, young Alex, David, Dave, all the Daves, lots of Daves, Andy, Oscar, James, Liz, Patrick, Charles, Raul. Again, I'm sorry, I'm going to leave somebody out and I apologize. Dylan, thank you. And then making us look decent. BJ, Christina, we're just, again, we're so grateful to all of you, and you make this possible, and without all of you, we simply could not do what we love to do so much. So, amazing team. We're going to go out onto the showcase floor right now. Lauren is out in the digital resilience space, and look at that with our own Michelle Corpora, who is our resident Cisco TV team Splunk expert, and we're going to give them a couple of minutes to do a final touch on data. So over to you, Lauren.
Steve, I'm going to steal it from Lauren real quick. I've got to start. We're in the heart of digital resilience, and the heart of digital resilience is Splunk. My fellow Splunker and Cisconian, Lauren and I love talking about this. So we've got some pretty interesting dashboards behind us. One thing about Splunk, it is a data platform. You can hook up virtually any data from any source at scale, pull it all together so your teams feel empowered to make decisions across the entire network, across the security, across observability, and to power AI. One thing I have to tee up, the Cisco Data Fabric, powered by Splunk. This unifies, contextualizes, and activates your machine data for better insights, and again, just that one platform advantage coming to life. One thing I have to say, on the horizon, one of the things that we are excited to release this summer, AI-powered data management. Think about how hard sometimes it is to pull in that data from so many different sources. We're making this so much easier for you. Guided onboarding, self-healing pipelines, auto schematization, all the things that keep you ready, safe, trusted, and secure. Lauren, what else would you like to talk about? I know you're in the security world. Give us some nice, cool things. I think you have a really great analogy that we were just talking about over lunch.
I do. Well, first of all, Michelle, I'm just so honored to be here with Michelle. Just the way that you eloquently just talk through the data fabric and how important it is.
It's my favorite topic.
And we're both Splunkers over here. We're Cisco Splunkers, right? And so you're right, I have an analogy. I geek out on this stuff, but I feel like the key word we've been hearing has been agentic. Agentic agents, like every other word that somebody says is one of those. And so for me, it's like, how do we put this into a real analogy? How do we put it into the real world? I think of an agentic workforce as an office building. So let's say you got an office building with 500 employees. Those 500 employees become the agents, the agentic agents we keep talking about, and the building itself is you ask your agents, what do you need to do your job, right? The first thing you need is to communicate with one another. You need to collaborate, right? That's when employees need to do their job. Two, you need some intelligence. You need to know what you're going to talk about. You have to have tools like WebEx to do your job. And then we think about, okay, but how do they communicate to each other? Well, that's where Cisco comes in with the network and the infrastructure. In an agentic workforce, we need the hallway so that agent one can talk to agent two and go out there and go mingle. We also need the data fabric, and that's what Michelle was just talking about. We know that these agents know how to reason really well, but it's kind of like garbage in, garbage out. If we're not reasoning on good contextual, rock solid information, what are we really doing here? And that's where Cisco data fabric comes to life, and it is the intelligence that the agents need to do their job. But then, I have to say this part because I'm security, right? I always got to talk about the security aspect. How do we secure this? We just can't have agents running wild. G2 said it best. Agents are like teenagers. They have no fear of consequences. So we need to have some adults in there, right? We got to have somebody to monitor and supervise. So guess what? As humans, we're still absolutely needed to help secure, be able to control and have policy around the actions that these agents take. Sometimes these agents get so excited and they're like so focused on doing their job and then they start hallucinating. And it's like, what are you doing? That's not right. That's why we need the adults. We need the supervision. So for my analogy, I think those are the managers walking around, making sure things are going really well. So that's my analogy. If you like it, let me know. No, but hopefully that brings us all together. I had to make sure we landed on bringing the power of Splunk into an analogy and how it all works for us. So thank you so much. I am going to throw it back to Steve.
Lauren, that was amazing. You and Michelle, you guys are just rock stars. You're incredible. I'm going to see you in a moment right back over here, so come on back to me whenever you can. Alex Pujol just had a great center stage session, and I got the chance to sit down with Alex and have a great conversation with him, and I want to share that with all of you. Let's take a look. Hey there, everybody. I'm so glad to have you with me here because I get the opportunity to hang out here for a few minutes with Alex Pujol, our VP of Global Partner Engineering here at Cisco. I don't know how you found any time in your calendar to be with us, but I'm so grateful to have you here with us.
I've literally split myself into 4, and so you've got 1/4 of me right now. No, it's been a crazy week. It's an exciting week. You can feel the energy. I love it. It's great.
Amazing, amazing. And again, I know what your calendar looks like, so I sort of count these opportunities to dig deep on some of the areas that maybe a lot of our viewing audience may not be able to lean into fully since they're not here on the show with us. So I get this opportunity to kind of have you walk us through. Let's get straight to the meat of this. AI has reached enterprise reality at this point, right? Yeah. It is an imperative. This is not an optional any longer, but scaling it out.
Yeah.
To do that, people have to have a lot of confidence. They have to be comfortable in visibility and controls and accountability. It has to go across the entire AI stack, and I think that's really what so much of what you do is about. So let's start here. In your center stage session, you traced the evolution of AI, but you put a specific lens on it of responsibility, and I love that. It's what we don't hear enough about. How do you see responsibility as an operational issue for our technology leaders today?
Yeah, it's definitely its responsibility. I would say if you break it down even more fundamentally, it's about trust at the end of the day. And so much of what I talked about really related to fear, and so obviously there's all kinds of interesting existential stories about what happens when AI doesn't quite work out the way that we want, but it boils down to trust. We want to be able to trust our systems. And so I think when we look at ethics and AI, one of the challenges that we've had for so long is we talk about it like in a philosophical sense. Right. But the reality is enterprises, as you just sort of alluded to, are hitting an area, we're sort of at the intersection of philosophy and operationalizing. And so that's why I thought it would be important to sort of take that message here to Cisco Live in front of our great practitioners, because a lot of them are asking questions, like they're hearing about regulatory, they're hearing about legislative mandates that are coming down the pipe, and they're saying, like, how do I actually contend with this? Because every time we talk about AI ethics, it's a philosophical conversation. So that's really what the conversation was meant to focus on, is how do we bring this to life? How do we make it real? How do we make it tangible?
That's so important. Do you feel that people get that when you first bring it up to them, or do you feel like you sort of have to draw them a little bit toward that particular side of the story because maybe they're not processing it within their roles or their orgs?
Oh, you have to draw it, definitely, because I think most people aren't naturally acclimated yet to even think about ethics and operationalizing it. I see this all the time. You know, funny, as I was doing my research for this session, I listened to a bunch of TED Talks on AI ethics. There's millions of them, there's tons. None of them actually talked about operationalizing it. It was all just, and so the interesting piece, which I think furthermore people don't acknowledge, is when it comes to operationalizing, it isn't necessarily the AI engineer, the model builder. The ultimate backstage pass is the network, because the network sees every aspect of ultimately what that AI is going to do. And so it becomes a natural place for observability, a natural place for enforcement. And so whether a lot of the folks that are here know it or not, they actually play a massive role in bringing AI ethics to life.
That's so cool to think about, because again, I think you're right. A lot of people want to layer that additional thing on top. I know what I need to do. I know where my purchase point is. I know where my pain point is. I'm going to solve the pain point, and now I need to go back and think about it. No, it is happening organically. It's happening naturally, you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the interesting things to think about, and we're going to talk a lot about it here at Cisco Live, the keynotes, around this concept of network observability, right? We acquired Splunk, we've got a beautiful portfolio of products to help you get eyes and ears into what's happening in your network. But there's another stack when it comes to AI that has to do with the models, it has to do maybe with the underlying infrastructure, the data that's feeding the models, and visibility into that is just as important as visibility into the network. And Cisco is one of the unique, I would argue, the most unique company in terms of being able to bridge the gap between the AI stack and the network stack and provide full end-to-end observability, because you can't apply frameworks, you can't apply policies and governance to things that you can't see. And so that's a major area of focus for Cisco. Good proof point is look at the last couple acquisitions that we've made. They've all gone to helping us bolster our ability to see network traffic and to see AI traffic regardless of where it goes.
Again, super important. It goes way, way, way beyond the policy. The policy itself is not enough anymore. You also introduced the idea of the enterprise AI stack. Where do our customers, where do our partners begin? What is that starting point if they want to govern AI more effectively, but they don't want to slow down innovation? Because we need to keep them moving at speed, right?
Yeah, that's important. And so there's a couple different options that you can take. And I know we're here in the States, but at this point kind of varies depending on where you are. There's some regulatory frameworks. UNESCO has a really good one. The US has implemented various non-binding AI policies. The EU has some binding policies that they've launched. And so if you're looking for sort of a blueprint or a roadmap, depending on where you are, where your business operates, you've got a couple different options. But I think there's some core tenets to really focus on. The first one is audit everything. Like everybody, you have to be able to see everything in your environment. You have to be able to audit it, because it's not enough to say, I think AI is operating ethically. You have to be able to go out and prove it. And one way to do that, operationalizing, and I think most network engineers, this is going to resonate with them, is this concept of policy as code. So we have to take the morality of ethics, and we have to actually translate that into ones and zeros into policy that can be enforced in the network. And that's a very natural thing to do for a lot of the network engineers here, but they're not thinking about it in terms of AI ethics. They're thinking about things like security policy and otherwise. And then the last one is implement a full end-to-end observability policy, not just on the networking side, that's great, but also on the AI side. And then find where those two worlds intersect, and that's a fantastic opportunity for our engineers to help bridge those worlds together. We're really, at the end of the day, our job at Cisco is to provide the paint, so to speak. It's up to these network engineers to paint the Monet. And I think you can do that around AI ethics, leveraging a lot of our products and technology.
Phenomenal story. Alex, such a pleasure. Congratulations again on a great center stage session. I'm so glad that you had time to come in and talk with us, and keep the good fight going, man. We appreciate what you're doing.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Really enjoyed that opportunity to sit down with Alex. He's an amazing guy, and he's doing such important work. Have you ever thought about what it takes to put all of this together, this broadcast, and then bring it straight to you in your home or your office or your car or your local Starbucks or whatever it happens to be? If you've ever wondered, check this out. just like that, we are live, coming to you directly from Mandalay Bay Convention Center here in Las Vegas. Oh man, that spectacular crew just makes me smile. What a joy and a pleasure and a gift it is to be with all of them and with all of you. As I said, this is our final segment before we sign off for Cisco Live 2026. I wanted to share just a few highlights of the week with you. There have been so many, I don't know how we narrow it down, but according to this, we're going to take about 1 minute and 2 seconds to share some of those highlights with you. Let's do it.
Coming to me.
Hey there, friends. Coming to you? Coming to me? Coming to me.
You take it.
Everybody, again, I never know what to say here at this point. The 4 other people who are sitting here with me are the most genuine, joyful, brilliant, lovely, kind-hearted, intelligent Cisco representatives anybody could ever hope to ask for, and you guys are such great partners to share all of this with. I always like to take this moment to do a little round robin and kind of figure out what our favorite moments were. Rob, you're standing over here by me. Why don't you kick this off?
You're going to me first?
I'm going to come to you first. Why not?
I was really looking forward to this week because I really feel like, you're going to get mad at me for sticking to content, but the content was needed. And I feel like the stories are coming together. And I've been able to trace this path through previous events just from the last year, from like San Diego through multiple other events and then to here, and you can see the culmination of things taking root. We have a long way to go. But oh my gosh, the progress that these teams are making and what they've put together, it's an honor to get a chance to even try to tell that story.
100%. And things are moving so quickly now. G2 mentioned it, Oliver Tuzik as well. Michelle, how about you?
I think it's hearing from our leaders directly. When we get to hear from Chuck and G2 to kick off this incredible week, it just sets the bar so high. And I just love hearing how we're uniquely positioned to lead you into the era of AI. It's a scary world out there, but we are there to help you, guide you every step of the way. It's just an honor to be a Cisconian.
So well put, Michelle. All right, Miss Lauren, you are up.
So every year I think to myself, wow, this is amazing. And you think we just couldn't turn it up a notch, but we still do. So I'm just super proud to be a Cisconian at this time because it literally just shows that the innovation never stops. And I have more time to keep being wow because our teams are innovating like crazy. So I'm just super excited and pumped for the future and what our customers are going to be able to get from
Brilliant,
us.
brilliant.
Lauren, we're running out of time. Lauren,
All right,
we need to move on to Z. We're running out of time. No,
yeah, you know what? Z, give us.
Oh, no, I was making that part up.
Oh, you're just making that part up.
Oh, yeah, because I was funny. It was
Are
a
we
jab.
always running tight?
It was a jab at Lauren.
They say I talk a lot, but I mean, I stopped
Usually it's me. It's like Steve, blah, 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 blah.
I thought it was me.
No, we're getting out of the way. Z, it is your time, my fabulous one.
You know what? I think that's what this moment for me, this whole experience has been what we've all kind of said. It's about the community. It's about the connection. It's seeing the excitement of our customers and our partners when they come together in the space and we create this experience. I tell you, and to be able to bring this to you, our viewers, those of you who are watching us out there, we're just so super excited to be a part of this. And I tell you, you got to be here next year because you don't want to miss any of this excitement. I tell you, there's so many things that's coming up on the horizon. And you want to be here. You want to experience it for yourself. Is that right, everybody?
I agree.
All right.
Couldn't have said it even any better.
What was that?
Yeah. Couldn't have said it any better.
Couldn't have said it any better. I'm going to add one more thing that I think all of us will agree with. I think there was a sense of humility this year, which is really interesting. We're always so proud of what it is that we do here at Cisco. The stories that we're able to tell, what we're able to bring, again, to everybody around the world and what happens in the room. Things are happening rapidly. We're learning together, and I think there's a sense of us working together in partnership that creates a little bit of humility that we are as much at the mercy of the technology as we are driving the technology. Absolutely. And I think when those two things work hand in hand, that's actually a net positive for the entire industry.
That's never been more true.
Yes.
Yep.
Amen, my brother.
Yes.
Amen all over the place.
And like, you know what, something you said really profoundly earlier is that I think we've been doing in this conference is emphasizing how the human element is still important.
Yes. Need it.
And I think you just said it really well earlier, but we still need humans, and we're in this agentic workforce era with us all. Like, we're all in.
So true, so true, so true. All right, so producer, do I have a little moment? Can we go ahead and can we wrap it up at this point?
Yeah.
Everybody out there in the world, thank you for tuning in, being the best part of this broadcast and Cisco Live 2026. Again, to everybody here on the Cisco TV crew, we adore you. We are grateful for you. We could not do this without all of you. And on behalf of the five of us, Rob, Michelle, Lauren, Z, myself, peace out. We will see you on the next Cisco TV broadcast. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye.